believe I almost forgot my mic. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Mental Health Monday. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah. All the holidays anybody wants to celebrate right now. This is a really joyous time of the year for many of us. It is not joyous for all of us. I think the holidays is a wonderful time for some people and not so great of a time for others. But today we are going to talk about what affects many of us today, and that is seasonal affective disorder. And we're going to talk about here with my wonderful guest, Renata Weatherspoon. And we're going to have a conversation about seasonal affective disorder. We're going to talk about the causes, the symptoms, and its impact on our mental health. Who knew not having the sun would have this effect on us? And seasonal affective disorder, just to let you know what it is, it differs from other types of depression. It is connected to not being in the sun, having the times of the month when the sunlight, the times of the year when the daylight shrinks down, like winter solstice. We're now in the winter solstice and we don't get as much sun as we used to. And that's why I'm kind of light and bright right now. I can't have no sun. But and some of the common symptoms is low energy, sadness. Sometimes we oversleep. Sometimes we gain a little weight. We kind of hibernate for the winter, but it can also have an effect on our mental health. So joining me here today to help me talk about is Renata Weatherspoon. Oh my goodness, she is a board certified psychiatric mental health professional. Hello. She's got her doctorate recently. So she's Dr. Renata in healthcare administration. What? And she, like myself, we spent time. I'm a medical social worker, so I spend time working in hospitals and ERs, and so has Dr. Renata. And so welcome, Dr. Renata. How you doing?
I am fine. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes. And so everybody who's joining me, y'all in the chat, do you guys know what seasonal affective disorder is? How do y'all feel in the wintertime? Do you notice a change in your mood? Sometimes in the winter. Hey, Carl Brock, how you doing? Welcome, Carl. Everybody say hello to Carl.
Hi,
And
Carl.
Carl, let us know, do you ever feel different in the winter months? Have you noticed some other people around you can be just kind of blah in the winter? I know when I look outside today in particular, and I'm in Illinois, the sun is gray. The whole sky is gray. I don't even see the sun. And I'm just kind of like, it makes me feel kind of sad and reflective. Hey, Deborah, how you doing? Deborah says hello. So let's ask our guest. Yes, let's ask our guest, Renata, Dr. Renata. What happens? Do you feel a change in your mood? And tell us about your experience with seasonal affective disorder.
So with seasonal affective disorder, I do notice a change in my mood. It's not as drastic as some people, but I do notice a significant change in my mood when the wintertime comes, particularly daylight saving time. Here where I'm located at in the southern states, soon as daylight time hits, we get dark at about 5:30. So we get pretty dark, and that's pretty early, right? So normally around that time, I'm usually at the park with my daughter doing some outdoor activity, but by it getting so dark so early, we're kind of hurrying up to get inside. So we do notice that we have a change in mood. It's kind of like, it's not like really a sadness for us, but it's just we're not as upbeat as we would normally be during the summertime, because we're indoors a lot more often than in the wintertime than what we are outside in the summertime. So it's definitely a noticeable change.
Oh, I hear you, Renata. I know for myself, I like to Netflix and chill, but it's something about the winter months. I just really don't feel like going anywhere. And if it's nice and sunny outside, it makes me want to go outside more. It makes me want to interact with people more. And I just feel like I'm hibernating. But that is different from actual seasonal affective disorder. How is just a normal wanting to just go inside different from actual seasonal affective disorder, and how it is, a clinical term used to describe a very unique experience for people?
So you have just basically the winter blues, and then you have seasonal affective disorder. With the winter blues, you might have a low mood, but you're still engaging with people. You're still being social. You're still doing things that you would do on a normal day-to-day basis, right? But with seasonal affective disorder, it's a clinical syndrome, right? It's a subtype of depression to where the onset is usually in fall or early winter. And it's due to the season changing, and the daylight saving time is usually the onset, because you get that period of time where it gets darker earlier. So you have to, like you said, it's kind of sort of like hibernating. It gets really cold and people want to stay inside, and the sun's just not out that much as opposed to summertime. So with seasonal affective disorder, you're going to notice some changes in your mood. And that's the cardinal symptom, right? You're going to feel a little low as far as feeling depressed. And you're going to notice some other changes, such as not being, excessive sleeping, excessive eating, not really having too much energy, and social isolation. So not wanting to really interact too much as you would normally interact.
Oh, thank you for that. I mean, I noticed I'm a clinician and you're still a clinician, right? And I just noticed my census is up. I get way more clients in the winter months, and magically, everybody gets better in the summer. It's like all of this happens, people get better. And I'm really curious if we got Christmas coming, and this in a few days, and there's so many people who see this as a time of the year where it's not as exciting, it's not as fun. How do we distinguish memories and thoughts related to the holidays versus an actual seasonal affective disorder? Like, it's so hard. I'm just thinking about some of the cases that I've worked with, that as a person experiencing this, they're like, wait, I know about the regular winter blues. I know there's seasonal affective disorder. And then we have the holidays. You're expected to spend so much money on things. And then those bills start coming in. And it's almost just like all of these different factors are just compounded and related to each other. What do you recommend that, even us with winter blues, what do you recommend we do when we are trying to figure out, I'm not feeling quite myself and I have this seasonal affective disorder?
So one thing that you can, the best thing that you can do is acknowledge how you feel, and know that it's okay to feel how you feel, but just don't get stuck in it. We know with holidays, there's an extreme amount of pressure to buy gifts and to just do things that causes a lot of financial strain on top of the emotional and mental strain that we have already experiencing with the seasonal affective disorder, right? So don't add too much pressure to yourself. You're not obligated to buy anybody any gifts. So don't put that added stressor on yourself. Take time out for you. If you have if you really in a mood where you don't want to be bothered, take some time and do something that really makes you feel better. Whether that's journaling, whether that's sitting, just getting outside and getting into the sun, whether it's calling a friend, whether it's looking at a Netflix movie that brightens up your day. Just take some time for you. Like I said, it's okay to not be okay, but don't be stuck not being okay.
Yeah, and it's funny. I like how you're talking about acknowledging it and not pathologizing yourself, that we're human, and not putting this pressure, unneeded pressure on yourself. How many of y'all stressed out and stressed out over making sure you got the Christmas gifts and you're wrapping everything up and everything needs to be, just so, and you put this pressure, really you're putting it on yourself, because chances are the people want to be around you because they love you. They don't care if they get a gift or not. And it's a good time to be reflective and thoughtful. You don't have to spend a bunch of money on a gift. And I think that, sometimes our society and expectations that we feel like we have to have is unrealistic. And I call it a little distorted. Like, who told you that you need to do this? Why are you taking on these responsibilities that you do not have to take on? And sometimes it's your perception of what you think people want from you, when really just being around family and friends can actually make a difference. So other than, making yourself feel better, other than being around family and friends, what would you recommend? What else would you recommend for someone who is experiencing symptoms of seasonal affective disorder? Because we're not diagnosing you or anybody, but we're just talking about whether you can see it in yourself, some of the symptoms.
So one of the things that you can do that's relatively simple that I tell all of my patients is open the curtains, open the blinds. That's something relatively easy. Open the curtains, open the blinds. You want to get that sunlight. With seasonal affective disorder, there's evidence that shows individuals who have seasonal affective disorder has vitamin D deficiency. So we know with the sun, the sun is the main source of vitamin D. So by us not going out in the sun during the winter months because we're staying inside, we're hibernating, it's cold, we want to Netflix and chill, and we're on our phones, we don't get that direct sunlight. So when we don't get that direct sunlight, it decreases the vitamin D levels that we have in our bodies. And vitamin D is directly associated to mood. So low vitamin D levels can look like depression. So you want to get out and you want to get some sunlight. So vitamin D is very important. You want to check your levels, get with a primary care provider or get with your provider and assess your vitamin D levels. And something simple as getting a vitamin D supplement can help you feel better. So doing something simple, just like opening the blinds, opening the curtains, and just stepping outside in the sun for a few minutes a day will help you feel better. The sun releases endorphins. Endorphins are our body natural mood enhancers. So vitamin D, the direct sunlight we get from the vitamin D that we get from the sunlight is going to help us feel better naturally, right? Because we're getting the release of those endorphins.
Oh my God. Listen, do y'all hear what Dr. Renata is saying? Y'all, everybody, if you want to know, I forgot, I got to mention this. If you want to know when I go live to talk about these are jewels. Text the word love, LOVE, to 87948 and you'll get this information. Do y'all listen? Do y'all guys hear this? Here's the thing. This is something that doesn't cost you anything. Opening up your blinds. It's free. That's free.com. Talking to your friends. It don't cost nothing no more to make a phone call to your friends. Let me tell you, a third thing, maybe you got to get up and go to CVS, or we're not sponsored by CVS, but we'll take sponsorships if CVS wants to. All you got to do is take some vitamin D3, like Deborah. Deborah says she takes more vitamin D3.
Yep.
That's simple. That doesn't cost. That's less than $10 to take vitamin D3. What we're saying to you is that you have control over your own mood. You can take responsibility for how you want to live your life. Opening the curtains, taking vitamin D, talking to people who love you and support you, creating what I would call safe spaces, creating safe spaces with people, with wonderful people. That's all you have to do. Oh my God, Tara is living in Florida.
Oh, I'm jealous.
In Florida. You know,
I am jealous. I am jealous.
I'm done with you, Tara.
I'm
I used
jealous.
to live in Florida. That's where I got my doctorate, is at Florida State. And I will tell you, I needed to be, when I was getting my doctorate, it was so painful. I needed to be in a nice, warm, sunny place, because I don't know how I would have done it. But yes, Florida is actually awesome and very sunny. But and we black people don't absorb vitamin D like everybody else, and so we need a little more vitamin D. Can you speak to vitamin D absorption and among African American group?
So we have this thing called melatonin. And so when we do go out in the sun, we have to stay in the sun a little longer than other ethnicities. So when we go out, we want to stand in the direct sun. When it gets too hot, you can take a break from the sun, but we want to make sure we stand in our direct sunlight to increase the absorption, because it is a little bit harder for us African Americans to absorb vitamin D from the sun because of the melatonin that we have.
Thank you. And I don't have as much melatonin as most people do. As all of us do, but it makes a difference. I know. So if you're more darker skin, you probably do need a little more vitamin D. And of course, as Dr. Renata, she's a nurse. You're a nurse. Your background is in nursing.
I'm a nurse practitioner, and I wanted to say I'm saying melatonin, but I meant to say melanin, not melatonin. Melanin, yes. Not melatonin. Melatonin is what makes you sleep. So melanin. Our skin tone, the melanin in our skin makes vitamin D a little bit harder for us to absorb. So we want to stand in the direct sun until it gets a little bit unbearable. We don't want to get sunburn or suntan, but we want to stand in there for about 10 to 20 minutes and make sure we get that direct sunlight to increase and enhance our vitamin D levels.
That's right. So these are simple things that we can do. And I know you are a nurse practitioner, and I don't have that medical background that you have, but have you looked into whether there's any other advancements in research and treatment for seasonal affective disorder that you've come across that you think will also be helpful for us to know?
Sure. So there are some lamps specifically for seasonal affective disorder. They call them light box. And what that does is it mimics the natural sunlight. So not only does it increase the vitamin D levels, but it also increases the serotonin levels. With serotonin, it's directly related to your mood as well. We know decreased serotonin puts us at an increased risk for depression. So the lamp therapy and the light therapy, what that does is that boosts the serotonin, thus increasing the mood. So the lamps, they are very inexpensive. They have a few on Amazon. They start off at like $19.99.
$19.99. That's cheap. That don't cost much of anything. And I love this because the serotonin levels, when it decreases, that's what makes you sad. Mm-hmm. And feeling sad makes you think negative thoughts.
Yes.
And the negative thoughts has an effect on your behavior, because you're not going to want to interact with anybody. You're going to say, nobody likes me. No one is there. And I'm not going to call them back, or I'm not going to send them a text message. You start having distortions in your thinking. And it is all because of a chemical in your brain. Mm-hmm. It's this science. Science gives us, I love science. I love medical advances that have been able to pinpoint what happens in the winter months. So in addition to taking vitamin D, in addition to getting your vitamin D levels checked by a medical professional, you can ask for that. They'll give it to you. Being out in the sun, opening those curtains. You can also get a lamp that is $19.95. Y'all put that on your Christmas list, and maybe Santa will come bring you. Santa will come bring you one of those lamps that can mimic the sunlight, and you could use that around you so that you can take it. You can take responsibility for your mental health and making sure that you show up for your family. Like a lot of us don't live alone. We're
Right.
married, we're spouses, we're moms, we're children. We have responsibilities to our work. We have responsibilities to our loved ones to make sure that we show up and we can create these environments in which we can be appreciative and grateful of everything that we have around us. And sometimes we aren't able to do that. So, hey, everybody, we are here talking about seasonal depression, clinically known as seasonal affective disorder. And we're talking about finding hope in the darkest days. And I got to say, this weekend was the winter solstice. So these were the darkest days of the year. And it's happening. It happens every single year. And Gary Hatcher wants to know what type of lamp.
So I'm going to drop it in the chat for you.
Okay. Drop it in the chat.
It's a light therapy lamp. It has to have 10,000 lux. It has to be a 10,000 lux therapy light. So I'm going to drop it in the chat for you. 10, and this one is $19.99.
Okay. Look at this. We should have got some sponsorships, Dr. Renata. What's going on? CVS can sponsor me if they want to, or Walgreens or whatever, or Rite Aid. Anybody know some sponsorships? We're taking sponsorships. But anyway, while she puts this in the chat, I just want to say hello, everybody, for joining us. We are talking about seasonal depression. We are explaining it. You got two licensed professionals here to talk about mental health, and we are finding hope in these dark days. Deborah is talking about how she finds she is working out.
Yes, moving. And that's what I wanted to add. Exercise and staying active will also boost your mood because it will give you more energy. A lot of people say, oh, I don't want to work out. I get so tired. Well, exercise actually boosts your energy, and a boost in energy boosts your mood. So staying active can also boost your mood and help you deal with symptoms of seasonal affective disorder. And Deborah, I know that line dancing class is fun.
Yeah. Well, listen, I know y'all can tell Dr. Renata's from New Orleans.
I am.
There's a lot of line dancing down there. I know I partied in New Orleans. Oh my Lord. I partied hard in New Orleans. Okay, and so Black Lexicon has a question. He says, what Kelvin level and color spectrum is the light? Let me tell you, Black Lexicon is on Amazon trying to buy this thing. So
I would have to, I don't know that exact answer to that specific question. I would have to go look in the description and let you know.
Usually I find that I'm putting it in there. I'm putting it in here. Light therapy from Amazon. The link is in there, and we are not sponsored by this. So, but if anybody wants to sponsor us, you can. We are not sponsored by this. We're just professionals who understand that this light therapy can mimic the sunlight. It has to be at least 10,000 lux. And typically, if you go on Amazon, it'll tell you.
It'll tell you the specifics.
Yeah, this is for seasonal affective disorder. And that's how many people get it. Let me go over some information, some stats. Let's see what we have. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, up to 0.5% to 3% of the general population is affected by seasonal affective disorder. 10 to 20% of individuals with major depression disorder and 25% of those with bipolar disorder experience seasonal patterns of their mood disturbances. There's also gender disparities. According to research from Boston University, women are 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder than men, probably because women we complain more and we probably in tune more. I don't know what. We'll make some assumptions there. Also, of course, geographical, the prevalence of seasonal affective disorder in North America varies by latitude. Not too many people in Florida, but New Hampshire. I don't know too many Black people live in New Hampshire, but I'm sure we everywhere. But 9% of people in New Hampshire have seasonal affective disorder. Children, according to a study, of the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, between 1.7 and 5.5% of children aged 9 to 19 also experience seasonal affective disorder. These are teenagers and kids that don't want to get out of bed. They don't want to go to school. They tired. Their energy level is down, and they don't have enough vitamin D in their body, and you need that. So come on, we got to be easy on our children. We need to know if they're tired and they're not wanting to hang out and they're not as upbeat as normal, it could possibly be seasonal affective disorder. We already talked about light therapy. Light therapy can be shown to be effective. 85% of individuals diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder, 85%.
85%. And can I speak on the kids right quick?
Please speak on the kids. Speak on the
children. So we know kids growing up now are totally different from how we grew up. So when we grew up, we used to go outside. Our parents used to make us go outside, right? Now we have this social media where our kids are just on it all day. So that's another reason why we see seasonal affective disorder is more prevalent in kids, because they're not going outside because of social media and just this digital world that these kids have become accustomed to. So it's important for kids to do a digital detox. So get them off the phones, get them off the computer, and get them outside, get them playing soccer, get them playing jump rope, hopscotch. Just get them out and get them more active so they can get that natural sunlight and boost those vitamin D levels up, because vitamin D in kids can look like depression. It also can look like ADHD as well. So be mindful with that and have the pediatricians monitor the vitamin D levels and see if you can get that supplementation if there is a vitamin D deficiency, because that is something that can be corrected with a simple vitamin D tablet or a liquid.
Yeah, and we got to get our kids outdoors. Even though it's cold outside, they can put a coat on. By the way, none of my kids wear coats. It'd be 20 degrees outside, and they're just going out in a hoodie. What is this? I don't know what that is. But you could get them bundled up and get them outside and active. So not only are you getting vitamin D from the sun, but these kids are moving. They're feeling good. Their serotonin level is up. And hey, I live in Illinois, so I know the winter is coming and the snow is coming. Get out there and go sledding. Have some fun in the snow. Some of my best memories as a child was just walking around in the snowsuit, just getting cold, having snowball fights and playing with my friends. And the cell phone, I didn't even have a cell phone in college. That's how old I am. I just can't believe it. So you guys, the world is changing and we have to figure out how we can adjust to the changes that's happening, because we can't stop it. There is no going back to how things are. We have to accept and embrace change, but then we have to understand how we can adjust to the inevitable change. And part of this is having some time where we're putting down our phones, all of us, parents, mamas, and daddies. Go outside with your child.
Go outside with
your kids. For a walk.
And it's bonding time. It's bonding time. So you get to talk about your kids, find out how their day was, find out what's going on with them and their friends. So it's a win-win.
We're taking a holistic approach here.
It's a win-win. And just to circle back on women at an increased rate for seasonal affective disorder, and I think the simple explanation for that is because of all of the hormonal changes we go through. We have the menstrual cycles, we have pregnancy, we have menopause. All of that has a direct effect on serotonin levels, and we know serotonin levels can be decreased in individuals who have seasonal affective disorder. So that's why women are more prevalent to get the seasonal affective disorder symptoms, because of our hormonal levels.
And then on top of it, it's a lot on us as women.
Yes, we do feel the pressures.
Women and mothers, we carry on quite a bit. I find that women absorb the emotional burden of everybody in the house. We take on and we pick up and we carry on all of the emotional things that are happening within a family. That we hold on to a lot of that stuff because we're helping everybody else out.
Helping everybody else. Wow.
On top of all these other biological changes.
Yep. So that's the explanation. That is the clear-cut, dry explanation for why women are more prevalent to seasonal affective disorder.
Yes, Carl, we know men affect, but I like to look at facts. That we are explaining as professionals, why is it that women are 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder than men? We're not making it up in our head. We are licensed. I'm a licensed therapist. Dr. Renata is a board certified. We're not talking off of the top of our head from experience. This is evidence-based information that you're getting. We know men suffer.
Yes, men
we
can
know
get seasonal affective disorder. We are not taking that.
Acknowledging that women have unique sufferings does not diminish men. When we talk about the unique challenges that women have, how do people think that it somehow takes away from what men have? It comes across, Carl, disrespectful. It comes across like you're diminishing the real experiences of women. Most of my clients are men, so I understand. But we're explaining the gender disparities here. All right, let's move on. But thank you for the comment. We love you, Carl. But I want to make that clear. I just want to make that clear. Lots of love for you. We want to make that clear. Anyway, let's move on. So anything else you want to say about gender differences, gender disparity?
I think I nailed it.
You think you nailed it? I just wanted to add some more color to it because these are the things that I think that we say to each other and that we do to each other. And I think we don't want to have this energy where we're diminishing and devaluing someone's real experience and being able to speak up. And to be able to talk about it and to be able to voice things without it being, okay, well, what is it for this person? And what is it for that? It's like it comes across as, let's validate this real experience for children. You know, children are vulnerable. Women are a vulnerable group in a lot of different ways because of the biological things that are happening with women that are unique to women.
Okay. Yeah, it does sound a little insensitive, Carl, but we love you.
We love you. Doctor said he'd take vitamin D pills. Yes, Gary Hatcher. Oh my God, the guy named Hatcher was mayor of Gary. So when you say Gary Hatcher, it reminds me of that. But anyway, hello everybody. Welcome, welcome. Seasonal affective depression explained. We are finding hope in the darkest of days. We have talked about all the different ways in which you can recognize this in yourself. But if you know that you have other people who are affected by seasonal affective disorder, please make sure that you like and you share and you comment. Yes, I know, Carl, we love you. She's just asking questions. And there's some other people who self-disclosed, like David. David is a gentleman, and he said he's been going through a lot of anxiety and depression. Thank you for sharing. And that he find ways to cope, like exercising, like stated in like artwork.
Artwork is a really good form of therapy. It really is. Artwork, music therapy, I encourage all of that because that is a unique form of expression, and it does help you focus on what the canvas that you have in front of you, as opposed to being so directed with other negative thoughts. You're really focusing on the piece that you have in front of you. So it kind of works as a thought deterrent. So I definitely encourage artwork. Music therapy is also a good one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think being creative and looking at our creative side makes you feel really good. And
Mhm.
sharing that creativity, men can sometimes, or I can, I get real self-conscious about my creative side when I do some artwork and I get people, artists are sensitive. So
They
they get
are
into
about their
that,
craft.
but it's beautiful to be able to share what you've learned, and you'll be surprised how much you inspire other people
Yeah.
and how you can create a community that inspires creativity. Because a lot of times, like sometimes I have my job, the things that I do where I'm teaching and I'm grading papers, I don't always have the outlet that I really want to be able to be as creative as I want. And it makes me feel really balanced. I'm balancing literally my left brain and right brain, and it
Mhm.
makes me feel good.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that he brought up artwork, and we're talking about creativity, because another thing that comes to my mind is getting into the holiday spirit. Something so simple as decorating a Christmas tree or throwing up some lights can definitely change your mood and put you more in the spirit and take you out of such negative thoughts that's associated with seasonal affective disorder. Even getting a lighter color blanket or painting a wall a lighter color, things like that can help enhance your mood.
Yeah, this is what's called self-care, and self-care
Mhm.
is self-love. And it works that way. It's kind of like one little thing that you do, like getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to open these blinds. It's a domino effect because it
Yeah.
makes you go, I think I'm going to go outside and grab
Mhm.
the newspaper. Or if anyone gets a newspaper, grab the mail. My mailbox is across the street. So I got to walk over there and grab the mail, and then you end up talking to a neighbor and you end up sharing things. And it just helps you get out of our shell, out of our houses and into the world just by one step. Or going out, instead of buying it on Amazon, maybe going to Walmart. We're not sponsored by Walmart, but
Dollar
going to
General, Dollar
Walmart
Tree.
and getting out and moving around and spending time with people. Who said Nurse Ratchet? Nurse Ratchet allows me to do puzzles only when I'm nice to other people. This is, I'm sorry. That is hilarious, by the way. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That's the reference to that movie. Thank you. Whoever 2025 Pearl Sanj. Anyway, y'all, you hilarious. But yeah, comedy, making, laughing, having fun with people. It just instantly increases your mood. And I know I talked about this before, but we've now given you a whole list. We've given you a list of things to do if you know somebody who has seasonal affective disorder and are affected by the blues, the winter blues. Here are some things you can go out and get them for Christmas. Number one, a 10,000 lux light therapy. The link is in the chat, you guys. Let me see if I can put it in here again. The link is in the chat of where you can get light therapy. It costs $19.99. It's not that expensive. You can get that. Going outside, feeling better, taking vitamin D, um, talking to your primary care physician so that they can take some blood work and see if you are deficient. Because Black folks, we need more vitamin D than most
We
to
do.
absorb. We talked about artwork and music therapy, being around people who are confirming to you. Children need to put the cell phones down and get out and move around. And as we talked about, all of us need to move so we can move with our children. We talked about gender disparities with seasonal affective disorder. Women are 4 times as likely. So there's an interaction between a chemical happening when our serotonin levels dip, but also we got menopause, we have menstruation cycles, we have all of these hormonal changes happening as well. And before we wrap up for the night, could Dr. Renata let everybody know where to find you? Let her any last thoughts that you have about seasonal affective disorder.
So, my last thought for seasonal affective disorder is, if you are dealing with seasonal affective disorder, or you know someone who is dealing with seasonal affective disorder, let's give each other some grace. Um, let's be patient And let's be positive. I also want to encourage you all to educate yourselves. There's a lot of resources out here to educate yourselves so you can be a support for yourself and others. And if you are experiencing seasonal affective disorder and the symptoms seems to persist and the symptoms get a little worse, don't be afraid to reach out for help. So if you notice your mood just getting more, you're just getting more and more depressed. You can't get out of bed. Your appetite is fluctuating. You're eating a little bit more. You're not eating enough. And you just feel like you just have thoughts of wanting to hurt yourself. That is when you need to seek help. Okay. So don't be afraid to reach out. There's a lot of resources out there. There's a National Alliance for the Mentally Ill. That's NAMI. You can reach out to them. Also, I just want to tell everyone to just be a little kinder to people, especially during this time, because we never know what people are going through. Like I said, there's a lot of financial strain on individuals. There's people experiencing grief. A lot of times we lose some loved ones, and when holiday comes up, we kind of long for that person to be present with us. So it's a lot that people can be going through during this time. So just be a little patient. I also want to say that journaling is helpful as well. I have created a workbook. It's called Wrong Thoughts, Right Notebook. And in this journal, there are daily prompts and daily exercises for you to go through and identify negative thoughts and do all kind of exercises to change those negative thoughts into positive thoughts. So I am going to drop the link in the chat for this journal.
I just dropped it in there. Thank you so much. Y'all get this journal with Dr. Renata Weatherspoon put this together, and it is a journal to help you. All you got to do is click on it and go and download her journal. Buy this journal. This is so important. And I just want to thank you so much, Dr. Renata. I got to have you back on. Look at Carl. Carl's asking about ADHD, children with ADHD. Sometimes we just talked about children with ADHD. It really could be a vitamin deficiency, vitamin D deficiency, seasonal affective disorder. Sometimes it looks like it could be ADHD. So it's definitely important to see a professional. Thank you, Carl. And sorry, I didn't want to come down on you hard, Carl, but I want to give women, I do want to give women their space to be. It's important for all of us to give each other the compassion that we need. And we have to be mindful. Thank you, Parrish. Mental Health Awareness USA. Yes, happy holidays.
That's another resource. Thank you so much.
Yes, let me put it up here. Another resource up there for everybody. And also, to know when we talk about these things, you can text the word love to 87948 and you'll get notified. People will get notified about when I go live. And I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Everything, no matter where you are in control of your mental health. You deserve it. You are in control of your self-care. Self-care is self-love. Put that Christmas tree up. I know. Don't come down on me. I know it's a pagan ritual. I know, but you know what? The Christmas lights are beautiful, and it's going to help you feel better. I know. Don't tell me. I know, but it's going to make you feel good, and I can't wait to celebrate Christmas with my family. And waiting on my hubby. My hubby's coming home soon. He's been out and about visiting some of his relatives, but he's coming home. And we're going to hang together and enjoy each other. So y'all make sure y'all enjoy each other. Make sure you text the word love to 87948. And especially make sure you go and get Dr. Renata's workbook here about your thoughts. Yes. Oh, and then I don't want to forget. Let's not forget. Follow me on Instagram, please. Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And if you want to work with me, of course. And I got a team of people. I got a team of therapists that I work with. coachingwithdralicia.com. Y'all go there. If you feeling the blues and nothing that we're saying seems to pull you out of this sadness, you can come and talk to me. I will make sure I link you up with some professionals in your area. And also, if you're in the New Orleans, Louisiana area, you make sure you reach out to Renata Boone. And
Yes,
that's
that's my website right there,
our website,
advancedpracticeconsult.com.
advancedpracticeconsult.com. And
Yes, you
so
could just fill out a contact us form and we will get back with you.
contact us form. Y'all can reach out to her. And I just want to thank you for coming on. I'm going to have you back on. We're going to
Thank
talk
you
about
for
all sorts of
having
stuff. I need a
me.
nurse. I need a nurse practitioner on here so that we can talk about some medical stuff. And so, anyway, goodbye, everybody. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, David. Thank you for disclosing. Carl, hang in there, Carl. Thank you, Parrish. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I'll be back Monday, though. I'll be saying Happy New Year to everybody by then. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Dr. Boyce Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp, where we get together every morning. We talk about our economics and ways to make ourselves better financially because we all about to get rich. We're all about to be successful. Our families will be successful. That's why we do this, because the things you do every day manifest themselves into your reality. Give me a yes and an amen in the chat if you agree. It's Sunday, so we might as well start preaching already. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. And I'm gonna tell you, I got something really interesting that I wanted to talk to you guys about. You guys know I get up in the morning and I just lean into God. I meditate on different things that are happening in life, and then the money always pops up because money is something that's just universal. Money is like it's like the oxygen of our society. You can't go through a day without confronting oxygen, food, the basic things, right? So you don't have to necessarily wake up thinking about air to be affected by it, right? So like money, I see money as the same way. I do not see money as some kind of like, like this specialized topic where we have to sit and only focus on the money. I see money as a tool. Money as a pathway to the real wealth, and the real wealth is all the things that money can't buy. See, that's how you get to what I might call financial heaven. Financial heaven is not having a bunch of money in your bank account. Financial heaven is what you know what to do with that money in your bank account. When you know how to use that money to make your life better. And the thing is, we also know that not having enough money and not being financially prepared can make your life worse. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you can imagine. Let's be intentional with our meditation here. Imagine times where a lack of money made your life harder, made your life more stressful. Can you imagine that? I know a lot of people that are miserable. My wife is a therapist and she's really, really into her profession. She's seeing a client right now, literally. She sees clients every morning. And one of the biggest things that pops up a lot for her clients is money issues. Money can cause fights, money can cause stress, money can make your life complicated. Or as Diddy used to say, more money, more problems. And I don't know if anybody has more problems than Diddy right now, if you know what I'm talking about. So anyway, with that being said, just to kind of frame that discussion, I wanted to ask you all a question today as you come into the chat. And by the way, some of you are asking what's my wife's website. It's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And by the way, my wife does a lot of stuff in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. We're the only two PhDs on the planet who have a Black Financial Therapy department. You won't find this at Harvard. You won't find this at Yale. You won't find this at any HBCU. But we created the Black Financial Therapy department because in order for your mind to get right, your money has to get right. Shout out to Ash Cash. He's a buddy of mine. He's one of the Earn Your Leisure guys, and I love Ash. We've known each other a long time, and he has a book called Mind Right, Money Right. And one of the things that's 100% true that I really hope to impress upon you and get you to understand, again, you're talking to a guy who wrote his dissertation on financial psychology. If you don't get your mind right, then your money will never be right. Right? If you don't address the trauma, if you don't address the deficiencies, it's going to be very, very difficult to have the discipline and the balance required to be able to obtain financial security. The nature of security in itself indicates a type of calmness, a type of contentment, a type of just balance. And so if you're not mentally balanced, then how in the hell are you gonna be financially balanced? If you're not content with every area of your life, what makes you think you're gonna ever be financially content? Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. I want you to kind of understand. I want to sit on this point for a minute so you'll hear me. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. If you can't find balance in your spirit, then how the hell are you gonna keep your bank account balance? How you gonna balance a checkbook when you can't balance your soul? Really? So balance is the key, man. And if you find your balance, then guess what? Your balance is gonna go up. You're gonna find that every balance in your and it won't just be in your wealth. It won't just be the money's the easy part. The money's the basic. That's the ground zero. That's the ground level stuff. You'll also find that your mental and physical health will improve. Your relationships will improve. And then you'll be in a situation where you get to say, not only am I doing well financially, but the people around me love me. I love them. We help each other. I help them. They help me. I'm elevated by their existence. I don't have to, I'm not succeeding in spite of the people around me. I'm succeeding because of the people around me. And the people around me are succeeding not in spite of me, but because of me. I talked to my girls the other day because my mother just graduated and went to heaven, and but don't worry about me. I'm gonna be all right. God got me. My mama gave me the God when I was a baby, and I've been good ever since. And I was telling them, they were talking to me about it and everything, and checking on me, and I appreciate it. And and I said if you want to know what my goal is as a dad is I do not want to be one of those men where you're at my funeral and you're thinking about how I made your life harder, right? I don't want you to be at my funeral thinking, man, this dude, oh my God, I'm so glad this dude is gone. Or now that the dude is gone, he didn't make any plans. He didn't prepare nothing for nobody. Now we all stressed out. He didn't plan for his own funeral. He thought he was never gonna die, and now we gotta all go do a GoFundMe and beg the church for money. And I'm sorry. I'm really and right now maybe I'm speaking more so as a man, but even women understand this. My grandma got this. My grandma never made a lot of money, but her arrangements were airtight, right? And it just makes things easier on other people. My mother, we're burying her this week, airtight. Like it's already stressful enough to have someone pass. It's even worse when they acted like they were never going to pass, right? And but yet eating fried chicken and using dope the whole time and and getting into shenanigans that were going to kill them, but yet somehow they thought they were never going to die. And I said, I would love it if at my funeral, my goal is for you to be like, man, my life is better because this dude was around. Like I met this guy. This guy was in my life, and he added value to my life. And I would encourage other people, parents, especially men, like that should be the goal. Be a playmaker in your family, be an asset to your family. If you think of it like a team, like a football team, you don't want to be the guy who always fumbled the damn ball. You don't want to be the guy who threw five interceptions in a row. You don't want to be the guy who was dumb enough to run into the wrong end zone because that's what we do a lot of times, especially with our wealth and our economics. If we don't spend time in training camp, which every morning this is called Millionaire Training Camp. Millionaire Training Camp is I think that's essential to helping you understand how to play the damn game. So when the game is over and they're looking at the stat sheet, you want to be the Heisman winner. You don't want to be the guy who was who who was messing up every time there was an opportunity, who kept was fumbling, throwing interceptions, giving the ball back to the defense. Like you want to be the guy where everyone says we won the game because of you. In every family, I really impress upon you that when it comes to this economic thing, this is a really serious game. This is a very big deal, and people ain't playing with you. In America, I can confirm to you 100%, and I don't say this as any kind of financial influencer. I've never been a financial influencer. I am a financial scientist. I'm a financial scholar. I've written original research papers on this topic, not books. Research papers, that's a whole nother level. You get the books out of the research papers because the research papers discover new ideas that have never been discovered by anyone in the history of all mankind. I want y'all to understand this. To write my dissertation and get it passed at Ohio State, I could not just regurgitate information that was out there. I had to go make a discovery, right? And this is a high level. This is almost like ninja level understanding of a topic, like molecular level. So as a person who understands these things from molecular level, who's meditated on this for many, many decades, I can confirm to you that you live in a society where money is the god. Money is the god. Capitalism is the Wizard of Oz. That's the big hungry beast to which sacrifices are made. And if you don't understand how this thing works, that beast will eat you alive. Or like my friend Andre C. Hattrick likes to say, he says, "Own or be owned." When I went on the Breakfast Club, I wore his shirt because I love that statement. In this society, you must own something or someone will own you. It's definitely a food chain, and you got people at the top of the food chain, and then you got people that are, that are at the bottom. And I don't want you at the bottom. Okay. All right. So anyway, let me move on. Let me one thing I want to mention. We did our financial slumber party last week, and if you wanted to get a recording of what we did, we went through a training called Stock Market Decoded. You can go to financialslumberparty.com. That's financialslumberparty.com. Also, my wife, the therapist, tonight she's doing, for those of you that are interested in what she does with relationship therapy, she understands all the tools for healthy relationships. She's doing her book club meeting tonight, where she's covering a book related to high romance, like how to have the kinds of relationships that you really want to have. And then tomorrow she's doing a session on a mental health Monday with some other Black therapists on dealing with your stuff, getting all of your crap out of your system as you go into 2025, how to be a new you, how to be the best version of yourself. So if you'd like to receive a link to join these sessions, pull out your phone, text the word love to the phone number 87948. So text love to the number 87948. Now, with that said, let me jump in. I want to share something with you guys. There was I saw this video that was on my Instagram, and I think Tiara KJ Williams might have shown it to me or something. But I really want y'all to watch this, and it's a conversation amongst three women. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, so it's on Dr. Boyce Finance. And so there are these three women having a conversation about money, and I thought it was really fascinating and just really interesting and honest about like their expectations when it comes to money. And I'd like to get your take on how you feel about this. If you feel that these women are gold diggers, or if you feel that they are just honest women that have meaningful, realistic expectations. I'm not here to judge that. I just want to get your opinion on that. So let me share my sound real quick, and I'm gonna play this video for you right now. And let's see here. Those who can't see the screen, you can just hear it. So here we go. Let me turn it up. All right, here we go.
Knows I'm going to lunch.
He knows you're
He
going to
knows
lunch.
my vibe. He knows how I like to move, and he only sent $30.
I'm not gonna bend over backward for a man that is just sending whatever he can. But if I'm talking
Yeah.
to him next time I'm out, and he says, "Oh, you need something for lunch," I'm gonna tell him it's okay. Somebody already sent me $100.
Okay. If we're being completely honest, right here, right now, we've all eaten lunch for $30.
Yes.
Let's start 100%.
Wait,
Cute little cafe spot, baby.
I'm
You
getting
get
lunch for
lunch.
17. I need to snap us and get something popping, but
We're not saying that we're ungrateful.
Right.
Food is food on the table. However, you know what the
Correct.
standard is.
Correct.
Me in that situation, handling it with grace. Thank you so much, baby. I'm so appreciative. I'm going to still take a picture of that bill, and I'm going to send it to him. Thank you for the 30. That was the tip.
Also, men, if you know that you cannot give $30, or if it's hard for you to give, then you need to date within
Don't
your.
date.
You
not
can
date.
No, you can.
Do not date.
But date with the woman that number
not
one
date.
does not have that expectation, or number two, it's in that range.
So he knows I'm going to lunch.
He knows you're
He
going to
knows
lunch.
my vibe.
Okay. So give me like a word or one or two words to describe how you felt about that video. Give me one or two words, and then I'll kind of give you an assessment. Okay, I see petty. Agnes says, "Wow, sad, liability, silly. Who are these crazy women? Bullshit." Okay, gold digger. Oh Lord, y'all don't like that video. Okay then. Um, wow. Okay, dumb, trifling, immature, unrealistic, delusional. Okay, all right, a headache. Ooh, buy your own lunch. Ooh, Lord. Okay, this is heavy. Okay, so I think that my first question on this, is and my wife and I have talked about this, and you guys know I wrote about this. I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and you guys can have the book for free, the e-copy. You can go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com. My wife's name is Alicia, and it's really interesting because I remember the internet kind of ran off with a rumor when she and I got married, and I shared my proposal and also the wedding online, which got hundreds of thousands of views. Somehow the internet's an amazing place because people will just make up something out of thin air and then people will run with it. So the thing that people ran with was that my wife, that she secretly wanted to date my friend Willie D. Willie D is my buddy from the Ghetto Boys, who he was in my wedding. And then the second interesting rumor was that she married me for my money, that she was a gold digger that really wanted to get access to my money. And we all, me, her, and Willie, we all kind of laughed about it because, well, first of all, Willie's not that kind of guy. There's plenty of women that are interested in him, and he doesn't need to take his friends wife. So he's not that kind of person at all. But we didn't worry about that. It was more entertaining. Like, wow, where did people get this from? And then the second one was the second thing about her wanting me for my money. I said that's really interesting because if people knew how much money you had when you married me, they would completely know how silly that is. And that really speaks to the limitations of other people sort of trying to assess what's going on inside somebody's relationship. Like nobody can do that. And if that were to ever happen to you, you got to let that go, you know. But with that said, though, I think that I know that my wife happens to be a person who is not really into money at all. Like she kind of has this idea. She and I will debate this, right? She'll debate this where she'll say money should not matter at all. All that matters is love because that's how she's built. She's built it where she just is into the whole love thing 100%. Um, and I see that more as a value judgment more so than an absolute sort of ideology. Um, the reality is that people who grew up with some type of financial trauma, who were financially stuck as children, they tend to be very sensitive to money because it's almost like a deficiency of a certain vitamin in your body. If you have a deficiency, of something and that vitamin is in a certain type of food, like for example if you have an iron deficiency, I think there's iron in steak. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not a nutritionist, but let's say meat has iron in it, then you might crave meat, right? You really want meat because you're like, I don't know why, but I just want a steak. I'm gonna go to the steakhouse, right? So people that have a financial deficiency as children tend to be the ones who will notice first. Like, do you got money? You got money? You got money? And so when I saw the women speaking, again, these are not women. I've seen women like this. I never. Those are not my types of women. When you get money, you can kind of tell the difference, between the people that really want money and those that are interested in other things outside of money. I'm willing to bet you that all three of them grew up with some sort of unique financial experience in their background that shaped their views when it comes to money. Either they went through some extreme poverty and some financial trauma as a result of the poverty. My father left my mother and she had no money, so we lived in a one-bedroom apartment in the hood, and my brother got shot because he was out in the streets trying to provide for the family, stuff like that. So I swore at that moment I would never ever have money problems again, and I would never deal with a broke person again. I also realized at that time, because of what my daddy did, that I can't trust no man, and men are only good for providing money or making a baby with, but otherwise they're worthless. Maybe something like that, right? You can imagine a narrative that might have pop up like that, right? Or it could just be something where maybe you grew up the whole time and you were just, a complete princess and got everything you wanted. So that might make you a little bit, some might say spoiled. You can either argue that you either have high standards or you're spoiled or both, right? And I think that can be a little bit of a headache too. We always talk about that. We always talk about setting super high standards, especially for our daughters. And then mothers do that with their sons. Like they'll baby their sons and say, I want every woman to treat my son a certain way. And then unfortunately, I don't think spoiled people do very well in the world. I think spoiled people are a pain in the ass, right? So I think the ability to provide that balance is really what the answer is, right? Like, okay, I want you to have high standards, but I don't need you to think you're the center of attention in every situation you go into. There are other people. You're part of a collective. You're part of a family. You're part of a community. And part of a family, being part of a family is something that I think is kind of a lost art in our community. Dr. George C. Fraser talked about the possible extinction of the black family or the decline of the black family. And so when you don't really have a healthy family where you have give and take, the reciprocity, right? An ecosystem where I'm given, but I'm also be able to take, and then I give a little bit, then I take a little bit. I'm not just a taker, I'm not just a giver. When you don't understand that balance, it's very easy to go into situations with a type of desperation. Right. Let me give you an example. Has anybody ever seen a situation where, like, let's say you got a poor kid that like lived in like a really poor neighborhood and where you had to fight for food. Like, right, like they had seven siblings, there might be two cheeseburgers, and whoever couldn't get to the food first didn't get to eat. Or five pieces of chicken and six kids, and you had to fight to get that piece of chicken. Like, anybody ever seen that? Like, I want you to imagine that, right? Okay. Now, how do you think, let's say that kid goes and visits his friend that lives in the suburbs, where there's never a food shortage. There's plenty of food for everybody. The mama can buy enough cheeseburgers for everybody, enough chicken for everybody. What does that kid usually do when it's dinner time? Y'all tell me, describe it in one sentence. How is that kid going to react when there's plenty of food on the table? What are they going to do? Put it in the chat. Anybody ever seen it? What are they going to, how would they typically respond? Or let's say there's a bunch of candy and they're not used to, like candy's really hard to come by. What do you think they're going to do? They're gonna hoard it. There you go. That's the word. Thank you, AJ. They're gonna be putting pieces of chicken in their pocket. Right? They're gonna be stealing stuff that they don't even need to steal, right? Like not all the time, right? But they could, right? They literally it's like, oh, I better get this. I better grab this before it's too late because I came from a scarcity environment, which gave me a scarcity mindset. And again, maybe my wife here could, I wish she was here so she could kind of give the psychologist or the therapist perspective. But I'm willing to bet you that that extreme scarcity becomes a type of trauma that never goes away. And as I've told you, I mentioned this before. We got to remember this. The biggest economic challenge you have in the Black community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. A lot of us went through horrible stuff and nobody ever healed or even acknowledged it. It's like, oh, you're a strong Black woman. Of course you're fine. You can't fix trauma by ignoring it. It doesn't go, it just sits in the background and just kind of like a little drum beat in your subconscious, and it just keeps messing up your life. It's like a little invisible demon that's just coming into every relationship you have and saying, I got you, right? Like ruining every situation that you're in, every choice you make is coping with this demon, this cancer in the spirit that you've never really addressed because you're strong and you can't tell nobody, or either you're a strong Black woman who don't need no man, whatever those stereotypes are, or you're a strong man who's just so masculine that you can't reveal the areas where you are vulnerable, where you are hurting, where you are treated unfairly. And there's ways to fix that. And I want to encourage you to consider that. Okay, it'll just make life better, I promise. Because actually, when my wife got certified in trauma, one thing she told me that really kind of fascinated me was she talked about all the health effects that come from trauma. She said traumatized people who don't deal with their trauma, they're more likely to get cancer, they die earlier, they have, all these health conditions that come out of that. And not so it's not just the relationships, not just the mental health. It literally manifests itself in your body, like you die from this. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. So anyway, with this particular video, and I want to play it one more time because I want to kind of make a couple more remarks on this, sort of based on financial theory and financial psychology to kind of understand this. Let me play it one more time. So I'll just be quiet and play it. Here we go.
He knows how I like to move, and he only sent $30.
I'm not gonna bend over backward for a man that is just sending whatever he can. But if I'm talking to him next time I'm out, and he says, "Oh, you need something for lunch?" I'm gonna tell him it's okay. Somebody already sent me $100.
Okay. If we're being completely honest, right here, right now, we've all eaten lunch for $30.
Yes.
Let's start
100%. Cute little cafe spot, baby.
I'm gonna snap us and get something popping, but
we're not saying that we're ungrateful.
Right.
Food is food on the table. However, you know what the standard is.
Correct.
Me in that situation, handling it with grace. Thank you so much, baby. I'm so appreciative. I'm going to still take a picture of that bill and I'm going to send it to him. Thank you for the 30. That was the tip.
Also, men, if you know that you cannot give $30 or if it's hard for you to give, then you need to date within
Don't
your...
date.
You
not
can
date.
date. No, you can.
Do not date.
But date with the woman that number
not
one
date.
does not have that expectation, or number two, it's in that range.
So he knows.
Okay, so one other thing I noticed in the video is it's kind of something that I kind of tried to politely mention, even when Kevin Samuels kind of did his thing. I like Kevin. Kevin did a video about me, and he was supportive of me, because I was being unfairly criticized about something that I had nothing to do with, but still, I like the guy. I think he was very, very smart. But one of the areas, I don't care, who the person is. If I disagree with you, I'm gonna tell you I disagree with you. It doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means I disagree. I felt like he generalized a lot, right? When you got into this whole conversation about high value man, high value woman, that literally was a complete violation of everything that economic theory ever teaches us about value. Um, when I worked on my doctorate, my specialty was an area called asset pricing. Okay. Asset pricing is basically valuing things. How do we construct value? And one of the biggest things about value that you have to understand is that value is in the eye of the beholder. Tell me if you understand what I'm saying. I don't want to talk over anybody's heads or sound uppity or nothing, but I gotta pull out my PhD on this and say valuation is not a universal idea. There's no such thing as like everyone sees this thing as being valuable. Let me give you an extreme example. Give me a guess if you remember. Do you remember when that they sold that piece of art, the banana taped to the wall for $6.2 million? Give me a guess if you remember when that auction took place. They literally had an auction at Sotheby's, I guess, and or maybe somewhere else. And somebody, a smart person, paid $6.2 million for a banana duct tape to a wall. It's a piece of art called The Comedian. And believe it or not, there's a lot of economic theory to completely justify that purchase, as crazy as it sounds. Now, I'm going to ask you all another question. If somebody said, I have a banana taped to a wall, um, would you pay $6 million for it? Or let's say they give you a discount. They say we're gonna save you 3 million. You can pay 3.2 million for it. Would you buy that banana? Give me a yes or no. Would you consider that banana taped to a wall to be worth $3 million? Yes or no? Would you pay 1 million for it? Let's take 2 million off the table. I mean, we just gave you another $2 million. Come on now. Seriously, don't be stingy. You're saving $5 million on this. And wow, yes or no? Would you do it? No, a lot of you would not. Now, some of you would, maybe because you understand a little bit more about valuation. You see, if you understand how art is valued and how markets work, then you would say, I don't know, let me think about that. Because here's the real answer to that question. The real question is, if I pay $1 million for this banana duct tape to a wall, and I have this certificate of authenticity that this was the artist who duct taped the banana to the wall. That this is the only piece of this art that other people can duct tape a banana to the wall, but it's not the same banana, it's not the same duct tape, it's not the same artist, it's not the same authenticity. And if I know, pay attention, if I know that I can find somebody somewhere that will pay me something even close to that 6.2 million for this piece of art, well, then I suddenly go from being the dumbest person in the room to being an absolute genius. That they in finance they call that the bigger fool theory. That you can find a bigger fool that's willing to pay a higher price than what you paid. That's what drives the whole art market. So value. So my point here is to say that whether you're talking about human beings on the dating market, it is a market. Just like the stock market is a market, just like the grocery store is a market, just like a nightclub is a market. If you talk about the dating market or anything else, valuation is very subjective. It's very subjective. So when Kevin would go into this space of like, if you're over 35, nobody wants you because you're not a high value woman anymore. I was like, stop that. Stop saying that, man. Not only does it mean you're hurting people's feelings, I know a lot of amazing women over 35 who are as gorgeous as the day is long. And, first of all, that's just some mean shit to say. Excuse my French. I thought I think you can make your point without being a jerk about it. But the internet likes that. The internet likes when people see people don't understand. Kevin Samuels did a lot of content before he blew up. A couple years before he passed, and it was very intelligent. It was very balanced. It was much more decent than it was, and people didn't really pay attention to him till he just strategically became kind of an asshole. Not all the time, but you know what I mean. Just kind of like I don't care how you feel. I'm dismissing you. I'm going to hang up on you if you disagree with me because you're stupid. When he started doing that, then people started liking that, and that's what the internet does. The internet tends to embrace extreme, chaotic personalities, and I just thought that was a problem. I did not enjoy that very much, and I thought that was beneath him. But with that also being said, valuation is subjective. So when people and anybody who says, "Well, that's a high value man, that's a high value woman," I'm like, under what criteria? Who are you talking about? Like, for example, if you talk about men, if you get a group of black men together and say, what women do you consider to be high value? Sure, there might be some areas that might be universal, like, well, the sex is good or blah, blah, blah. But then there might be another guy who says, yeah, the good sex is nice, but I kind of like a woman who's thin. And another guy's like, oh no, I wanted to have some meat on her bones. And the other guy's like, well, either one can work for me as long as she can cook, right? Whatever, right? So different people have different criteria of what's high value and low value. So anything that's universal, like when that woman said, if you don't have enough money, you shouldn't date, that's fundamentally, automatically, unconditionally, pretty much incorrect. It's incorrect because some women may say, oh, if you ain't got no money, you can't date me, right? That's okay. I think it's perfectly okay to have your own expectations, your own standards, your own whatever. I think that what made this video awkward and really a little embarrassing for these women there is that their comments really didn't tell you about the world. Their comments really tell you about them. You think you're defining, you think you're describing the world, but you're not describing the world. You're describing yourself. You're describing your background. You're telling me about maybe your financial trauma that led you to become so hyper obsessed with money that money, see, you got to understand, as a person who wants you to really think about money, I need you to understand that the reason I want you to think about money is so that you can stop thinking about money so much and start thinking about something else. See, that's consciousness. That might have confused you. So let me say it again. Money is an obsession for many of us because money is a deficiency. When you address the deficiency, you have to hyper focus on addressing it so that you can stop thinking about the deficiency. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get it? Does this make sense to you? So here's the thing. When you have a deficiency and you haven't addressed it, then guess what? You go through life saying, oh, he got money, he got money, he got money, he got money. And then money does not become your liberator. Money incarcerates you and gives you nothing but a bunch of blind spots, because that means any old asshole who might rape you, beat you, steal from you, lie to you, hurt your feelings, abandon you, can get into your life, get into your bed, get access to your body because he got money. Because you have publicly announced the ticket to admission. And I say this as a man who has always had money. I have had money for a very long time. When I was 31, my first job, I made 6 figures, and it's been upward ever since. So one of the things that I used to process and think about, because I think about things and I'm an observer and I'm a thinker, is I was really fascinated by how often I would run into women who were willing to give me the keys to the whole kingdom just because I could send you an extra $500 for rent. And I'm like, you don't understand. $500, that's not a lot of money to a person that has money. You mean you're willing to let me come in your house and do only God knows what? If I buy you like a $500 gift, that's what moves me automatically to the front of the line? That's a very dangerous way to view the world. Because there are a lot of rich men who have STDs that you can't get back. There are a lot of rich men who will destroy your life. There are rich men who will embarrass you in front of your friends, hurt your feelings, and possibly even kill you. You know, Phil Spector, you don't know, remember Phil Spector? He was a really big music guy back in the 60s. And because all these women were attracted to him because he was rich and famous, he would like beat the hell out of them because he knew that they wouldn't. You ain't gonna do nothing. You don't keep letting me beat you I'll just write you a check every time I beat your ass. And it's not a lot of money to me. It's like, oh, $1,000. Okay, here you go, right? but Phil Spector would spend $1,000 on on toilet paper or something. Right? So the point of the matter is that you got to be real careful when you bring money into the conversation, because you have to be able to process the nuances of it. I believe that your goal should be able to look at things in a what is called a multivariate kind of standpoint. That's consciousness, the ability to see all things. Like, and here's the point. Here's another point I want to drill into on this. There's not really anything wrong, in my opinion. This is my perspective. You feel free to disagree. There's nothing wrong with those women having a financial preference. I told you every book on evolution says that generally speaking, women are attracted to various forms of security. Financial security is one type of security. I told you about that. When I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, I was fascinated with the women I talked to and how offended and how hurt they would be if the financial security was undermined, which goes back to this evolutionary belief that women want to just protect their babies. And if you can't protect the babies by providing and protecting and all this other stuff, then they're going to be very upset with you and maybe not even attracted to you. Their bodies, not in all cases, but in many cases, it seems like their bodies are almost wired to not want to reproduce with you, which is weird in the Black community. Almost like it's flipped on his head. Because sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, sometimes women will have a baby with a guy where I'm like, wow, why was that man even in your bedroom? But I'm not judging. I'm not judging. Let me just stop there. But generally speaking, they have a right to have that preference. I think that what makes it awkward is that they're stating their preference publicly, and they're stating it as some sort of unconditional truth that everybody has to abide by. Like the one lady who said, you shouldn't date if you don't have enough money. that's silly. Why you can't say something like that? Maybe she should say, you shouldn't try to date me if you don't have any money. Because to me, that's no different from a man saying, you shouldn't try to date me if you don't cook. Or you shouldn't try to date me if you don't have any hair. You shouldn't try to date me if your booty ain't, the right size. Whatever. And I think that people have a right to have those preferences. I think that what makes it easier is when you keep it to yourself. Like we've all, everybody should have preferences. Everyone should have standards. I had, my wife, I thought my wife was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I loved her body. I love her. I love smart women. I really don't know if I could have married a woman who wasn't that smart, right? So there's preferences are okay. But I think that when you get to the point where you state your preferences and in a way that is dismissive and rude, to people who don't meet that standard, I think that that's when you kind of gone over the line a little bit and really revealed yourself in a negative way. So if I say all women over the age of 35, that I'll never forget. That was the last thing that was so bad for Kevin, to say that as the last part of his legacy. Because I was like, man, now you're forcing me to disagree with you again. He's like, all women over 35, you're the leftovers, nobody wants you. And I'm like, I was probably upset about it because right before I married my wife, I'd made a personal decision to say that I don't want to date a woman under the age of 35 because I'm a grown ass man. I'm 45 years old. I don't want to date a woman. I don't want to date a woman in her 20s. That's like dating a kid. So like I like the women over 35 because you're young enough where you still look amazing, but you're old enough where I can talk to you about a cartoon that came on in the 1980s and you're not going to look at me like I'm your grandpa, or whatever, right? So really, I kind of think that these conversations are really important conversations because what I want you to realize is that here, let's look at the big picture perspective of what's happening in the world. Has anybody, give me a yes if you've heard all the studies about global population decline? Has anybody heard about that? Especially in countries like Japan, mostly places where non-black people live, their populations are dropping. African people, God bless them, they didn't listen to Bill Gates when he was telling them to stop having babies. They just kept doing it. So Africa is going to be in a power position in the next century because they kept having babies, even when the rest of all the white people were saying, stop having babies because you got too many people. Even the Asian people fell for that. China used to have too many people, so they implemented the one child policy. Now they're like trying to hurry up and get people to reproduce again. But sorry, you've already created a culture where in some Asian countries, it's really crazy. The men and the women can't stand each other collectively. There's like there's like the feminist movement, but then there's like the anti-feminist movement. And in South Korea, the men, my son was telling me about this. In South Korea, the men are like protesting and there are these like pink seats on the buses that you're supposed to give to the women when they get on the bus. And the men are literally sitting in the pink seats and saying, we're not giving you a seat. F you, right? And I said, oh, so they hate their women as much as some black people do. So we're not the only ones. So anyway, when you create that culture where the men and the women just are divided and don't want to deal with each other and are irritated with each other, don't want to sacrifice, don't want to, that's the key word, sacrifice for things like family and longevity and commitment and relationships. Well, then, yeah, you're going to have a reproduction problem. In fact, a lot of the studies say that since the pandemic, I want to say like over 70% of young men under the age of 25 haven't slept with a woman in over a year, which that means, see, and that's the thing. People think sex is just about pleasure. No, people have plenty of pleasure in the world, but sex is ultimately for reproduction. Dating, mating, how you approach each other plays a big role in whether you have families, whether your genetics even survive in the next generation. See, we always keep thinking about like, oh, is he cute? That it starts there, but it's supposed to turn into marriage and kids and all that. My mother and my father had a great story about how they met, and my father saw my mother in the library. He said he turned to his buddy. He said, "I'm going to marry that woman right there." And his buddy laughed, but my father was serious. He had just got back from Vietnam. He went up to another guy that was talking to my mother, and he said to the guy, he said, if I see you talking to her again, I'm gonna kick your ass. He literally did this. This is the kind of man my father is. So he knew what he wanted. And when you ask him, you say, well, what made you approach her in that way? He said, I knew what I wanted. I wanted your mother. And they literally they had their 50th wedding anniversary a month ago. 50 years. They did 50 years, 50, 5 decades together. And then a month later, my mother graduated and went to heaven. So and the attitude that was required for that to even occur was an attitude that you don't often see with a lot of young people now, and it really concerns me. It really does, right? So right now, if you look at the big picture, you have a global population decline. Even Elon Musk is concerned about it, right? Which is interesting. And then within that, you have kind of the breakdown of families and stuff like that. And people, it really, in our community, you have a scenario where most families are not whole and complete. Biological mother, biological father, 4 or 5 kids. It's sort of disheveled sometimes, a little bit chaotic, and that becomes very confusing for the children. By the way, how many of y'all, give me a yes if you have been sort of the victim of a Rolling Stone or somebody that wasn't thinking about the future, that where the kids are just splattered everywhere, and you got siblings all across town, and so or somebody dies and there's kids that nobody knew about, and or you were maybe the family secret, or you were, and that was a little bit of my life. My father had a couple other kids, besides the one he had with my mother, which was me, and it made it awkward, like when we were all trying to coordinate all this, and it is kind of messy. And what that speaks to some extent, is a lack of strategy, a lack of discipline, a lack of commitment in terms of really, and leadership. Really, it's leadership, right? If I don't see myself as a leader, if I'm a young man and I don't see myself as a leader, or I see myself as a victim, or I see myself just as somebody who's just going to go whichever direction the wind blows, then guess what? Then that's going to create a very unsturdy foundation for the thing that's supposed to become my legacy and supposed to become my family. Right? When you're not thinking long term, like when I talk to young guys, I'm like, look, you got to realize the things that you choose to do now are going to affect people that are not yet born. My grandfather made decisions in World War II that led to 60 years later having 50 people around the dinner table at Thanksgiving, all of whom knew exactly who their cousins were, who their siblings were, who the family was. And so ultimately, this sort of, so these dating, mating conversations, where people are making these major decisions based on whether or not somebody can take them to the Cheesecake Factory, I think are very, very dangerous, actually. And it really is very damaging to legacy. And this is why I pay very close attention to how Black people are talking about their relationships right now, because I see us going in a direction where it's only going to be more chaotic, because we tend to think about sex as something, okay, I'm going to have sex with you because it's going to be pleasurable. I'm not at all thinking about the fact that one day I'm going to be somebody's grandpa, and all these people are going to be judging the decisions I made when I was in my 20s and my 30s, and they may not judge them favorably. So when you talk about wealth and planning and investing and all this other stuff, I encourage you to sit and meditate on your life now, but I want you to also meditate on your life 30 years from now, and really try to see if the two reconcile with each other, or try to look down the path. This is consciousness. Consciousness, part of consciousness is, it reminds me of when Wayne Gretzky, the great hockey player, used to say that he doesn't go where the puck is located. He goes where the puck is gonna be. He goes where the puck is going, right? So when you look at your life, I encourage you to say, well, where is the puck going? If I keep living like this, if I keep smoking and drinking every day, where's that going? What am I becoming? Oh, you're becoming an alcoholic. You're becoming a drug addict. If I keep womanizing and run around just doing whatever, what am I becoming? Well, you're not really becoming a husband and father necessarily. You might just becoming the guy who's like the old player, where you're 45, 50 years old, and then you're looking back at all the times that you just had all these worthless experiences and never accumulated to anything. So sometimes wasting your relationships a little bit is like wasting money, right? When think about this. If you look at your financial life and you look at the last 20 years of your financial life, for a lot of us, unfortunately, we were trapped in the moment. We were thinking about what we were going to do right then. We were thinking about things we were going to buy right away. We weren't really necessarily investing long term, and so we have all this energy, all this financial energy that we put out into the world. Am I lying? Right? This energy where we're spending here, we're buying this, buying that, getting a new car, you're paying money to go see some girl, whatever it is that you're doing with your money, and then somehow 10 years later, somebody's like, well, you do know that you spent $500,000 in the last decade. And you're like, what are you talking about? I'm not rich. But then when you look at it, you're like, wow, I did make $500,000 in the last decade. And you have nothing to show for it. You have nothing to show for it. You're like, man, gosh. And then when somebody like me comes along and I say something like, well, you do know if you just taken $1,800 and bought some Apple stock in 1997, you'd have between $2 and $3 million right now. You do know that, right? and it makes you, it's like a kick in the stomach. It's like, holy crap. It's, the thing is that building something doesn't require that you put everything into building. It doesn't mean that you didn't waste something. It doesn't mean that you didn't throw some money away every now and then and enjoy your life. It just meant that you had some little part of your brain where you were thinking about the future. Some part of your brain where you were just saying, okay, this too shall pass. This is not all that there is. 2024 is part of a bigger puzzle. It's part of a collective of years. 2025, 26, 27, 28, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I need to look at I need to look at the whole forest. I can't just keep responding to every tree, because if you do that and you're always living in the moment, then what'll happen is that you'll look back at your life, you'll have a series of worthless moments that never accounted for that never amounted to anything. And that is what we see financially, right? We spend, 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 spend. Nobody invests anything at all. Next thing you know, you're looking back, you're like, damn, why am I still poor? And I've been working for 30 or 40 years. Or health. I'm. It's not like I'm planning to get diabetes and heart disease and die at the age of 55 from a heart attack. It's like no, right now I just want to enjoy this fried chicken. Or right now I know I don't want to go to the gym because I don't feel like it. Right. So by not doing those little things, then it ends up amounting to big waste, gigantic amounts of waste. So if you're again, and so to just expanding and to extrapolate and kind of finish the point there, if I'm thinking about even my sex and my interactions with women and or the opposite gender or whatever, the same gender, I'm not judging. I don't care about that. And everything's down to like who I think is attractive in the moment, who's going to give me pleasure in the moment, what's going to give me a good experience in the moment. Then all those moments end up amounting to nothing. And you can't, and then 30 years later, you have nothing that's sort of compiled from that, except for a bunch of worthless experiences. And in fact, when I listened to this old guy who was talking to a young guy, and he said, "Well, what's your biggest regret as a senior citizen?" He said that I spent too much time chasing women. That's all I was doing was chasing women the whole time, and I didn't build anything. I didn't build a legacy. I didn't sort of make a decision. And I encourage you to kind of think about these things as you go about making investments in your life. So we're not just talking about the financial investments. The financial is very important, but also we're talking about the other investments in terms of relationships, mental and physical health, because that interacts with your financial situation. It's very, very hard to be financially stable if you don't have a stable family, if you don't have stable mental health, or if you don't have stable physical health or good, healthy relationships. It's also, when you are financially stable, it does help to enhance your ability to pursue the relationships that you want and to have the mental and physical health, because people that struggle financially have a hard time being mentally stable and mentally balanced. That's why, for example, when these ladies say, "Hey, I really kind of want a man that has the ability to provide financially," I think that's very natural. I think that actually makes sense. I personally don't want my daughters just with men that don't even try. They won't even get up and go to work. They won't even do their best. Won't even make a plan. Right? I don't want my daughters with a man like that, because men like that have a hard time running families. They have a hard time leading any type of organization. They probably couldn't even manage a Wendy's, right? So that's okay to have that preference, but I think when you make money your alpha and your omega, and and you make it into the be all end all, then at that point, money becomes a blind spot and money becomes a liability to your ability to pursue healthy relationships. When I wrote that book, Financial Lovemaking, I'd never forget some of the crazy stories I heard. There was one lady that married a really rich guy, and they were so rich they lived next door to Bob Costas. And she said she didn't realize that her husband also had a drug habit, and he was smoking a lot of crack. And if you don't know, crack can be costly because I hear crack is delicious. And so he was smoking so much crack that eventually the bank accounts were empty. She said, "I woke up one day, I had no money in the bank, I had no husband, and I was in this horrible situation based on this problem that I didn't even know was there." So when you just focus on the money, I think that can cause you to miss some of the other things that are there. So I encourage you to have a holistic, conscious approach to every single thing that you get involved with. By doing that, I think you'll be better off. Okay, so anyway, I'm finished talking. Thank you guys for hanging out. And one thing I want to mention is that we do have a great class, Black Money 101, if you want to get started on your wealth building journey. It's called An Introduction to the Power of Money. So if you want to take a look, go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. If you want to be on the text list for this class, we meet every single day, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. There are a few thousand of you in here, so I'd love to make it 1 million people. I just love talking to my people about wealth. But even if you're not Black, you're still welcome here, as long as you don't come in here with that anti-Black nonsense. since well, you're one of us. You're cool. So if you'd like to be on the text list to join this class, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, she's a relationship therapist, a trauma expert, stuff like that. She's going to do her book club tonight and her mental health Mondays on Monday night. If you'd like to be notified, then text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948 and she will reach out to you. And someone's asking, are there any evening classes? Yeah, I'll text some stuff out. So I'll let you guys know what we have going on in the Black Business School. So God bless you. Have a great day. Thank you guys for listening, and I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm so sorry that I was a couple minutes late. I had had some difficulties. I was all locked and loaded and ready to go and on time and everything. And then sometimes those computers don't be computing the way they supposed to. They don't be computing. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I feel almost like I have a little bit of a hangover, and I don't even drink. That financial slumber party, I had a blast last night, and I want to say thank you to everybody who joined us. It was it was so much fun, and I don't know, I felt like we partied all night, and it was a financial party, so it's the kind of party that makes money for you. Also, so I hope that you all gained as much value as I did and had as much fun. My wife joined us last night, which was pretty amazing, and it was just a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun. So anyway, all right, so let's see here. So one thing that I wanted to talk about today, to kind of really just kind of finish up some stuff that we kind of tapped on yesterday with my wife came through. You know, my wife is a relationship therapist, and she looks a lot like my mother, who who just my mother just graduated to heaven. You guys know that, and but as you know, I'm sad about it. Like I miss her. I'm somber about it, but I'm not. I don't just. My mama wouldn't want me just walking around here all broken down and stuff because I just don't do that. But at the same time, I love my mama. And one of the funny things was we were talking about this last night in the financial slumber party that that my mother and my wife are just almost like identical twins. So, when I showed you all that picture of my mother and my wife together, it was kind of crazy. And I didn't even realize how much my mother and my wife looked alike. And another interesting thing too, just a little side note, before we jump into like the more financial stuff, is that when I heard my father share my mother's story, one thing my brother did for the family that I encourage you to consider is when my mother got diagnosed with her terminal cancer, he made a point to document as much family history as possible. So what he did was he interviewed my mother and my father together, and my father and my mother each told their story of how they met. They had just finished 50 years of marriage. They stuck it out for 50 years, and it really did a lot for us in terms of creating a type of stability that a lot of our kids don't get. It allowed us to build family wealth in a certain way without all the assets sort of being splattered everywhere. And so so one of the things that happened sort of during this conversation was my father and mother were talking about how they first interacted with each other, how they first met. And it was really interesting because it was kind of a magical sort of thing. It really was magical in the sense that my father um my father looked over at his friend when he saw my mother. He said she smiled, and then he saw her body. You know how we men are. You know how we are. And and he said at that point he turned to his friend and he said, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And then he went home and he told his mother, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And that's what he did. He married her, and that here we are 50 years later. And so my mother, as you know, she graduated to heaven on Christmas Eve, and my father was right there by her side, right there by her side, just like he was in the 1970s. And I thought that was really interesting. A lot of people fantasize about that, but I don't think they understand the depth of resilience it takes to do that, and how being solid in that area of your life also reflects the ability to be solid in terms of other aspects of your life. People that are solid in that way are also solid when it comes to business. They're solid when it comes to partnerships and wealth building activities, things like that. Solid people can do things that other people who aren't sure of who they are, what they want, can't really do. Because if you know anything about entrepreneurship, um, if you know anything about entrepreneurship, you'll know that you can't really build an empire if you're not solid, because your empire is going to come under attack. Bad things are going to happen. Things are going to fall apart. Plans are going to fail. As Mike Tyson used to say, every boxer has a plan until he gets hit in the mouth. And a lot of people will get hit in the mouth by life, and they can't stay focused. And so my parents, their marriage got hit in the mouth quite a few times. Each of them individually got hit in the mouth a lot. And they just sort of stuck to their core values in terms of just saying, no, this is who we are, this is what we do, and ain't nothing gonna change about that, right? So I want to just applaud all the solid people in the room. That's my point. A lot of you know a solid person. Some of you are solid. If you're not solid, I encourage you to consider that. And solid, in my view, part of it starts with just knowing what you want. And one thing my father talked about when he talks about my mother is he says, my brother asked him, he said, "How did you know that was a woman you wanted to marry?" He said, "Because I know what I want and I go get what I want." And I thought about that and I said, that's so interesting. And I think young women that are picking a man, I think that picking a man who knows what he wants gives you a lot more certainty than picking a man who changes his opinion the way he changes his draws. I don't think that men who change their opinions a lot and are sort of flimsy and inconsistent are typically as successful, nor are they as reliable. But the same thing can be true for women as well, right? So I think women also have to have a type of solid nature to them. And this is how you build healthy relationships and institutions, which also are key indicators for the ability to build wealth. So even as we're dealing, as we sort of have dealt with aging and people dying and things like that, there's no sort of weird shenanigans going on with the family wealth. We know what the estate plan is. The trust is in place. The assets, we know where the assets are. There's mom and daddy's house. There's the bank accounts. There's the investment portfolios. It's not like everything's just kind of splattered and scattered and messy and screwed up. And I'm going to be honest with you, and compare. When I think about my biological father, rest his soul. He wasn't. I'm not. I don't think he was a bad guy. I only met him like 3 times. His life was not structured. He had kids kind of splattered everywhere. Me and my two siblings. It seemed like my two siblings had some trauma from growing up in the house with him. There was all this. There was sort of nothing left in terms of an inheritance. No wealth. There was very little given in terms of the non-financial inheritance, like wisdom and guidance and support. And I'm not going to go too deep into that because I don't want to talk. This it's personal, it's family, and I'm hesitant to talk about my family in that way publicly because I don't want it to be seen as an insult to anybody. But it was a very different sort of reality to observe. And it is a funny little side note when my father told me the story about how he met my mother, saw her smile, then saw her body and fell in love and said, there's something magical here about this lady. And he was a handsome kind of guy. He had those green eyes. You know how the girls really like those guys with the green, like those Michael Ealy eyes. You know what I'm talking about. So he had a lot of, options out there. But for whatever reason, he saw my mother and he said, that's the one. And my mother's beautiful, of course, so she looks just like my wife. If you go to my Instagram, you see the picture of my mother and my wife together. And I didn't even realize till I was 50 how much they looked alike. And I listened to his story and I said, wow, that sounds a lot like when I met Alicia. When I met my wife, I saw her across a crowded room and I walked up to her and she greeted me with the kind of smile that would make the sun come out on a rainy day. It was like, whoa. And really happy, like, hey, like she was happy to see me, and she says the same thing. She says, I just met you and I talked to you and I just felt like, oh, that's the person I'm supposed to know. So I think there's got to be something going on with this multiverse, multiple lives or something, because we both had that feeling like, okay, we're supposed to know each other. I don't know how, but this was supposed to happen. And then, of course, I'm a man, so you see the rest of the package, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna follow you around for a few days because you just too much right now. But anyway, long story short, I think that intentionality does make a difference, and that's just kind of a side note. And also, I never want you to forget the significant connection between wealth and family. If you want to understand why Black wealth is disappearing, then basically all you got to do is look at what's happened to the Black family. The disappearance of Black wealth corresponds directly with the disappearance of the Black family. Every single study, every single research study we did, when I was back at Syracuse about wealth and family pretty much showed that when your family breaks up and falls apart, it costs you lots of money. You're paying attorneys, you're fighting each other instead of building together, and it just becomes a big mess. And then on top of that, after that's done, you're supporting two households. You got to pay two sets of rent or whatever. You both have to get up and go to work and abandon the kids in order to pay the bills. So this is the mess that we're kind of in. And unfortunately, the majority of our people are never going to hear this message. The majority of our people are never, in my opinion, in our lifetimes, in my opinion, they're not going to respond to this message because there's so many other messages out there. There's so many other messages that are cooler to listen to than mine. I'm not cool. I'm just a 53-year-old college professor. Why listen to me when you can go listen to Megan Thee Stallion, who's being sued right now? Megan's being sued for something involving having sex in a car in front of her employees, and he sued her and said she made me watch her do this stuff with this person in the back seat. And it's just kind of like, well, and it makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, well, nobody ever trained you to understand that some of the shenanigans that they promote in hip hop, some of the goofball stuff that they get you doing in this in the corrupt part of hip hop. I'm talking about the good rap. I'm talking about the crap rap, whatever that is. That stuff will lead to workplace violations. When you have workplace violations, you can easily be sued by an employee. And the same person who was cheering you on when you were in the back seat getting it on with that lady, I think it was like girl on girl type stuff, that same person can go back and file a lawsuit and say, "Oh, I was so traumatized. You made me watch, and it was horrible. Now I need therapy and $10 million. And I need to take sleeping pills to be able to sleep. And every time I see a person wearing green socks, I start to go into a panic attack because they were wearing green socks when she was in the." Come on, man, give me a break. Get out of here with that stuff. We know what it is, right? This is somebody who became disgruntled and said, "Oh, wait, you're not supposed to be licking on another woman in the back seat of a car during work hours. You're not supposed to be doing that on a job. Like, UPS employees don't do that kind of thing." So if that were to happen at UPS or Ford or IBM, they would fully expect to be sued if they had these kind of shenanigans going on in the office. So long story short, I personally think that if our young people got more of this advice and information early instead of just being trained to follow what's cool and what's trendy, I think they'd be in much better shape. But instead, even if you get the bag, you're gonna blow the bag. I talked to a person who I really respect 2 days ago. He called me, gave me condolences about my mama transitioning on, and I appreciated that. And we were talking for a minute. I heard from a few people in the entertainment industry. Ice Cube sent me a text, and I thought that was very nice of him. And we were talking, about the stuff with Jay-Z and Diddy and all this stuff. And he said, "Oh, this is about a much bigger picture. This is a wealth issue. This is a wealth transfer issue. It's not as if anybody's surprised about the crazy stuff going on in hip hop. They've known about this stuff. They knew about the Diddy parties. They probably went to some. But it's a matter of positioning things in a certain way where they can come get your money and they can come get your power. And if you're not smart enough to understand that, if you're not strategic about it, then yeah, you all the hard work you put in, all you was doing was collecting wealth for somebody else. That's it. You're collecting wealth for somebody else. So anyway, let me move on. I'm going to move into another topic I kind of wanted to hit on today. Just a reminder, if you missed the financial slumber party, it was an absolute blast. I don't know how many of y'all were there last night. I bet some of y'all probably couldn't get up this morning because we were doing financial stuff and playing music and having fun. My wife came in from 11. I planned to go from like 11 Eastern to like 12:30 Eastern. We went from 11 Eastern to 2:30 a.m. and we just partied all night and it was a blast. And that's what I like. I used to think when I used to be in school, I would think of studying and partying as something you could do together. Like studying doesn't have to be boring. Partying doesn't have to be boring. Partying, going to did anybody notice like when maybe you were in college and everybody would go to the club and everybody would go to the parties and all they would do is just stand around and try to be seen or something and be bored to death. Like you can't have a conversation because the music's too damn loud. You're just standing there and you're seeing the same people you see every day and nothing interesting happens that night. That's very depressing for me. I was like, I'm not doing this goofy stuff. So to me, I think having fun should be done on terms that actually really works for you. And part of being, I think, a leader in life means do the stuff that works for you. Don't do stuff because everybody else is doing it. Do it because that's what you want. All right. So anyway, if you want to see the recording of the digital slumber party that we had last night, where we went through my training, Stock Market Decoded, and we also brought in my wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and she talked about financial psychology on a real deep level. We link trauma and how that affects your wealth. That if you went through bad stuff when you were a kid or bad economic relationships as a child, that's going to reflect itself in your life today. A lot of people don't have money because they don't have a money mindset. And they don't have a money mindset because that curse was given to them when they were a child, and they never ever grew out of that. And if you want to grow out of that, she's a therapist. She helps people grow out of things all the time. So anyway, if you want to get a recording, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. That's financialslumberparty.com. Also, if you want to hear more from Dr. Alicia, pull out your phone and text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. Now, let me talk about something really quickly in terms of relationships. I saw something the other day where people were having a conversation about older men dating younger women. Now, I want to ask y'all a question really quick. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that it's okay when older men date younger women? Like, and then when I say that, let's say you're talking about, say, a 45-year-old and a 25-year-old, 20 years apart. Do you all think that that's okay if both people can consent to it, or do you think it's just like, oh hell no, that's just bad? It's pretty much unconditionally bad. Okay, I see some yeses and nos. Okay, Cornita and Elizabeth. All right, and all right, so yeah, so this is interesting, right? This is something that I was interested in terms of the conversation. I was also interested in it in terms of just sort of what might draw a younger person to an older man in the first place, right? So let me ask you all this. If I was to ask you, what what reasons do you think that younger women might have for preferring an older man? Right? We can't always write these situations off as just sort of manipulation of some dumb little girl who doesn't know what's going on. Sometimes women specifically will target and want to be with that older man instead of the younger man. So what do you think are the driving causes? And I'm gonna give you the answer based on the research in a second. But I want to ask you all, what do you all think are some driving factors? Okay, I see stability. Okay, the word stability and security pops up a lot. Mentorship, maturity. Okay, security and stability, financial security, money. Yeah. Okay. Somebody said daddy issues. Let's talk about the healthy reasons, right? And then we'll get to the unhealthy reasons, right? Because we know that there's a little bit of both. Right. Okay. I see fertility. Old men don't have as much fertility as young men, though. I don't know if I mean, for the women, the fertility would matter, but for the, okay. All right. Control. Okay. Somebody say control. Ooh, uh-oh. Sound like you've been through some things. All right. So here are 5 healthy reasons younger women might be attracted to older men. One, according to the research, is emotional maturity. Older men often bring stability and emotional intelligence to relationships, which can be appealing compared to the drama or immaturity sometimes found in younger counterparts. That's true. I think I saw a study that said that men fully mature emotionally at 43. For women, it's about 32. And so ultimately, I will say this too. Even as myself, I was single for a while. I didn't really decide to truly commit to something that was going to lead to marriage until I was in my 40s. I'd actually tried to. I thought about. I got close to getting married in my 30s. I did propose to a girl. I actually proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show, and it did. She was a wonderful lady. It just didn't work out. So I was supposed to get married in my mid 30s. But then the funny thing about life is that sometimes you have a plan, and your plan doesn't match God's plan. And so you make a plan and then the plan doesn't work out. Then you're like, okay, now what? And I remember feeling like that with my life. I said, whoa, I thought that by my late 30s, I'd be bogged down with like a spouse and kids. But I've got all this freedom, and I had a lot of freedom and a lot of money, which is a very dangerous thing. I had plenty of money to travel around the world and do whatever I wanted, and I had plenty of free time. I didn't have anybody calling to say like, where were you last night? None of that stuff. And I've always known though that idle time is the devil's playground, the devil's workshop. And I kind of felt like if I didn't find some sense of purpose, something to connect myself to, I would end up in all kinds of shenanigans or be pulled into tough situations. So even though I dated and it was an interesting experience and it was very easy to date, it's very easy to date when you're a public figure because women will come to you. They will already know you. They identify you. They will spot you. And there's some really pretty black women out there. And I think that's great. But I always knew anything that you do in excess is going to be bad for you. Anytime whether you're talking about food or drugs or anything, if you abuse it, I believe it's going to come back to you. I believe that karma is very real, and I think that gluttonous behavior. And you see this a lot. You'll see somebody who says, I'm going to sleep with every pretty girl I see. And next thing you know, something bad happens. Maybe they catch a disease, or they end up being accused of something, or somebody ends up taking their wealth. So my belief was always in moderation. Just the same way I talk about economics, that's how I talk about life. Because economics is not nearly as important as life, and most wealth is not in your bank account. Most of your wealth is in your life. Your life, you have relationships that are of infinite value to you. If I could give every penny that I have to get my mother back for another 20 years, I'd do that in a second, right? So my relationship with my mother was a massive loss. For just so many reasons I won't go into. So same thing is true with health. How much money would it require for you to want to have somebody give you a bad heart, right? Most people wouldn't want a bad heart, no matter how much money you got offered, right? So really, I would say that experience, was kind of interesting. I was like, I didn't expect to be single when I was in my 40s, but what I was learning at that time was I was learning how challenged and damaged the Black community is, and not including me, right? And I sort of I noticed at that time, that's when I started noticing little things like three-quarters of all Black women don't even have a father in the house, right? And I thought, well, what kind of person would I be if I had no mother in the house? If my and we act like it's no big deal, but I think it's a very big deal. If I had no mother, my mother just passed. That's devastating, right? If I had no mother growing up, I'd be a completely different person, right? Because my daddy's different from my mama. My mama is the nurturer. Imagine me with no nurturing at all. I'm already rough around the edges, but imagine if I never had any nurturing. And so, anyway, my point is to say that I think that there's just sort of this weird imbalance, and I think that also relationships are something that does require some degree of training, right? You can't just wing it. That's one thing I know for sure is that building an institution of any type, whether you're talking about a business, a family, or anything else, or a house, it's hard to do it if you're just sort of guessing along the way, right? If I say I'm gonna go build me a corporate office, I'm gonna go build a building in downtown Chicago, but I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done this before. I have nobody in my family that's ever done it. I know nothing about construction. Am I gonna be successful? Yes or no? Am I gonna be able to easily figure it out? What do y'all think? No, I'm not. I can't do that. It's impossible, right? Or pretty much I don't say impossible, but very difficult. I'd probably fail. So I think that when you're talking about building an institution like a family, and I think about my mother and father making it through 50 years of marriage, they had to have some type of guideline. And I know that for my father, his guideline was his parents. His parents were married 70 years. And so that kind of created like a sort of rigidity in the thinking, or a specific way of approaching relationships, where even though he was a very good looking man and he had those Michael Ealy eyes and all the girls were chasing him, he said, no, that's nice and that's fun for me while I'm a kid, but that's not something I want to grow old with. I don't want to be 55 years old still living the lifestyle of a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old. And that shaped his values. If he'd had a father who was a Rolling Stone, who never got married or maybe got divorced and lived a single life forever, or a mother that had no man around, he might have said, I'm going to go a different direction because this lady she has a kid. I was the kid, and why in the hell would I want to be dumb enough to take care of some other guy's kid? Like some people think like that too, right? So his upbringing shaped his value system. So really, generally speaking, when you're talking about building any kind of institution, again, whether it's family or economic, if you don't have the background, like if you're trying to be an entrepreneur and you have no entrepreneurs in your family, you got to get some entrepreneurs in your family, if you know what I mean. You got to go find some people who think like you do, because entrepreneurs have to take risks. Entrepreneurs have a lot of ups and downs. Entrepreneurs have to find a way to make a way. Entrepreneurs have to have a certain type of resilience that regular people don't have. So if you're trying to do that in your first generation, well, get around some other people that can really give you a culture that's going to match your objective. Do you follow me? Same thing would be true just generally if you're a wealth builder. I mean, think about this. In fact, let me ask y'all, let's do this experiment. How many of you have families that don't build shit? I don't mean to cuss on a Saturday, but I just did. How many of y'all got families that can't build a damn thing? Ain't saved nothing, can't invest nothing, don't know what a stock is. If you hit them in the face, you say the word stock, they think you're talking about buying some socks. No, I got some socks yesterday at Target. Hey, how many of y'all got families like that? I literally ain't never thought about economics further than let's get a job and let's go spend our money. Anybody grow up in a family like that? Give me a yes. Well, a lot of us do. So if you're trying to break that generational curse and do something different, you're gonna have to really be very intentional about that. Intentionality is everything. If you're not intentional, then you're not going to succeed. You can't get there by accident. Just like my father met my mother and he was very intentional, like that's going to be my wife. He did not flinch. He did not second guess himself. He did not wonder if this was the right decision. He was clear. He put his eye on the he laser targeted his objective and he went for his objective. And that's again, that's my when I talk to young ladies, whenever they want to ask me about guys and whatever, I'm like, find a man who knows who he is and knows what he wants. If you don't know what he wants, that's very risky for you. That in literally in mathematical terms, from an investing standpoint, you're investing in a volatile, risky asset when you invest in someone who ain't clear about who they are or what they're going to do. Same thing is true on the other side, though. When you're picking a partner for anything important for you, you need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. And if you're picking somebody who's solid, then damn it, you better be solid too. Because you're going to attract what you are. Right. So if you flimsy, like, oh, you ever see that? Like where people be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it, man. We're gonna do it. Yeah, let's call. Okay, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna get on the phone tomorrow. Talk about, okay, all right, sounds good. Okay. And then nothing happens. How many times have you seen that? How many times have you seen that? Happens all the freaking time. All the freaking time. You can't build nothing like that. You can't. You need people that are solid as a rock. Ashford and Simpson. I saw that in the chat. You need if you are gonna be solid, you need to get solid people around you. If you get solid people around you, you must be solid for them. Because there are some people who will just match your energy. I'm one of those people. If I can smell flimsy people in a second, I can tell. I can smell a flimsy Negro. You know, one young lady that I used to mentor, she wanted me to meet her boyfriend, and I met this guy, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's looking at the ground. He gives me this little whimsy little girl, like gave me a handshake like a 9-year-old girl, and looking away. And she asked me, she said, so what do you think? What's your honest opinion? I said, do not ever have a baby with this man. This man will never take care of his kids. He probably does not have a father because everything that I saw reeked of the exact opposite of determined and intentional masculinity. I did not pick up any of that. And then she started telling me more of the story. She said, yeah, well, he's got 2 babies mamas and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, of course he does. Because he doesn't commit to shit, right? He's not, because commitment is hard. Commitment is very, very hard. Most people, I believe, again, I'm old school. I'm kind of extreme about this. I believe most people don't know a damn thing about commitment. They don't because we base everything on feelings. Well, I was gonna do it, but then I started to feel bad, and then it started to get hard, and then I started to feel like it wasn't. And then they're just like, so then I did something else, and I get it because life provides lots of excuses for you to fail, for you to give up. Which, in my view, means that if you're one of those people that can get past that, they can say, no, I'm going to finish because that's what I started. I'm going to do it because that's what I said is going to happen. Like my father, I'm going to marry that lady because that's what I just said is going to happen. And ain't nothing going to get in the way of that. Oh, and I didn't tell y'all this. This is funny. This is how gangster my daddy is. He said there was another guy sitting next to my mother, and he had just come back from Vietnam. And he said, if you talk to her again, I'm going to kick your ass. He literally said, now that's toxic as hell. Don't get me wrong. Very toxic. But it got him a full family and a couple of kids out of it, right? It got him me, and I think I've been a pretty good asset to my dad. I bought him a car and helped him pay off his house, all that stuff. So he got his assets in life, financial, emotional, and otherwise, because he had intentionality. He had clarity, a purpose. So I ask you this question. I say to you, in what areas of your life do you have clarity of purpose? What areas are you intentional? What areas of your life are just non-negotiable? And that's something you're gonna have to ask yourself about. Because if you let a situation or a person or a barrier knock you off your perch easily, it's gonna be very hard for you to do anything or build anything solid because you're not even approaching things from a solid perspective. And this principle applies to business. This principle applies to relationships. This principle applies to socioeconomic politics, every single issue. The world doesn't really give you much if you're not consistent and intentional and solid about what the objective is. Now let me move on. Let's get back to this topic of older men and younger women. So let's get some healthy reasons why younger women might be attracted to older men. According to the research, the emotional maturity piece, I've seen that to be very important because women like I think the emotional vulnerability and ability to connect and understanding your being in touch with your emotions seems to be very important to women. Life experiences and wisdom. Some women want a man that they can learn from, right? Tell me if you agree. Tell me if you've seen this or felt this. Established careers and stability. Every single study, when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse, I became absolutely intrigued with the innate, million year evolutionary connection that women have to things that indicate security. Wealth is just a symptom, it's a symbol of security. Wealth, a person who has wealth and financial peace has the ability to enhance your emotional well-being. If you've ever been financially unstable, you know how that can really rattle you. And what I've noticed is that women tend to, not all the time, but tend to get more rattled with financial instability than men, like to the point where they get pissed off at you because you tricked off the money. If my wife wastes money or overspends at the mall, it wouldn't stress me out. I wouldn't be like, God, I can't sleep now because this lady out here. I get it, and maybe kind of, and maybe I'm biased because money's not really a big problem per se, but I've noticed that like when I started reading studies about women just literally not even being able to have sex with their husbands because the money was bad, I thought that was so interesting, and I did a lot of research on that, and I was like, okay, so if we can act like money ain't supposed to matter, but that's not gonna work. I think you're getting out of alignment with nature. I really do. I really do. When you get to the point where you want to act like money doesn't matter and that a woman won't care that the man that she selected is unable to provide for her babies and protecting her babies is literally if not one of the top priorities in her life. I don't know how that's going to work. I talked to one lady when I was doing interviews for the financial lovemaking book. And by the way, you can have the book for free. You can have an e-copy. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, the e-copy of the book is there. So Boyce and Alicia, just me and my wife's name. I interviewed one lady and I remember she was telling me about how she'd been saving money for her children to go to college by putting money under the bed or something in a bucket like or like dollar bills and change and stuff. And by the way, that does add up to a lot of money over if you do it consistently. So they had hundreds, if not thousands of dollars saved up under the bed, right? But she was surprised. She was kind of confused because it seemed like it wasn't growing, like it was kind of staying flat or even going down, but she's putting all this money in here. And so she eventually finds out that her husband was going right behind her and taking money like $20 here or $10 there out so he could pay for his lunch. So he would let her save all the money and then he would take it and spend it on his lunch. And woo, when she found out what he was doing, and I remember listening to, I'd never forget her the way she described it. She said, you literally ate and shit out our daughter's college education. I mean, she was like steaming mad. I mean, and she literally, I mean, at that point, I think they did get a divorce because at that time she was like, I'm sleeping with somebody else now. This man is a loser. And I'm not advocating for any of that. I'm just saying that some sort of ability to provide resources, but also to protect, preserve, and grow the resources is essential. I don't know how you get around that. I don't know how you get away from that. And so yeah, if you think that younger women like older men because of the money, yeah, they do. And I don't think it makes them gold diggers. Maybe there are gold diggers out in the world for sure. And I think that that's a problem. But really, the general idea of economic security is something everybody should want. The idea that you can be uncomfortable in an or sorry, the idea that you're supposed to be comfortable in extreme discomfort is not even logical. So what else they said? They said the younger women like older men for confidence and self-assurance. That's true. Years of experience bring confidence, and confidence always works. Every study shows that. Also, a different approach to relationships. Older men may prioritize meaningful connections and are often more patient, attentive, and intentional. There's that word intentionality. Intentional in relationships compared to younger individuals. So the young boy doesn't know what he wants. The older guy maybe says, "I want you, and I want this, and this is where we're going, and baby, put your coat on, girl. Get in the car. We going to eat at the steakhouse, right after. And after that, we going to the movies, right? Sometimes people like that, but it depends on the person. You can't generalize. All right. So here is Here are the unhealthy reasons that some young women may want older men. One, unresolved daddy issues. Women with absent or distant fathers, which is actually, remember, the majority of black women do not have their father in the house. I know that there are all these studies about black fathers being involved when they're outside the house, but I'm going to challenge some of that a little bit in the sense that I kind of think that I just think again I just flip it and I say, well, what if my mother, says, hey, I'm still gonna be a good mom to you, but I'm gonna move across town and you're gonna see me twice a week. Do you think that she would be able to be as effective as a mother living across town and talking to me twice a week as she is by literally being in the house with me every day, all day long, talking to me all day about different stuff, little things like, put your coat on or I made you some oatmeal, right? I mean, do you really think that those two calibers of parenthood are the same? I don't think that they are. And I know that there's debates about this, but I do think that missing father, especially when you have situations where the father was a disappointment, that requires intense therapy because I told you I didn't realize until I was 50 that I not only did I marry my mother. I showed you all the picture. If you go to Dr. Boyce Finance, Dr. Boyce Finance is my Instagram. I had a picture of my mother and my wife, and they look identical. It looks like she's her daughter. And it wasn't until I was 50 that I realized that not only did I marry my mother, but I've dated my mother 2 or 3 times. I really have. I had a girlfriend named Robin, which is my mother's name, in college, and I didn't even like the girl that much, but something just had me there, and I was like, why am I even here? I was looking like Travis Hunter for a little while because this girl was tough. She was not fun to date. But anyway, with that being said, a lot. I argue that maybe sometimes when you see women that choose the wrong men, and they, next thing you know, you're pregnant by a guy who looks like your favorite rapper. I think that there's some deep daddy issues in there that maybe not so much because the men remind you of your father, but maybe because you looked at these big hip hop guys who are absolutely terribly anti-family. Most of them are very anti-family because the culture is all about womanizing and balling out and being stupid, and definitely not tying yourself down with something boring like marriage and family. I don't know. I kind of think that these rappers kind of become like these father figures in the black community, these men that we end up looking up to, and some of them, I know some of these guys personally, and I'm like, some of these guys are just complete total degenerates, like this absolute degenerates. It's unfortunate. It's kind of strange to me that we have, and I'm not saying all of them are. That's obviously not true. I told you Ice Cube is my friend. He texted me yesterday, and he's been married to his wife for 30 years, something like that. But also, let me tell you, in terms of Ice Cube, what I like about him, the reason that I can be his friend and I did not remain friends with Kanye West is because he has a type of logic and reasoning and intelligence about him that some of the artists kind of lose in the sense that he understands. He has a song. I kid you not, and I'm going to go on a small little tangent on this, but it relates back to the wealth thing. He has a song from the 1990s. If you're a big Ice Cube fan, you would know this song. And I don't remember the actual name of the song, but the chorus was had it involved the term ass over cash. And what he was basically, excuse my French, but he's basically saying that these young guys get themselves in trouble because you don't handle your business. You're out chasing so much booty and chasing so many different women that you lose focus, and then you end up losing all your money. You end up ruining what's going on. You end up messing up your situation. You end up putting yourself in situations where you get arrested or killed or lose everything because you are so distracted by the sex, right? And so I thought that, and I remember hearing that song. This was years before I met him, and I listened to it as a 28-year-old. And I said, I get this. I understand this song, and because what it says is that part of manhood should be predicated on understanding. Yeah, there are benefits to being a man, especially when you're a successful man. You should enjoy some of those spoils, but when you do things in excess, you're gonna pay a price for that. You're typically going to pay a price for that. And if you don't acknowledge that and you don't have, this is why mentorship is so important for young men. When we lost our fathers, when they locked up all those black men, I told you I've been mad about that for 30 years. When they locked up all those black men, these little boys did not have any guidance. They didn't have anybody to say, hey man, look, slow down, stop that. Don't do that. Don't go shoot him, or no, don't, you got too many women running around. You got to focus, man. You need mentors that will do that for you so you can understand how to play this game strategically. Life as a black man is very strategic. If you are not a chess player, you will lose the game. You have to be a chess player. Some of these Negroes run around playing, playing checkers and tiddlywinks and dominoes and and crapping out every time or whatever. And you can't do that. You got to be a chess player. You have to be able to think strategically. And that I would say would be what Cube and I kind of vibed on. Is like, I get it. I was like, oh, I get it now. You're a solid guy and you think strategically, so we can have a conversation. If you're a goofball who gets caught up in anything that's popular, I don't even know anything about that. I'm not interested in that. So anyway, let me finish up. Let me read a few more things. All right, so they say that women like unhealthy reasons a younger woman might be attracted to an older man is again the unresolved father issues. Women with absent or distant fathers might unconsciously. This is the subconscious. This is not what you don't know you're doing this. This is the power of the subconscious. Unconsciously seek older men to fill a parental or nurturing role, leading to dependency rather than a balanced partnership. So they have a Freudian theory on parental dynamics that basically says that if you don't address that daddy issue, you're gonna be picking wrong. You're gonna end up in bad situations, relationship wise, for the rest of your life. My wife, who is a therapist and also a expert on the subconscious mind, talks to me about she kind of schooled me on a lot of this. And I'm telling you, if you really want to elevate yourself, elevate your life, either get the therapy, do the work, or whatever is required to deal with that subconscious issue. And my wife, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So if you want to reach out to her, feel free to do that. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Power dynamics. The older man's perceived authority or financial control can create a power imbalance. True. Which might feel attractive initially. So you're excited at first because you got this big, powerful man and you're attracted to his confidence and the fact that I don't know, maybe he's a big, tough guy. You think he might slap you around, but he doesn't actually do it. So maybe that's exciting or something weird like that. Initially, but so it feels attractive initially, but can lead to manipulation or lack of equality. So studies on power imbalances in relationships pretty much do say that, right? So when someone else has more power over you, you have to be very careful about who you give that power to. And I've actually even gone raw in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I tapped on this a little bit. I learned a lot more over time. But I learned the power of sex and how sexuality has different impacts on men and versus women. There are various chemicals that get kicked off when you have sex with another person. One was phenylethylamine. I remember that. Then there's dopamine, oxytocin, and one more, various endorphins that in which create three particular sensations when you have good sex. One is you get the high from the dopamine. Two, you feel very relaxed. And then three, and this really it impacts women on a heavy level. Your oxytocin receptors are really opened up, especially when you have orgasms with a man. So when they talk about the spiritual connection that you have with that person, where suddenly this creepy, horrible person, you suddenly want to wash his dirty drawers and let him drive your car. That's what the oxytocin does. The oxytocin receptors are wide open, and you have this magical experience, and suddenly you're in love. And you might be in love with the devil. A lot of us have had that experience. But what happens with women that's different from men is that men have this thing called testosterone. And some men have more of it than others. Athletes have a lot of testosterone. That's why they're great athletes. That's why they're big and strong. And the testosterone partly neutralizes the oxytocin. So the effects of the sexual experience impact men differently from women. So that's why you have those scenarios where the man is like, okay, I gotta go to basketball practice now. And then I'm gonna go see my two or three other girlfriends later on. And the woman's like, oh, I hope he calls me today. And I'm not saying that happens all the time. Obviously, you can't stereotype. And there are some women that I guess are working to engineer themselves to have that same sort of detachment. But I think it comes with a greater price. Comes with a greater amount of pain, to the point where it almost seems like sometimes I've seen cases where women are pretending like they don't care, but then there's like something that just happens where the soul feels empty because you've given yourself to so many different guys and stuff like that. So honestly, long story short, I think that I can tell you this: when I started understanding that, a lot of things made sense, and when I started understanding the power of sex, it really made me think about why things happen the way that they do. For example, Black people have a high amount of trauma from things that we've gone through. So my wife should be here explaining this better. She can explain it better than I can because she also teaches a class on addiction, a university class. So she's a lot of addictions are an outpouring from trauma. You have unresolved, unhealed trauma, which it's all over the Black community. It's like the biggest STD in the Black community, if you will, the biggest virus that's out there. And so the result of undiagnosed, unhealed trauma might mean leaning toward various addictions, which might be a sexual addiction. And we don't think of it as an addiction, but it can happen that way, and it just creates a lot of chaos. That's unwanted pregnancies, STDs are like through the roof. And if you watch like the Shade Room, you'll notice every other post is something sexual, right? Sex, 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 right? So I would encourage you to, in your own journey, if you're trying to accomplish goals, financial or otherwise, uh understand yourself, figure out like the areas where you're making mistakes and why those things are happening, and that a lot of times will come through a therapeutic process. And then not only will you understand the world better and understand yourself better, you'll be able to position yourself where you want to be, like, right, like you won't make a plan to go over here and then end up over there. Or like New Year's is coming, how many people do y'all see every year that have these big New Year's resolutions of all these things they want to accomplish this year because 2025 is new and fresh? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be a different person. 96% of all people do not fulfill their New Year's resolution. 96%. So you're not going to fulfill the resolution if you just do what everybody else does. You'll be like the 96%. So the question to ask at that point is, if you're serious enough about it, is how do I become part of the 4%? Like what do I need to do to make sure I don't end up continuously making promises to myself? Oh, I'm not gonna mess with this type of girl, or I'm gonna leave this relationship, or I'm gonna build this business, or I'm gonna quit this job. What are you gonna do to make yourself part of the 4%? What are you gonna do? And I can't answer that for you. I'm just encouraging you to ask yourself that question. So let's keep going. Other reasons they say that young women might be attracted to older men. These are the unhealthy reasons. Low self-esteem. They say younger women with low self-worth might gravitate toward older men who they perceive as out of their league, relying on their approval for validation. And again, this is where the whole daddy thing comes, right? Because the daddy is supposed to validate you. The daddy is supposed to tell you that you're beautiful and smart and capable and everything else. And at least where I come from, I'm thinking old school here. Maybe you feel free to disagree with me, but I remember even hearing my mother talk about when she met my father, and she said, I thought he was too attractive for me because all the girls were swooning over him because he had those green eyes. And my father said, though, I thought your mother was beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But my mother did not see that in herself. So my brother asked a really hard question for her. He says, so why did you feel like why do you think you felt that way about yourself? Why was your self-esteem low? And she said, well, because we had so many kids around growing up. Like, my mother's sister had 10 kids and we had five, and then her other sister had another 6 or 7 kids. So kids never got one-on-one attention. There was not, and I can add this part. To my knowledge, there was no older man around to validate and love them without eventually meeting grown men who are like, yeah, girl, I think you're great, and I also want to sleep with you, right? That's what unfortunately a lot of girls go through. So that missing father is really part of the missing wealth in the Black community, because it's not just financial wealth, it's also emotional wealth, cultural wealth, social wealth, it's and political wealth, right? So ultimately, this is a big thing. This can happen a lot. So the daddy issues can lead to dating the older men, because everybody needs a daddy at some point. So moving on. Um, Avoidance of peers competition. Some younger women might feel intimidated by competition with peers and seek older men, believing that there's less pressure to compete or meet certain social expectations. Interesting. And this comes from studies on social hierarchies and romantic preferences. So it seems like what they're saying here is that if I'm a young girl and I'm tired of trying to compete for the young guys around me by trying to have the nicest body or perform the best in the bedroom, maybe an older man who's more settled might put me in a space where I don't feel like I have to be as competitive. And that might be true, right? I don't know. I mean, if you date an older guy who's a little more settled, who's kind of like, look, I'm not looking for a million women. I got stuff to do. I just want one good one. Then maybe that creates a less pressure driven situation than try to date the guy in the dorm that every girl's trying to get with, and you're under this constant threat of competition. I'm not sure. And then the last thing they mentioned here is escape from uncertainty. They say younger women may be drawn to the perceived stability of older men as a way to avoid dealing with their own life transitions or uncertainties, which can hinder their personal growth. This is connected to attachment theory and fear of independence. Interesting. So you have, so maybe you're uncertain because you moved out of the house and you're afraid, or maybe you have these other areas where there's uncertainty, and you have this other older figure that's kind of like this pillar in your life that can provide the certainty that you're seeking. But unfortunately, I guess they're saying that in a toxic case, you're never going to develop independence because you are depending on someone else. So maybe it becomes a codependent situation. I'm not sure. But I will say this. One thing I've noticed universally that to be universally true is that the economic piece pops up everywhere in relationships. I don't think it's realistic for a person, especially a man, to think that you can have no money and be as appealing as the guy who has, financial security. Again, sometimes there's exceptions, right? But but overall, I kind of think that we're kind of hard on people when we say, oh, all you care about is money, or why would you expect a man to take you to the Cheesecake Factory for dinner? He doesn't even know you like that, And I think that some of that really reflects the economic desperation that exists in the community, like right, like the goal of America, in my opinion, has always been to keep the black man as a child or as feminine or as a clown. That's why your biggest most famous black men in America tend to be comedians, rappers, and athletes. All these are very childlike professions. They're not building rocket ships. They're not out, negotiating multi-billion-dollar deals with foreign countries. Those are not the black men that can tend to end up on the covers of magazines. It's some guy that's playing a sport like a child, some guy who is telling jokes like a clown, some guy who's rapping and disrespecting his community the whole time. N word this, B word that, right? Just really in all these ridiculous, clownish, entertaining behaviors, and so so ultimately that it creates a power imbalance as well as a massive financial issue. And my belief in terms of what the solution is that black men who really want to be men and be human have to start businesses. If you want your humanity back, you're going to have to build institutions of your own. You have to be a builder. If you go up to knock on the white man's door and say, "Hey, I want you to let me have some power in your institution," the world does not work that way. It just doesn't. So a lot of black men that are struggling financially, um, rather than us sort of shifting the culture and confronting the culture and building on our own, and some guys are doing this, right? There are a lot of men who just say, well, let's just complain about the women. Let's just get mad because the women get better jobs, or mad because the women have more financial stability, or mad because the little girl, instead of spending her life dreaming about growing up and becoming an NBA player, she spent her time in the library, right? She wasn't thinking about trying to bust a rap and put out an album. She was thinking like, how do I become a medical doctor? How do I become an attorney? And what this has kind of done, and this is where racism does exist, on a major level, is it's created this weird imbalance in the community where we're trying to figure out like, how do you build healthy relationships when the male is in many cases incapable of providing the financial security that I innately need to have as a woman, right? And there's all kinds of solutions. Some women say, I'm gonna go date the white boy, right? Because he's got money. Or and then some women, say I'm gonna stay single or whatever, or I'm gonna date around. And it creates these weird ecosystems that are hard to kind of understand and explain. And I think one way to adjust that is I think we got to be really intentional about how we train our little boys. The big shiny crap, the big shiny shit, that's what it is. The big shiny shit is a distraction. When I go to a classroom full of black boys, where they're all being educated by white people, by the way, and half of those damn boys tell me they want to be a basketball player or a rapper when they grow up, do you understand what that does to the structure of your families 20, 30 years down the line? I mean, can you imagine the frustration of trying to build a solid, mature family situation with a guy who's a broke ass 35-year-old rapper? I'm not making fun of you if you're a rapper. I know 35-year-old rappers. It's cool. But the recording industry doesn't have room for all of y'all. All of y'all can't get into the Diddy party. And even if you do, what kind of man are you going to become at that point anyway? Like I just really think that um I would love it if black boys were trained to at least know about not just the plan B, but what should really be the plan A. The plan A should be build something of your own, build some wealth, get some stability, get some security, and then your plan B could be like, okay, I'm gonna try to put out an album in the meantime or whatever. I don't even think that the entertainment stuff should be the plan A anymore at all. Sports should not be the plan A anymore at all, unless you are identified as the next LeBron James at the age of 14 or something. In that case, I can understand why you're focusing on your basketball. But Lord Jesus, we got little 5'8" Negroes out here thinking they're gonna be in the NBA. You can't go to the NBA. You're 5'8". Sit your short ass down and go do something else. It's crazy to me, right? Like, did anybody watch Hoop Dreams? Remember Hoop Dreams where they had the poor kids that were, thinking I'm going to go to the NBA, and the whole family buys into it. Like, we're all going to get to the NBA. You're going to be, and anybody who knows basketball could have watched 10 minutes of that movie and said, neither one of y'all going to the NBA. You're too damn short. You're not tall. NBA players are big and strong, and like, they're literally like abnormally large. I got a guy in the house upstairs. I'm his bonus dad. I got a guy upstairs right now who's 6'9". He could have had a hoop dream, and I would have been like, you know what? Let's go work. Let's go to the court right now. Let's work on the jump shot a little bit, because he could have had a chance. And he is so abnormally tall that literally everybody looks up when he walks into the room. When he walks in the room, everyone's like, "Oh!" And he's good looking and smart. And I want him to have that confidence. I'm like, dude, you own the room until you give it away. So carry that, right? Because I'm like, man, do you know what I would have given to be 6'9"? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. Well, I got that. But anyway, yeah. But the thing is that's really rare. That's very, very rare. So really, the thing that drives me crazy about the stupid hoop dream that they sell us when we're kids is that, number one, that's not even the best way really to make money in general, in my opinion. But then number two, even to have a chance to win the basketball lottery, you got to win the genetic lottery. The genetic lottery means you got to be part of the point one. I think that the 6'9", I think that less than 0.1% of the population is as tall as our son upstairs. Like literally 1 in every 1,000 people or something ridiculous like that is that tall. So it makes no sense um to to even talk about that. I would encourage you to make sure that your son understands these things. And I don't care if he feels like you are a dream killer. Travis, please stop putting your phone number in the chat, man. That's something we don't like for we unless we specifically ask for that. Let's try not to do that for security reasons. I don't want people, we don't want that kind of stuff. Just sort of like, so if you want to do some marketing or something, you could talk to our team. But I see you putting the phone number in there repeatedly. So please, I'm just asking you politely to not do that. All right. So the long story short here is to say that when we have these dreams that our children bring to us, I think we got to give them the right dreams. One of the reasons why I kind of liked what the Earn Your Leisure guys were doing, which I love those guys. I went to the Invest Fest. I had a lot of fun. There's a lot of great people there. Um, I like what they're doing because I like the fact that they're helping young guys really understand that there are so many different ways for you to be rich and successful. You don't have to be on stage. You don't have to be a basketball player. And the one thing that the next step in that evolution, though, is that we have to get to the point where that doesn't even become like the dominant part of our culture. Even then, it's like, when I was on the platform, when I was there, I went there because my buddy D1 was performing there, and I was really happy about that because D is such a great guy. He has the right ideas. He's one of the good ones as far as rappers go. But I'm there and I'm seeing all these entertainers on the stage, performing. And it's unfortunate that you need rappers to even get the attention of young black people. I think that you should be able to get their attention with things that are a little more beneficial to the community. Like, how about healthy families? How about that get the attention of our community? How about just generational legacy? That should get our attention. Financial security should get our attention. Intel education should get our attention. I don't know if I don't know how I feel about the fact that we're only looking when a rapper is talking or when an entertainer is speaking. Because right now, with what you're seeing with Diddy and all these people, all these Negroes about to go to jail, all these people losing all their money, and all these they're raping people. They think that we're getting all kinds of crazy shenanigans, drugs, and everything that you want to do to ruin your life was apparently happening at those Diddy parties. These people are becoming drug addicts and so and again, I don't want to sound overly preachy about it, but I can tell you in terms of wealth, all those things will destroy your wealth. But they won't just destroy your money. After they take your money, they're going to take your soul. Like you'll experience a pain that like the pain of being completely flat broke. Take that pain and multiply by 1,000, and that's the pain you get when you realize your drug addiction caused you to ruin the lives of your children, or when your choices got you 80 years in prison. or you've got your doctor tells you caught a disease that you can't give back. That's the other part in terms of the underbelly, in terms of what's lost. It's not just the money. The money yeah, the money's a side note at that point. Yeah, they're gonna lose all their money. A Diddy won't be no billionaire by the time he gets done. And everything is alleged, right? We have to use the word allegedly. But come on now, you know what I'm talking about. You there's smoke and there's fire, right? And I can tell you that none of this is a surprise, because for a very long time they went out of their way and spent billions of dollars promoting the most toxic, unhealthy behavior imaginable toward young black people. And it's not just causing them to be broke, it's causing them to be broken. And what this does to the community from a wealth generational trauma standpoint is that you have families that are headed and created by broken people, which means you're creating millions and millions of broken children. And it only gets worse one generation after another. So there has to be an intentional effort to go in and kind of address that. And if you're not intentional about it and draw clear lines in the sand, then nothing is going to happen. Nothing's going to be effective. So I honestly think that about 70% of that whole damn culture can be thrown in the garbage. That's loser culture. It's loser culture to talk about financial irresponsibility, where you give all your money right back to your oppressor. It's loser culture when you don't respect the power of sex as a vehicle for reproduction and building families, and you start to see it as an addiction, like a drug that you use to get pleasure with anybody who will open their legs for you. It is destructive and harmful when you are talking about your women, the people who gave life to you, who gave birth to you. My mother, there's nobody more important than my mother, because my mother's why I exist. And you talk about your women like they're garbage, and then you train them to act like garbage. You train them to get on stage and leading booty first, and 12-year-olds wanting to twerk instead of actually growing their minds and their spirits. And then you're celebrating the murders of black people. You got songs where they're talking about killing black people, like the Klan. And we think it's okay. Why? Well, because they have lots of money. It's all about the money. All we talk about every day is money. Money, money, money. Why? Well, one of the reasons that you want to learn about money is so you can understand that you can make money and not make yourself look like a damn buffoon in the process. You can make money without embarrassing and jigabooing yourself into oblivion. You can make money without making your whole family and your community look like a bunch of idiots. There's plenty of ways to make money. So I believe that as a state of emergency, our community must prioritize economic intelligence among our children so that they will not do ridiculous, harmful, self-destructive things that destroy entire generations out of economic desperation. When they have an economic need, they will have multiple ways to fulfill that need without going out here and doing stuff that is gonna ruin their lives. So that's all. I'm done talking about this. I know people, some people get mad. They think you're preaching and all this. Man, shut up. I'm serious. Like when people talk, I'm like, just shut up. You don't know nothing. You're full of crap right now. Uh, because you can't look at what's been going on in this culture and say, well, this is who we want to be. This is not who we want to be. This is not the outcome that we want. And also, you must connect the culture to what's been going on. Black wealth is disappearing. Black families are disappearing. Black people are struggling. And the conversations are just infinitely juvenile and immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward. You're not having the right conversations. You have to have conversations about how our kids are being raised, and we must give them the opportunity to be able to live healthy, productive, and prosperous lifestyles without following down the yellow brick road to nothingness. In fact, I went now to the point where when I hear about somebody becoming a successful rapper, I feel sorry for them. I really do. I say, wow, not only are you going to probably have some sort of miserable failure at the end of the day, but it's going to be even worse because you think you're successful. Like you're 22 years old, telling everybody, that they can be like you and how great that is, but you're rapping about murdering black people and putting yourself in all these dangerous situations, where at some point somebody ends up dead or in prison, and then you lose all your wealth, and they move on to the next Negro in line. That's how this stuff works. So anyway, I'm done talking. Let me stop before I just keep on preaching too much. And I apologize if I sounded preachy, but I really, really feel this way, and I cannot hold that back because I worry too much about our people. And for those of you that are trying to shift that, I encourage you to go back to the three key areas of success in life: health, wealth, and relationships. health, mental and physical health. Are you working on your mental health? Are you getting the therapy? Are you healing the trauma? Or are you just swimming in the ignorance and the trauma and the self-destruction that's being so heavily marketed to you? When it comes to physical health, are you looking at the food that we're eating? You know that they're poisoning us. The FDA has been asleep on the job for a very long time, and corporations are putting dyes and chemicals and all kinds of crap in your food. Everybody's getting cancer. My mother just died from cancer. My father has cancer. A lot of you have relatives who've had cancer. That's because about half of all Americans at some point are going to get cancer because they are poisoning you. They're killing you, right? So are you going to address that, or are you going to just ignore it? Going to the gym, eating better makes a big difference because health is wealth. If you lose your health trying to go get wealth, then guess what? They're going to take all your wealth to give you a little bit of your health back. That's what they do. They hold your health for ransom by poisoning you and then charging you money to help deal and manage the poison, the effects of the poison. When it comes to relationships, are you having healthy relationships with yourself and other people, or are you attracted to toxic situations, or do you end up in similar toxic situations over and over again, and don't know why? Well, again, that goes back to the healing. That goes back to fixing. Relationships have a toolkit. There are ways, there are specific skills, specific people that can say this is how you manage a relationship. Especially with two traumatized people, it's very hard to build a business together. Two traumatized people have a hard time building families together. I heard the rapper 50 Cent. He said something really insightful one time. I heard him talk about his relationship with Big Meech. Big Meech was his big drug dealer up north, and Big Meech just got out of prison. And 50 said something like, he said, "Yeah, when I first saw those guys in the club back 20 years ago, I stayed away from them." And they said, "Well, why did you stay away from them?" He said, "Because I know who I am, and I know what I've gone through, and the kind of person I am, and I know what they are." And he knew that those chemicals, when you mix traumatized people together, trauma will lead to drama. And so his insight, and again, he's heavily traumatized. I mean, the man got shot 9 times. I was impressed with the fact that he understood that how traumatized people don't tend to do things very well because they're not built for cooperative behavior, right? So fix that, get that out of your system so you can really be the kind of person that you want in your life. And then the last part is the wealth. I mean, we know all about wealth. We've talked about it a lot. And wealth comes down to a couple of things. Do you have income and financial security? That's it. Do you have enough money in your bank account to tell your boss to kiss your ass because you're sick of his crap? Do you have enough wealth such that your children and grandchildren are going to be okay after you're gone? You could do that by getting an insurance policy. Just get one tomorrow or something. Do you have the financial security that gives you emotional peace? If you don't have it, start working on that, right? And then build it for somebody else in your family. The world does not have to be what it is. We are trained to expect that we're going to grow up and eventually have some horrible job and have to show up and work every day for somebody who cares nothing about us and then work until we die and all this other nonsense. That's BS. We've talked about the economy enough, and I can dissect that for you and explain to you that everyone should invest. If everyone invests consistently, and that makes that a core value of their family, then you can really have children that never have to work for anyone. We talked the other day about how if you just bought $1,800 worth of Apple stock one time in 1997, that will be over $2 million today. There's no person on earth that has $2 million in the bank that has to get up and go to work tomorrow. No person anywhere. So if you go back, a lot of us spent $1,800 that year, but most of us did not spend $1,800 on Apple stock. And imagine if you instead put 1,800 every year, right? Then you'd be incredibly wealthy. You'd be perfectly fine. If your parents had done that for you, you wouldn't have financial problems. So unless you create them. So I would encourage you to do those little things, and that's going to make the difference for you. So anyway, I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. Quick reminder, if you want to be on the text list to be notified when we meet for class every morning, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, if you want a copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, I mentioned earlier, you can get a free e-copy. You just go to boyceandalicia.com, and at boyceandalicia.com, there's not only the book there, but my wife, who's a therapist, she also does stuff for couples and families and stuff like that. She has a 5-day Black Love Challenge, so she believes in Black love. And then thirdly, if you wanted to get the recording from the financial slumber party that we did last night, and because you couldn't make it, it's yours for life. Your family can have it. You can share it with whoever you want to in your family. And you can go to financialslumberparty.com, slumberparty.com, and you can get a copy of the recording. And if you guys like it, I'm gonna send you all a survey via text. And so if you all liked it enough and you thought that it was worthwhile and fun, which it seemed like you did, then we can do another one. And so I'm just gonna ask you guys like how you felt, what we can do more of, less of, and then also ideas on other financial slumber parties we can do. Because I had a blast. We were there from 11 p.m. until 2:30 a.m. and I went to sleep. And I told my wife I woke up this morning to go to the gym. I said, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I was drinking all night." But I had a lot of fun, and thank you guys for hanging out with us. All right, so have a good night, everybody, or good day, and I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye bye. Because one of the things that I didn't realize was that I forgot my team had canceled out of respect for my mother's passing. My team had canceled our book club meeting on Wednesday nights, and if you know how much I love our book club meetings, you'll know how how that kind of threw me off a little bit, But it's not their fault. They just did what I asked them to do. And also this morning, in Money in the Morning, in our financial consciousness training, our millionaire training camp, I actually went through the process of kind of eulogizing my mother and really talking about some of the ideas and the beliefs that she had and linking them back to finance and economics. So if you'd like to actually see that training I did a full financial training on money and life and success and everything else based on my mother's legacy. You can have that for free. Just pull out your phone and text the word mama to the number 87948. Text the word mama to the number 87948, and I will send it to you because it was something I put together that I said, I really want to remember my mother in a favorable way. And I also want to make sure that the community benefits from her legacy. All the things that she taught me are things that I teach you. I have a whole doctorate in finance. We've reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. So my thought was like, let's keep the party going. Just somebody passing away does not mean that it's over. And also, I appreciate your condolences. I see you. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, give me a yes if you can hear me. And I see Tony Brown, Jason Sear, Tony C, Tony Boutte, Maxine Guy. I appreciate your condolences. Thank you so much. I appreciate the condolences 100%. I want to make sure I'm clear about that. But also, as I mentioned earlier, I was saying to you guys that I really don't. After you give me the first condolence, I don't want any more condolences. I'd rather have two things. I'm asking for two things. Can you give me two things? Two simple things, very easy to do. Don't cost you anything. Can you give me two things? Give me a yes in the chat if you can do this. Number one, the two things I need from you that I would like to request is one, I'd like your attention. You have to pay money to be here. You just have to pay attention. And number two, I would like for you to congratulate me. I want you to give me your congratulations because my mother was such a superstar and I was so lucky to have her. One of the rules that I've always applied, and I actually apply this in things like our Black Keys to Greatness life class that I have in the Black Business School, and it's free, by the way, if you want to join it, blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. Is basically I just remind myself to always count my blessings before I count my curses. That's it. That's a simple rule. I count my blessings before I count my curses. And then it's not to say you can't acknowledge the things you don't have. It's not like you can't acknowledge the setbacks, you can't acknowledge the issues, but start by counting your blessings first, man. I mean, we live in America. We have so many things to be happy about. Why start the day off being sad? I don't want you sad. I want you happy, and I want you to also look at your opportunities instead of looking at your limitations. Do we agree? Does that make sense? Give me a quick yes. All right, so what I want to talk about really quickly tonight, since we didn't get to do the book club, but I do want to do this, I'm going to discuss the hidden history of Christmas. And a lot of you don't know that in Dr. Claude Anderson's book, which is called, the one we're reading is called The Black History Reader. All of his books are at powernomics.com. He actually writes about the hidden history of Christmas. He writes about the things about Christmas that you don't know. How many of you know, give me a yes or no, how many of you knew that the slaves celebrated Christmas very different from white people? I mean, you probably guessed that. The slaves did not do what white folks did. But also, Kwanzaa was not the first alternative that Black people had in terms of how they celebrate Christmas. And nothing against Kwanzaa. I think that Karenga, when he created Kwanzaa, did a good thing for the world. I actually spoke at his bookstore twice in South Central Los Angeles, and it was wonderful. It was completely sold out. The room was packed with hundreds of people. And thank you to all of you who showed up. One guy that I met that was really interesting was a guy named Alonzo. And he has a book called NWA, which stands for Not Without Alonzo. And he sent me a copy of his book. And Alonzo is the guy. This is pretty cool Black history. Alonzo's the guy who basically introduced Eazy-E and Dr. Dre and MC Ren and all those guys, right? So his book is called NWA Not Without Alonzo. And shout out to Alonzo. I haven't talked to his brother in many years, but I have a lot of respect for him. So anyway, so let me just kind of now let me write. I'm going to write the URL down in the chat. It's Black Keys. Somebody type it down for me too. It's blackkeys2greatness.com. I'm going to put it right there in the chat so you can see it. And if somebody wants to help, just put it in the comments or something so others can see it. I should put it in the show notes or something, but maybe I'm too lazy to do that. But anyway, with that said, let me get into the real history of Christmas for Black people. This is something that may be of interest to you. One thing I want to mention before I even dig into that too is, I'm really begging you. I'm absolutely begging you to do actually one more thing I'm going to ask you. This is my Christmas gift. Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy some stock for your kids? Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy some at least one or two or three or whatever number of shares you can afford, buy stock for your kids. I've mentioned to you all before, I'm a finance researcher. I'm a finance professor. As a finance professor, I can confirm to you in the research that it is determined that the number one wealth builder in America is the stock market. The stock market is the place that rich people put their money. And so I want your kids to be rich. I want your kids to be safe. And the reason this is very important is because if you go on TikTok or any other app, you'll see lots of 20-somethings who hate their lives. You'll see 25-year-olds who are stressed out, overworked, underpaid, mistreated, exploited, driven to depression because their economics are not right. If your money ain't right, it's hard for your life to be right sometimes. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying there. Money right, like my buddy Ash Cash says, money right, mind right. Well, if your mind ain't right, then your money won't be right. But if your money ain't right, then your mind can't be right sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? They connect, they're interactive. Mind and money are connected. That's why my wife, who's a therapist, she's a really highly super skilled therapist that trains other therapists to become therapists. That's how licensed she is. She's a full professor of social work. Very, very, very few of anybody becomes full professors. And one of the things that we talk about extensively is that there's sort of an interactive, recursive back and forth between mindset and money situation. If your money situation's bad, it's very, very hard to focus and to be productive in other areas. And so what I really want you to do for your kids, and this ain't for me, this is for your children, is I want you to just get in the habit of buying them a few shares of stock. Do you know that if you simply spent $1,000, some of y'all got broke 24-year-olds that used to live with you. Some of y'all got these 20-somethings that are struggling right now, and I'm not making fun of it, but it's true. Do you know that if you simply took $1,000 and bought them some Apple stock one time in 2000, that $1,000 would have turned into $365,000? Did y'all know that? And you might have heard me say this before. I've said it in class, but I really need you to understand this. So imagine if you bought them $1,000 worth of stock every year, right? $1,000 a year is about $83 a month. $83 a month. So a lot of you have cell phone bills that are bigger than that. A lot of you have car notes that are $500 to $1,000. So what I ask parents, and I don't know if it pisses people off or not, but it's true. I say, well, do you love your damn child as much as you love your car? And I'm not saying actually everybody loves their child, but my deeper question is, do you care about them? Because loving somebody and caring about them are two different things. Loving them means, oh, I love you, I need you. If you go away, I'm going to be sad. I love my mother. My mother died, and I was sad that she was gone. But caring about somebody means that I need you to be okay. I need you to be good. Your well-being matters to me. I need you to be safe. I need you to be happy. I need you to be fulfilled. I need you to live your dream. So do you care about your kids? Because most parents love their kids, but not every parent cares about them. Not every parent has the discipline to say, I'm going to do some stuff, even if it's a little inconvenient, even if it throws me off my game, even if I can't go out and, club in or do whatever I'm trying to do. I'm going to sacrifice, or even if it makes you mad at me. That's a big one. A lot of parents want to be their kids' best friends. You know what I'm talking about? My mama was always clear. I don't want to be your friend. I'm not one of your little friends. She would say that I don't care if you hate me. I need you to be ready in case something happens to me. And she used to prepare us for her passing when I was a little kid, and it scared the hell out of me. But believe me, I was ready for the world, and I was lucky enough to have my mother for 71 years. So that was a blessing. So my point is to say, do you care about your kids? If you care about them, buy them some shares of stock. If you don't know how to get started, there is a free training that we have in the Black Business School that everybody can access at blackkeys2greatness.com. That's blackkeys2greatness.com. Damn it, I did the wrong URL. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Scratch that. Forget I said that. The one for the stock market for the $5 a day plan is blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's what it is. blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's 100% free, blackwealthmasterplan.com. And also, one thing we're doing on Friday night, if you want to join us, is we're doing a financial slumber party at 11 p.m. I'm going to do a training I have called Stock Market Decoded. And we're going to get together at 11 p.m. on Friday night and on a Zoom in our pajamas with some popcorn, play some music, have some fun. My wife is going to be there, and we're literally going to talk about the stock market. I'm going to take you step by step through how the stock market works. We're going to make sure you know how to buy your first share if you don't know how to do that yet. But on top of that, if you've already bought your first share, I'll talk about stocks that I like and ways we can move forward as investors and all these other things. So remember, I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. It takes a lot of expertise to get to that level. You can't just take a class or two. I took classes for 10 straight years, studied 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas. And that's the level of depth that my training was. And that's what I did 20 years ago. That doesn't include everything I've learned since then, which is 5 times more than what I learned up to get my doctorate. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do Stock Market Decoded in our financial slumber party. If you want to join us, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. And also make sure you're on the text list to join our morning class, which is free. Just make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. So let's go back into Christmas really quickly. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it yet. So with Christmas, Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book, The Black History Reader, talks about Christmas. And he says that he asked a basic question. He says, was Kwanzaa the first alternative to Christmas for Black Americans? So what Dr. Anderson says is this. He says, Kwanzaa, what many people call the Black version of Christmas, has Swahili and Arabic links and is celebrated by many Blacks in America. It was not, however, the first alternative Christian-like celebration that Blacks devised. The Christmas season brought a suspension of field work and a period for slaves to make merry and enjoy themselves. Slaves observed that Christmas season was a joyous occasion for most Americans, but enslavement laws of 1665 imposed Christian humbug on Black people in the American colonies. Christmas, largely a white Victorian invention of European society, excluded slaves, but they still had an emotional need to participate in the festivities, so they created their own Christmas traditions and Santa Claus. Pulling from their African heritage, they organized, this is what the slaves did. They organized a version of Christmas that was called Johnkannas, Johnkannanaus. Has anybody ever heard of Johnkannas? Anybody? Give me a yes. If you want to impress me, put a yes in the chat if you've heard of Johnkannas. I admit I've never heard of it. Dr. Claude Anderson is writing about it in his book, which, by the way, you can get copies of his books at powernomics.com. I've been telling everybody who supports Dr. Anderson, buy a bunch of his books if you have extra money and just give them away to people in the community. But Johnkannas, has anybody ever heard of Johnkannas? I've not heard of it. Give me a yes if you have, a no if you have not. So he says here, the celebration around a trope of gaily costumed slaves who on Christmas Day would get slave owners permission to travel to several different plantations, singing and playing on homemade musical instruments. The second tradition they created was Christmas GIF, GIF, like, you know, the GIFs that they have for memes and stuff. Christmas GIF. Slaves carried around small pieces of fruit or candy in their pockets like Halloween treats. Whoever said Christmas GIF first received a present. That's pretty cool. In 1966, Malena Karenga, PhD and author and professor of Africana Studies, created Kwanzaa, which injected African traditions into the Christmas season. Since Kwanzaa has become popular among Blacks, mainstream businesses and advertising agencies have followed the money and begun to recognize Kwanzaa as the Black Christmas. So this is so what Dr. Anderson seems to be arguing. Nothing against Kwanzaa, of course. Love Malena Karenga, nothing against him at all. He's amazing. But he's saying that the commercialization of Kwanzaa is what pushed Kwanzaa to the front of the line. And in truth be told, that's kind of a driver of a lot of what you value most as Black people. But when they advertise something on television, it does affect your mind and your perspective. Television is a brainwashing tool. It's a brainwashing mechanism. In fact, it makes me think about the rapper Sexy Red. She actually made a post that was interesting where she said, I feel like some regular girl in the hood that they grabbed and just put on TV. And everyone was like, yes, that's exactly what you are. You are a plant. They just grabbed you, put you on TV, and suddenly you become famous because of that. So to some extent, the same thing happens when we have selectivity in terms of who was picked as our civil rights leaders. There's selectivity in terms of who gets to be the chosen Negro. So effectively, those in control of media, those in control of capitalism, didn't put their money behind certain people, certain horses, certain ideas, and then those ideas become readily adopted. That's why it's extremely important for you not to get caught up in just following what you see on TV. I think you have to be very conscious about the ideas that you accept and the ideas that you reject. And so to some extent, he's arguing that Kwanzaa was something that was sort of selected as something that fit nicely with corporations. I mean, think about it. You got all these different days that you can sell things, and it works. It really works. Billions of dollars are generated in sales due to Christmas, Kwanzaa, things like that. Nothing against Kwanzaa, nothing against Christmas, but I really also encourage you to consider ways that maybe you can keep some money in your pocket instead of allowing people to create artificial holidays in order to get sales from you. They do this all the time. Amazon's notorious for this. They got Prime Day, and then they got pre-Prime Day, and all these other days where they say, let's make this a holiday so that people will feel like I have to go spend money. So in 1966, Malena Karenga, okay, let's see, I already mentioned that. Even though there are still different philosophies among Blacks about how best to celebrate the holiday season, Kwanzaa is an opportunity for spiritual upliftment, a chance to assemble in a celebratory gathering, and an opportunity to consciously direct commercial dollars into Black hands and business coffers. I agree. I think, again, like I was saying, I think Kwanzaa is great. I'm not just because I'm pointing out the economic issue, that does not mean I'm anti-Kwanzaa. I am not anti-Kwanzaa. Okay, so I'm curious, give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you celebrate Kwanzaa? Give me the um let me see how many of you celebrate. Do a lot of you celebrate Kwanzaa or just Christmas? And it's okay to do either one. I'm not, I don't think it's required. Well, let me give you some of the origins of Christmas really quick in case you're interested. First off, is Christmas has origins in ancient pagan festivals such as Saturnalia from Rome, Yule, which is Norse, which celebrated the winter solstice with feasting, gift giving, and merriment. So that sounds very, very white. No disrespect to white people, but it is. Early Christians adopted December 25th to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, aligning with the existing solstice traditions to ease the spread of Christianity. Now, what's interesting is, is that you all know my mother died on Christmas Eve. She graduated. She went to heaven, and me and my sister were just talking about that, and we said, isn't that interesting that as much as she loved her Jesus, my mama loved her some Jesus. That was it. I don't go to church, but mama was definitely all about her Jesus, and she didn't go to church actually because she felt like churches were problematic, corrupt, that they're not truly connected to God in the way that they claim to be. So anyway, my sister said, isn't it interesting that she died on Jesus, or that she went to heaven on Jesus's birthday? Technically, it was Christmas Eve, but we were like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of poetic, right? So anyway, also there was Roman influence on Christmas. The Emperor Constantine, the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, declared December 25th to be an official holiday in 336 CE. So a couple thousand years ago, somebody decided December 25th was the day to do it. People have been doing it that way ever since. By the Middle Ages, Christmas had become a mix of religious observations as well during, say, the Middle Ages and the Black Plague in Europe, things like that. They had a lot of rowdy celebrations with traditions like wassailing and feasts becoming widespread. Now, in the 19th century, figures like Charles Dickens and other cultural icons like Santa Claus helped to transform Christmas into a family-centered gift-giving holiday focused on goodwill and cheer. Now, let's talk about Kwanzaa. What's the origin of Kwanzaa? Well, we know Malena Karenga created Kwanzaa about 1966 during the Black Freedom Movement to celebrate African heritage and culture. Good for him. That's an amazing thing. It has a huge Swahili influence. The name Kwanzaa comes from the Swahili phrase Matunda ya Kwanzaa, meaning first fruits, inspired by African harvest festivals. Okay, I like that harvest festival. Abundance, fruits, food is good. Right? There are 7 principles. The holiday is built around Nguzo Saba. Just don't get mad at me for mispronouncing it. I'm sorry. I know y'all gonna correct me. With 7 principles: Umoja, unity, Kuchichila. See, I don't even want to say it because if I say it, I know y'all gonna clown me because I'm saying it wrong. But let me just say self-determination, and the word is spelled Kujichagulia. Chagulia. I'm not gonna say coochie because Kuji Chaguila. Chaguila. If somebody who knows how to say the word, tell me if I say it right. Kuji Chaguila. See, I'm embarrassing myself, but I'm gonna keep going because I ain't gonna quit. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Another great concept. I mean, unity, self-determination. Man, I mean, can you imagine how great our people would be if we had unity? Can you imagine how amazing we'd be if we had self-determination? Just said, we gonna do it. We ain't waiting for white folks. We ain't waiting for nobody. Massa ain't got nothing to do with what we about to do. We about to do this. We about to do it right. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Responsibility, collective work. That's what made China great. That's how China established so much economic power. They work together, and they also are responsible for the fate of their nation. Ujama, cooperative economics. Well, I mean, we talk about that every week. Y'all know that's what we about. That's the Black Business School right there. That's Powernomics right there. That's all of that, right? Collective economics. I've explained to you all that economics is a matter of gang affiliation. Economics is very gang affiliated. Most of the wealthiest people in the world tend to be affiliated with some economic gang. These gangs, you might refer to them as corporations. Apple Computer is a big $3 trillion economic gang. They all have the same code of conduct. They all wear the same little uniform. They got little logos, stuff like that. If you violate, then you get removed from the gang. The Black Business School is an economic gang. Y'all see my panther right here, and I'm ride or die with the B1 community. We got our gang affiliation, and we're making it happen. We're getting things done. We pump millions of dollars into the Black community. We have pumped at least hundreds of thousands of dollars into Dr. Claude Anderson and the Harvest Institute and the Powernomics Corporation to support him because he's a person that every Black person needs to know about. Right? We've been able to get 1 billion views on YouTube. We've been able to really help millions of people may buy their first share of stock. So we've actually helped to instigate what I know for a fact will be a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer over the next generation and beyond. There is no other finance PhD kind of doing this kind of thing. I hope that there's more eventually. Maybe I can talk them into it, but there's nobody out there that can say, I got a doctorate in this stuff from a legitimate institution, the Ohio State University, and I'm putting Black first, and I'm every single day for thousands of days in a row talking to Black people about how to build wealth. I don't know anyone else. You tell me if you see that guy because I'm looking for him. I want some friends to do this too. But with that being said, at the end of the day, my point is to say, when we talk about that cooperative economics piece, one of the biggest things to understand is that you don't really need anybody to give you anything else. You have everything that you need in order to do what you want to do. Like there's nobody that is going to come save you. We know this. There's nobody that really needs to come save you. What you have to do is save yourself. Because what happens, unfortunately, is that we are mind screwed. We're kind of cheated into destroying each other and harming ourselves, and then therefore we can't build on that. So we need a community of builders. Building does require skills in areas that go outside of finance, and where people miss it and where people miss the bigger picture is they think that it's all about the money. They think that it's all about the economics. It's all about getting a high paying job. It's all about affirmative action or having opportunities or having more NFL and NBA players. We got hundreds, if not thousands of millionaires that are professional athletes. But if they're not trained to build, if they're not trained in a certain mindset, if they haven't mastered all the tangential aspects of wealth building, then no wealth will be built. If you imagine this, let me give you an example. Imagine two guys, both have $100 million contracts in the NBA or the NFL. Both of them are making over $100 million. One guy doesn't know anything about institution building. He doesn't know anything about job creation. He doesn't know anything about making long-term plans or hiring people, delegation, all the skills required to build an institution. Well, he's going to be one successful guy, and we've had a lot of one successful guy. We've always had that one Negro that's doing well. Like we've always had that one Negro with a good job. That does not scale. That is not contagious. That is contained success. Success that is contained does not affect the whole community. It affects one guy. And then we get to look at that one guy and say, wow, that one guy's doing really well, but I'm not doing well. And then the one guy dies, and then the whole thing's over. So imagine the second guy. The second guy also has a $100 million contract, but he's built to scale. He's been trained to scale. From the time he was a kid, his parents, maybe they put him through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow curriculum, and he learned things like the STURDY model, which stands for systems technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. Right? He knows these things. He understands what it means to keep your poise, which we talk to our kids about in the school, which is producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. He knows these things. So he understands how wealth connects to relationships. He understands how wealth connects to mental health. He understands how wealth connects to physical health. He understands how relationships lead to delegation, which allows you to build teams instead of doing it all by yourself, working like a super slave where you're doing 100 hours a week. He says, no, I don't have to do 100 hours a week. I'm going to do 40 hours a week, spending my time delegating to 20 other people so that instead of working 100 hours a week, I'm now working 20,000 hours a week. Do you understand? Right? He has a certain mind space that's allowing him to take his money and make it contagious, creating a concept that we've talked about exclusively in the Black Business School, which is something called financial fertility. If you read my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about financial fertility. Your money must give birth to other money. Your money cannot be sterile. Sterile money is dead money. Dead money does not grow. It does not scale. It does not create opportunities. It does not elevate communities. So a lot of these Negroes that got all these $1 million contracts are sitting on a bunch of dead money. A dead money is a financial carcass. A carcass is not going to give birth to a child. So your money has to be alive, and that requires the person who controls the money to have a certain understanding of how money works so you can maximize the value of the asset in front of you. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. I know that I'm saying a lot. Give me a quick yes. Let's take a quick breather. I want to make sure you're getting you're digesting this. Because I know when I get excited, I start to go, and I just want to, I want to try to make sure we all kind of understand this on some level. And if you want tools that can help you with this, we do have a training I did called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. It's very easy for me to turn your kids into millionaires if you do what I say and you start early. And the URL for that is kiddyboss.com, KIDDIE, kiddyboss.com. So you can go to kiddyboss.com if you like, or you can also text the word youth on your phone to 87948. So if you text youth to 87948, I'll send you some information on children's programs we have in the Black Business School, because one of our core values is that we believe Black people should educate our own children. Also, we believe we should create our own jobs. Also, we believe we should support Black-owned businesses. That's what we believe. That's who we are. I'm not apologizing for any of that. So anyway, last point. Let's finish up with Kwanzaa here. So Kwanzaa has what are the other principles? We talked about cooperative economics, NIA, which is purpose. Man, I love this. Purpose-driven life. Purpose-driven, like having purpose and like sort of having intentionality. See, if you've got purpose and passion and intentionality, then basically you've aimed, you've got energy, and you picked your target. Right? You're aiming at the target, so you got your purpose. Then you're giving energy to the target. You're going at it hard. That's intentionality, right? And then at that point, you've got your purpose as well, which comes from just saying, this is what I'm trying to do. Because I've got this purpose, I've got a goal. Now, because I have a goal, I know where to aim my rifle, and I've got I'm putting power in it. I'm putting gunpowder in the weapon. That's where that passion comes in, right? So anybody who has a purpose, who's passionately and intentionally targeted where their energy is going to go, cannot fail. A person like that cannot fail. They're going to just go through life and kick ass and take names, and people are going to get out of their way. Because most people don't know who they are. They don't know where they're going. Most people are sheep. Sheep just follow other sheep. So the sheep could all be walking into the slaughterhouse, and a sheep will just follow the other sheep right into the slaughterhouse. That's the world. That's life. But if you have that person that has purpose, and then you've got that added with intentionality and passion, you can't be stopped. You can't be stopped. So let's keep going. Last, Kuumba, Kuumba, is creativity. I like that. Creativity is important. Wealth builders typically have to have creativity, but you don't use that just for wealth. You use that for any type of success, survival, whatever it is you're trying to do. And then Imani is faith. Oh, buddy, faith. Lord. Faith is big for me because this morning when I was talking about my mother who just passed away on Christmas Eve this year, I literally took the word fear, and I talked about how my mother grew up living in fear, and then she got out of that, and it made her a much stronger human being. And I took the word fear, and I said, let's take that word and let's make it mean something. Let's talk about this in terms of the fact that we all need some sort of vaccine against fear. We needed that during the pandemic because in the pandemic, fear was the biggest virus in America at that time. It wasn't COVID, it was fear. And I said, okay, so fear, let's make fear an acronym that reflects my mother's legacy. And so the word fear, I said, oh, it stands for faith, education, accountability, and resilience. Faith, education, accountability, and resilience. And that's what my mother represented. So we talked about that this morning. If you didn't get a copy of that, if you'd like to get a copy, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I can send it to you or something like that, whatever you want to do. But anyway, the F stood for faith. And I think faith is really powerful because faith is, when it's used in the right way, can really allow you to have a type of resilience and power that you can't have, that may not necessarily be justified based on your current condition, right? See what faith kind of does. Faith is a type of consciousness. See, I want you to pay attention now. Faith is it's where I see the bigger picture. I believe everything's going to work out. Everything is everything. The universe will take care of it. I'm going to be okay. See, what you got to understand, pay attention. Now, listen to this. Faith is a deeply economic concept. It's a spiritual as well, but it's deeply connected to economic spirituality. Did you understand? Do you all understand? I wish I could take a piece of my brain out and hand it to you so you could just consume it. Because what I'm seeing is this. Do you understand how much of our economic system is built on faith? Do you understand that? After Elon Musk, let me find a simple example. Elon Musk puts out $250 million and buys the presidency. Maybe it was more than that. I don't remember how much it was. He suddenly is in a position of power, right? He's got the ear of the president. He's got the ability to support his space programs and EV programs. Everything he wants to do now is right at his feet. Well, even though Elon spent either between $250 million and $500 million to win the White House, that was an enormously profitable investment for him. Enormously profitable. Because do you realize that after Elon Musk won the presidency with Trump, Elon's wealth increased by about 70 to 80 billion dollars. Elon Musk at this point is now the richest human being, not just the richest man on earth. He did that a long time ago. He's now the richest human being that has ever lived in dollar adjusted terms. When you adjust for inflation, they believe that Elon Musk is the richest human being to have ever walked the face of this planet. Now, is that dirty, funky capitalism? Absolutely. Is it wrong, corrupt? I agree with you. I concede that point. You're not going to get any disagreement with me. He's a white boy from South Africa who grew up in apartheid. He's probably kind of a prick. So let's get that off the table and stop worrying about how people feel about you. Because if you love you and I love you, then that's all that should matter. If you love me and I love me, then that's all I care about. I'm not looking for Elon Musk to love me. I don't need love that desperately. So I'm not seeking approval from anybody. Can we please get that off the table? Let's talk about the specifics. Let's talk about why this is a great investment and why this links to faith. Well, it's a great investment because he puts out $250 million. He's now worth another 80 billion. He went from being tied for the richest man on earth to having more wealth than the number 2 and the number 3 guy combined. And and a lot of that was built on faith. How was that built on faith, Boyce? Well, let me explain. Well, most of his wealth came not from money he actually made. It didn't come from money he generated. It came from what? Answer me in the chat. Answer me in the chat. It came from an increase in what? The stock price. The stock price went up. Well, remember, you're talking to a guy who is an expert on how stock prices are formed and where they come from. And basically, I can tell you, his increase in wealth did not come from additional money he made. It came from the fact that his stock price went up because people had more faith in his ability to lead as an economic entity. People see these equations, and I've gone through a lot of them that explain where stock prices come from. These mathematical equations are very precise ways to say, I'm not really sure. You use really precise numbers, exact interest rates, and exact discount periods, and exact cash flow estimates, all to pretty much say, like, well, this is our best guess. And the thing about it is that if anything happens where the faith in the entity or the individual starts to decline, or the risk level goes up, or people just aren't sure about you anymore, or their fear goes up, which fear is the enemy of faith, right? You cannot have faith and fear in the same room. They don't work together, right? And so when those things creep into the market, stock prices do what? They start to collapse. They start to collapse. Well, why is that? Well, because when people are scared and the economy seems risky, they lose faith. They say, I'm not putting my money out there because I don't know how that's going to work out. See, so when I hear that word faith, I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's an economic statement. And everyone else thinks about going to church and stuff. And faith is important in church for sure. But I think faith can be your friend. And I encourage you to really meditate on faith and what that really means for you, right? Faith might mean an entrepreneur who's going into the abyss where they know they don't have enough money, they don't have enough skill, They can't get a bank loan. Ain't nobody helping them, but they keep going anyway, believing to the core of their soul that there is something good at the end of the rainbow. That's faith. Cowards can't do that. Traumatized people have a hard time doing that. So if you claim to be a person of faith, then be a damn person of faith. Faith really means you can go in and say, gosh, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I think it's going to be okay. I live my life on faith, man. I live my life on faith. Do you know when I was the hardest time of my life was this week when my mama dies right on Christmas Eve. That was very difficult for me. The second hardest time of my life was when I was 28 years old and I hit rock bottom. Everything in my life was falling apart. The woman I loved told me she was leaving to be with another guy. My classes weren't going well in school. And my money problems were so bad that I had to move out of my apartment in the middle of the night because I could not pay the rent. And so I remember being at rock bottom at that stage. And I remember just crying at my desk because things were so hard and I couldn't figure out how to move forward. I didn't know what to do. And I think at that point, there's something magical about hitting rock bottom where you say, I ain't got nothing else to lose. So I might as well go for broke. I might as well go hard. So going hard for me at that time meant that I said to myself, I'm tired of playing this stupid game. I'm tired of pretending to be a white boy. I'm tired of trying to fit in with people who don't like me very much. So I'm gonna go full Boyce Watkins on them, whatever that means, full Boyce Watkins. So at that moment, I committed to being me. That was literally the moment where the Boyce Watkins that you know, the one where a bunch of people love me and a bunch of people can't stand me, that's when he was born. He was born out of pain. He was born out of misery. He was born out of failure, and he rose out of the ashes. And I committed to this guy. I love this guy. And I said, I love you. I'm going to stick with you no matter what. So faith meant that I said, okay, if I work my ass off and get skilled at what I do, highly, highly skilled at what I do, and I'm a good person, then I have a very high probability of being successful at something. Those are my three rules. Bust your ass, get super skilled, and then just help people. Be a decent human being, and it's gonna work out. Everybody ain't gonna love it. It's not always gonna be easy, but that was the strategy. It was really that basic. And that's what got me through everything. And that was me operating on faith. It's like, well, I know I'm damn good at what I do. I know I bust my ass, and I know I'm a good person. So it'll be all right. It'll work out somehow. It'll all come together somehow. So faith is powerful, and I encourage you to really tap into faith when you're talking about making economic moves, because you cannot build economics without faith. You cannot do black business without having faith in each other. That's a tough one, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You cannot build wealth for yourself. You don't want to invest for your children if you don't have faith that what I'm saying to you about the stock market growing over time is not going to work. If you don't have faith in yourself, then you're not going to jump out, start that business, make those investments, all those other things. So faith is, I think, such a powerful principle that all of us should apply in our lives. And the beauty of it is that you ain't even got to go to church. Just go to the church of you, whatever that looks like, right? Whatever that looks like for you. I'm not even here to judge that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up for today. For those of you that were invited in from the weekly book club, just know what happened was the Zoom got erased by one of our team members. It wasn't her fault. I told her to do it by accident. And so I sent you all a text to let you all know that we were doing our book club meeting tonight. If you want to join the book club, you can go to blackkeystogreatness.com. It gives you free access to my life class, which is really good, and a lot of other resources. So I'm gonna put in the URL. I'm gonna put the URL in the chat, blackkeystogreatness.com. If you're watching the recording, it'll be in the description of this video. And also, I do have a podcast on Spotify, two of them actually. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, where I do stuff like this and I kind of talk about everything, kind of blending wealth with a lot of other topics. But then I have one that's focused specifically on the stock market called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So whichever one is most interesting to you, you can grab one, subscribe to both. It's totally up to you. And then the last but not least, if you want to join us for the Friday night financial slumber party that we're going to do, we're going to get together at 11 o'clock at night in our pajamas with our popcorn, and we're going to do finance in the middle of the night and just have a blast. It's like a big sleepover. I don't know if anybody remembers having sleepovers when you were little, how much fun they were. Well, I think maturity is overrated. So I said, I'm going to do something completely immature. So we're going to cover a training idea called Stock Market Decoded. So by the time you're done, you will be transformed into an investor. You will know, and if you're already an investor, you'll be leveled up. We're going to talk about stocks that I love and why. We're going to talk about rules and principles for picking your favorite stocks. Also, if you're a beginner, we can show you how to get started, all that good stuff. So feel free to join us. The URL is financialslumberparty.com. So I'm going to put that URL in the chat so you guys can take a look and feel free to join us if you'd like to join. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to go watch a movie with my sister now. You know, as a family, as you can imagine, we're getting together to celebrate the life of my mother. And also, if you happen to be watching on YouTube or something, if you could hit that thumbs up button or something, that would really help. I hear that helps in terms of getting more viewers, but the algorithm hates me. I think probably because of the pandemic. I think they were throttling all these YouTube channels because I have over 1 million subscribers, but it's really, really hard to get the algorithm to pick up our stuff because I think that there's something about our content that makes them uncomfortable. I have no idea. I don't care. Doesn't matter. We're still reaching millions of people and we're doing it under our own power. And I'm really proud of that. We're good. We're kicking ass, taking names. They cannot destroy us. They cannot slow us down. They cannot take us off the grid. It's too late. It's already out there. We're killing it. We're on top of the world. Let's keep going. So God bless you. Happy holidays. And I hope you all have a wonderful new year and everything else, but you'll hear from me before then. In fact, tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for Millionaire Training Camp, which we do every single day, 7 days a week. We've done this all year long. If you'd like to join us for that for free, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us tomorrow. And I just hope that you'll bring your family too, because I can guarantee you 100%, if you got kids and relatives that are listening to wealth conversations every day, they're going to be black and proud and rich one day. It's only a matter of time. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get started. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I know that today is a really remarkable and special day for me and my family. My mother, Robin Watkins, she's passed away yesterday, Christmas Eve. And yeah, and I got a lot to say about that. So so give me 1 second, guys, as I get us all set up, and we're going to begin on this special Christmas edition of our Millionaire Training Camp. So give me 1 second here. Let's see here. All right, so how are we doing today? I hope everybody is doing what we talked about in terms of getting ready for Christmas. That means that, you know, if you love your kids, hopefully you'll buy them some shares of stock, get them ready for the future, give them something that's going to give them an opportunity to be successful and great. And I love you too, Errol. Thank you, man, for saying that. I appreciate that. Errol Semingal, he's a great one. He's been around for a long time, and he's got this amazing significant other who's a wonderful young lady. And I just have a lot of respect for both of you. And and also, some of you are listening in from other spaces. I decided to invite in some of our folks on YouTube and stuff like that. And and so you can actually check out my YouTube channel there. And also don't forget that we have a podcast called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Another one is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So if you go to Spotify, you will find the podcast on Spotify. Okay, guys. So give me 1 second as I get us started. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to mention too is that this year in the Black Business School, we have a lot of interesting things going on that you guys can follow. And I hope you guys will join us in the journey to this was an amazing year. A lot of great things happened. And as I reflect on this past year, I'm really looking forward to the future. And I want to say that I appreciate all of you, and every one of you is a blessing. So give me 1 second here. Okay. All right. So yeah, so you may or may not have heard if you saw my Instagram is the real Boyce Watkins. Or sorry, I keep saying, why did I say the real Boyce Watkins? That must be, I don't know, that must be, maybe that's part of my grief is I'm remembering stuff that's no longer here. I used to have an Instagram called the real Boyce Watkins, and y'all know that they they took it down because I run my mouth too much. And but anyway, my new Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And so you might have seen where I mentioned yesterday that my mother Robin passed yesterday on Christmas Eve of all days. You know, so that's gonna. I've determined that we're gonna make that mean that Christmas Eve is gonna be a good time of the year. That's gonna be a special time of the year This is a special and extraordinary Christmas. This is not going to be any kind of Christmas curse. We don't do that kind of thing. That's not what I believe. And so I hope you'll join me in understanding where I'm coming from with that. And I want to also say that a lot of you who either reached out to me directly or indirectly or personally or otherwise, I appreciate all your condolences. I really do want to say thank you so much for sending those messages. I really felt it all, and it was so meaningful, and I'm so appreciative of that. And our family, and I speak on behalf of the family when I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You all are amazing, and I want to, in the spirit of my mother as well, I just want to say that this it really made me feel good. So I appreciate that very, very much. Now, let's get down to business, shall we? Like as Ice Cube said, it ain't over, mother suckers. So it ain't over, right? So y'all know what my mother represented was. I can't even put it into words, right? If you consider the Black economic revolution to be a movement, give me a yes if you are aware of the movement that's happening right now that we were a big part of. The Black economic revolution, where Black folks are taking over. We are kicking butt, taking names. We are lifting ourselves economically. We are training our kids on economics. We're getting ready for the future in a way that no other community is replicating. No other community is replicating. Give me a yes if you agree that this is a movement that's going to be remembered for the next 50, 100 years. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Okay. Now, if you agree that we are in the middle of an extraordinary movement, and also, if you agree that we have been a big part of this movement, because we've been down since day zero. We've been doing this since the beginning. We were doing this. We started doing this stuff online in 2006 when I was a finance professor at Syracuse University. I was writing about it in the 1990s when I was writing at the University of Kentucky. We have reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We got it in. We're getting it done. We have 159,000 students in the Black Business School. So we're elevating and educating on economics at a level that's never been seen before. This is what's happening right now. I want to make sure we put this into context. So if you agree that this is a movement, and if you've been aware of this, and if you've seen this, and if you consider this work that we're doing to be part of that movement, then I want to honor my mother today, and I hope you'll join me in this, by saying that she's the mother of the movement. My mother, Robin Watkins, is the mother of the movement. And because without her, there is no me. Maybe without me, a lot of this stuff didn't happen. Not to say I'm the only one. I'm not trying to take credit for everything. Nobody can. We're done with the whole super Negro philosophy of Black leadership. Let's just be clear about that. So I'm not out here trying to say I'm the man and I'm the great. No, no, no. But I did my part. You understand? I played my position. I hope we can agree on that, right? Like Ohio State when they won their big game last week against Tennessee. No one player won that game, but the great players played their position. So that's all I need is just I don't need the Heisman, but we played our position. All of you played a role. Every one of you have been a part of this. And my mother played her position. She was the launching pad of all this. She was the mother of the movement. Not only did she give birth to me, which I can't exist unless someone gives birth to me. None of us would exist without our mothers. But also, she taught me a lot of the core ideas that I reflect to you in this space. You might think I'm a great guy. You might think I'm a prick. But I can guarantee you this. I bet you've never seen another finance PhD operating like this before. You ain't never seen nobody really talk like this when it comes to Black economics and have the credentials at that level. Like so when I talk to you about things that have happened in this life and in this space, for example, when in 2002, when I got my PhD in finance, I was the only African American on the planet, male or female, to get that degree. I was, and my mother was in the audience, and she should have been in the audience because my mother was the reason I was there. Without my mother's support and encouragement and pushing me and training me on how to deal with the demons and the battles that exist in this life, there's no way on this earth I could have walked across that stage because you have no idea how difficult it was. You have no idea. So I hope you'll join me in, I'm gonna tell you, I told my father, I said, we live our lives with intentionality. And I said, I have full intent of making sure that this is not a cursed Christmas at all. Yes, my mother did die yesterday because people die. We're all going to die at some point. And It's not a matter of whether or not you're going to die. We know there's no if when it comes to death. There's a when. It's not about whether you died or not. Really, it's how did you live? We're all the walking dead. We all have a short time on this planet. What the hell are you doing with that time? In fact, write in the chat when we've met every single day. We did for an entire year, pretty much. We've done almost every single day, except for days when I couldn't make it. With 7 days a week, we talked about economics, and I've told you that the most valuable asset that you have when it comes to wealth building is not money. It's not money. What have I told you? Type in the chat. I said, remember, mathematically, I'm speaking mathematically here. When we used to do research and we would do mathematics behind what builds wealth, the biggest ingredient was not money. It wasn't whether you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. It wasn't whether or not you took a finance class. It wasn't whether or not you have relationships with billionaires. It was time. Time. Time is the greatest asset you have. So we all got limited time. The clock is ticking every day. Every day. If you want to know why I wake up every day with a lot of energy, almost sounding like a maniac, it's because every day I get up and I'm looking at the clock. I'm clocking. I'm saying, whoa, we don't have much time left, and we don't know how much time we have, but we know that the clock is ticking. So what are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time? My mother, just like every other mother, she had 157,680 hours of time to spend with me before I turned 18 years old, and then I was thrust out into the world. 157,680 hours of time. Now, if you think about it, it only takes a few hours to teach essential skills that any young black man or young black woman would need to be successful in life. But for some reason, we waste all that time. The schools have us from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. They got all this time, and they get this for 12 straight years, and yet 70% of our kids come out can't even read, write, or do math at grade level. So my biggest question to those institutions has always been very simple. It's been, what did you do with all that time? How did you waste that much time? You had 100,000 hours with the baby. The baby spent more time with you than they spent with their own family. So what did you do with that time? Time is precious. Time is valuable. So, to honor my mother, first thing I'm going to tell you is that I hope that you'll walk away from here and ask yourself, how am I going to be efficient with my time? I have time with my loved ones. That time's going to run out. Am I using that time effectively? You're talking to a man who has no mother now, but my mother is in heaven now, right? But let me just tell you, I can tell you this. We didn't really waste a lot of time. When my mother passed, and I found out it was about 4 in the morning on Christmas Eve. There was nothing left unsaid because we didn't waste time. It wasn't like I was like, oh man, I wish I told her I loved her more. No, we didn't. We didn't waste time. Or I wish I'd spent more time with my mom. No, I spent if y'all been coming to class every day, I have been spending. I for the last 6 weeks, I've been right there by my mama's bedside, talking about everything, covering everything. I said, this is what we did in the 70s. This is what we did in the 80s. This is what we did in the 90s. This is what we did in the 2000s. And I'm like, man, that's a lot of time, and we used it. I said, we did that, mama. I sat there with my mother. And I'm not going to try to talk about too much of that stuff because y'all know some of it's still inside, and I don't never know when I'm just going to bawl out and start acting like a baby again. But I sat there with my mother, and I sat there next to her bedside, and I just, it's sad, right? The time is up. And I said, but we left it on the court, mama. We left it on the court. We used that time. We got it done. We did it. We started off, we talk about Drake saying started from the bottom, now we here. We started off with that scared little 17-year-old girl and that defenseless little baby with no father sitting in that hospital all by ourselves. It was just me and you. And we did it. We did it. And I told her, I said, let me breathe. If I stop to breathe, y'all know that means. That means I'm about to start being a baby again. I don't want to do that. This ain't the time for that. I said, the same way you stood by me and you were with me when I was by myself and I was a defenseless baby, I said, I'm going to be right there next to you all the way to the end. We going full circle, mama. We going in for the slam dunk. We're gonna finish this the right way. And so the first thing I'd say to anybody who's listening is after you're done, get on the phone, talk to those loved ones, and let them know we're not gonna waste time. I'm gonna get it out. Okay. That's the first thing. Let's move on. And if in case you're wondering today, I hope it's okay if we talk about my mother. And I hope, and I promise you, you'll walk away with numerous financial lessons because you can't talk to me or with me without it somehow converting to economics. So don't think this is not still our regular finance class, but as you can imagine, this is a special Christmas Robin Watkins edition of our Millionaire Training Camp. And I hope that that's okay with you. Give me a yes if that's all right. I hope that's okay. I don't want to make it all about us and about me or as if we're better than nobody else. We're not trying to do that. I'm literally digging down, digging deep, and pulling out what I think my mother would want you to know. And this a lot of this came from this morning. I got up this morning and I got blessed. And let me tell you how I got blessed. I thought, see, Planet Fitness lied to me. Planet Fitness, they just a big old pack of liars. Because I got on my phone app and I looked to see if the Planet Fitness around the corner from my parents' house was open. And it said open. I said, wow, they're open on Christmas. I said, wow, there's some serious people out here that really staying in shape. So I got in my truck, I drove around and to try to get in, and the gym looks empty. And I'm like, oh, maybe everybody's at home eating Christmas food or something. I must be a badass because I'm actually here. Ain't nobody else here but me. But then I realized there wasn't nobody behind the desk, and they forgot to turn the lights on. I said, watch out for you got to turn the lights on so people can see. And then I realized that it was closed. So the blessing that I got today was that God made me. He said, no, you're not going to the gym today. I need you in nature. I need you outside. I need you to go running outside. So I said, okay, all right. So I went out and I ran, and it was the best thing in the world, even though because it was cold. I didn't want to run in the cold. I'm gonna be honest with you. And but I'm running, and it was great because I saw the trees and you hear the birds chirping, and I saw a pack of deer and just a lot of things, you know. So I ran around the neighborhood, and I started thinking about Mama, and I started to download Mama and bring her into my soul. And and I was lucky because the funeral home that she's in is right around the corner from the house. It's about maybe less than a mile and a half. It can't be too far away because I'm fat, and if it's too far away, I can't run that far. But then again, you running for mama, so maybe I can run extra long. But I ran the little mile and a half around the corner to the funeral home, and I said, "Oh, mama's over there. I gotta go see mama." And so it made me think about a time when my little brother was 2, and me and my sister and brother we were like preteen, and I'm 5 years older than my sister, so we would fight like cats and dogs. And I remember my brother wanted to see my mother, and he but mama was at work. So he was looking for mama, but mama wasn't there. And I remember him sitting next to mama's door, and he was like crying, just waiting for mama. And he fell asleep, like a little baby. He just fell asleep next to the door, waiting for mama, and to come home. And I felt like my little brother in that moment. I did. I was a 53-year-old big ass baby. And I said, I want to be next to my mama, even if I know her body's in this building, just know mama's there. So I said, I gotta go to this funeral home and I gotta go see mama. So I get over there, and I'm wondering, I'm thinking if I just sit over here, they're gonna hopefully they won't think I'm robbing the place. But I went over and there's a little bench in front of the funeral home, and I sat in the bench, and I said I'm gonna connect with my mother. So I listened to some music. I listened particularly to Walk On By. I think it's Isaac Hayes, Walk on by. Right? If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry each time we meet. That song, right? It's a great song, right? Very deep. So I just put that on my headphones, and I used some of the meditation techniques my wife shows me because she's into the subconscious mind. And I said, I'm going to shut my eyes, play this music, and I'm going to bring my mother in. I'm gonna pull her out, get her, because I need mama right now. So in my mind, I imagine my mother sitting right next to me. And I said, okay, if I imagine hard enough, I can have her here with me. So because you're grieving, you're half crazy, you're trying to process everything, right? So I imagined her sitting next to me, and it worked. I really felt her presence and all this stuff. But obviously this is all kind of coming from yourself. And so she sits down and I grab her hand, but it's like her imaginary hand. and you can't feel something that's imaginary. And then I realized, and then I heard her voice, and she starts talking to me. Because you know how we all are connected to our mothers, with like you can hear your mother's voice, even if she's not there. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Where mama, like if you imagine mama talking to you, it's like she's there because you've heard the voice 100,000 times. So it's just in you, it's embedded in you. And I said, oh, I get it. And the voice told me, it said, no, don't hold an imaginary hand. If you want to hold my hand, hold your own hand. And that's real, and that's really me. That was mama. And when I held my own hand, I felt my mother. I said, "Oh, she's here." And I said, "Oh, of course, you idiot. She's here because you are her. Y'all have the same DNA. She is attached to your spirit at an infinite level. So she'll never be gone. She's here. She's with you. What do you need?" So when I had my mother with me, I started to just really think about everything and thinking about what I wanted to talk to you all about. And the first thing that came to mind was I started processing what my mother's all about and who she is. And I wasn't planning on talking about her today. I'm going to speak at the funeral, but I'm not doing the eulogy, and I have like 10 minutes. And I said, I don't think I can explain who she was in 10 minutes. That's not doable. And then I said, no. And then the voice said, well, Boyce, you can talk to hundreds of thousands of people. Like you have a big platform, Boyce. So let's do it there. That would be just as effective, probably more so. And I said, oh, that's right. That's what I'm gonna do. So the first thing that I realized I wanted to do is I want to create a scholarship in the Black Business School in my mother's name. We're gonna call it Mama's. It's something with the word Mama, like Mama Scholarship or Mama's something, right? But I like the word Mama rather than just Robin Watkins. I'll put Robin Watkins in there, but also the word Mama is kind of universal and powerful. And so if you want to be made aware when that's available and other things that we're developing to honor her legacy in terms of things that will benefit you, honoring her legacy means honoring you, just so you know, because that's what she was about. Um, Lots of people would come to my mother for advice on how to raise their kids. They would come to their mother for advice on how to get through the educational system. They would come to my mother to talk to her about things the same way people talk to me. So anyway, if you want to be notified, if you want to receive any of this, pull out your phone and text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So just pull out your phone. I'll give you guys a second to do it. Text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So so if you do that, then you can be made aware when the scholarship's available. It'll be for kids. And then second of all, I'll just send you stuff to kind of remember mama and what she kind of did and things. And again, the goal is to support you. It's not to just sit here and me talk about just my family or just me. I really want to talk about you. So that's the first thing I want to mention. The second thing is I thought about what my mother represented as a human being. And it made me think about the pandemic. The pandemic was terrible, right? Do you agree? Like, how many of you still feel like we're gonna just be scarred like, because of what happened in the pandemic? Like, we got problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. How many of you agree with that? That literally we have economic problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. It blew inflation out of the water. Prices don't go down. You don't get deflation. Deflation is when prices go down. The best you get is disinflation. That means less inflation than you had before. So think of disinflation like less inflation. So you're gonna have economic problems for a very long time. The poor little babies that missed 2 years of education have not recovered educationally. They have not recovered socially. A lot of children are very awkward now because they don't even know how to talk to people because they lost 2 years where they were sitting in their room by themselves. Did you know, in fact, they shut down dozens of nightclubs in London, in central London, because they said young people don't want to go out anymore. They just want to sit in their house and sit by themselves. And that's in conjunction with the fact that the global population is dropping precipitously. Not in Africa though, because Africans are smart. They didn't listen to Bill Gates and all those people that would tell them that the population was growing too much. So we're smart. We have God consciousness. But in a lot of these other countries, whether it's Europe or Asia, populations are plummeting, and they're like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?" Africans are like, "Please, we gonna be good, right?" So with that being said, the pandemic brought a lot of problems that are not going to go away. And during the pandemic, when there were lots of issues, lots of health related issues in particular, people were providing these solutions, right? And the solutions mostly consisted of these shots. Hey, I got a shot I can sell you, right? These pre-existing conditions. You Black people have so many pre-existing conditions. Here, come get this shot, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, well, why didn't you fix the pre-existing conditions? If you cared about it so much, why didn't you stop all the diabetes and the obesity and everything else that's giving us the pre-existing conditions? But we know how capitalism works. Capitalism says, I'm going to create a problem, and then I'm going to charge you to create the problem. I'm going to sell you the donuts at the front of the grocery store, and then I'm going to sell you the diabetes medication in the back. So I'm going to make money creating the problem, and then we're gonna make money pretending to solve the problem, not actually solving it, but managing it, right? That's why healthcare CEOs got to run with more security than 50 Cent, right? Because people are like, I'm mad at you, and one of us gonna come get you, right? That's why the healthcare CEOs they gotta roll like rappers now because you got people out there that want their heads, right? And this is a reality, right? So what's interesting though is that the biggest virus during the pandemic, it wasn't COVID. The biggest virus during the pandemic, in my opinion, was actually fear. Fear was they need a vaccine for that. Fear was causing people to not talk to their relatives. Fear was causing people to do things that were irrational. Fear caused people, it caused the country to divide in a way that was very problematic. And one of the things that made me think about coming back to my mother is that I remember talking to my mother, and when how you get older and you start talking to your parents about things that you didn't talk about as a child because you were a child, and now you're both adults, and they tell you about things they were going through when you were a kid, and you're like, oh, I didn't know you were dealing with that, right? Well, my one thing my mother told me that was really interesting was she explained that when I was younger, she was very depressed. And she said part of it was because she lived in fear. She lived in constant fear. And I said, but that doesn't make sense. Like, how is it that you lived in fear, but you seem so courageous? You did a lot of amazing things. You fought the school system on my behalf. You chose to give birth to me. You could have aborted me or something. That would have been easier, but you stuck with that. And I did. I said, that doesn't make sense to me. And then I figured it out. I said, okay, I understand. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. So what I did was I said, okay, let's do let's do some medical research here. And since they were talking about vaccines and stuff during the pandemic, I said maybe there's like a fear vaccine that my mother can help us to sort of understand and appreciate that will help us to achieve things in multiple areas of our life. So what I did was I took the word fear. This is all happening while I'm out on my run and I'm processing this. And I said, we're going to make it into Mama's acronym in a way that it reflects who she was, what she was all about, and why she was able to have the impact on the world that she was able to have. So the F in the word fear stands for faith. And when I think about faith, I think about when I was a kid, when I was 5 years old, or let's go back before that. I'll tell you that in a second. So imagine it's 1971 and you're 16 years old and you're pregnant and you're from a poor Black family. That's got to be one of the scariest things in the world. Even though mothers are these amazing people that do literally the most important job on the planet, it is literally the most important job on the planet because none of us would exist without our mothers. It's the most important job on the planet because if mothers all stopped doing their job, we'd have a whole nation full of serial killers. That's what we'd have. A mother's love is something that's irreplaceable. And even though that's the most important job on the planet, for some reason, we have this habit of beating up on mothers when they are blessed with pregnancy at an inconvenient time. Right? We tend to be you know what I'm talking about? Like we call them names and oh she's a blankety blank and oh she's out here, she's fast and this, that, and the other. And it's absolutely terrible because what it does is it causes us to lose our consciousness and our ability to see the big picture. We're unable to look at the value of human life. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. We don't see how precious newborn children are. We don't understand the value of our youth. Think about this. Entire societies are on the decline for one big reason. The birth rate's going down. They're panicking now because they're like, oh my God, in order for us to accomplish things, we need people. Well, guess what? You need mothers to produce people. Do you agree with that? Do we agree that mothers are an essential ingredient to making people? Or have we gotten so wokety woke crazy that we literally think two daddies can get together at a Diddy party and make a damn baby? Y'all can make a whole lot of stuff. You can make some liquor, you can make some baby oil, you can make some pink cocaine, but you can't make a baby, dude. That's what you can't do that. So no babies were made by any of the dudes getting with other dudes at the Diddy party. So my point is to say that mothers are critical, mothers are essential. And so my mother's 16 and she discovers this thing that a lot of people know about called sex. And unfortunately, it ends up with her having this little Boyce inside of her body. So she's mortified. She's scared to death. And now I'm sure there were some Planned Parenthood clinics around that would be happy to help her. We're your friends. We're your allies, right? I'm sure there was somebody around that would have said, just come by, you poor little black girl, and we can just terminate the baby. We're just gonna get rid of the little Negro, and then you can go back to partying. You can go live your Cardi B life if you want to. And for whatever reason, my mother didn't do that. Who knows? Maybe a lot of us would have done that. I'm not blaming people that make other choices, but she didn't. So here's what happened. Here's where faith kicked in. So she goes to church. Some of you have heard this, some of you haven't. I'll share it again though. And she's sitting there and she's just scared to death because my grandmother's very strict and very stern. And she's thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? I got this baby. I don't know what to do next. And so when the pastor's like, does anybody want to come to the altar to say something personal to God? And my mother's up there and she walks to the altar and she's just praying and praying and praying. And when everybody got up and walked back to their seat, she was still on her knees praying because she had just this stuff heavy on her heart. And at that moment, that's when she told me something that I've never forgotten. She said, she said, the conversation I had with God was, she said, I do not know what to do with this baby. I don't know. I don't know how to I don't know what to do. And so she said at that moment, and every time I tell the story, I would get choked up. So let's do the test here to see if Boyce can tell this story without crying like a baby. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, God, I'm giving you this baby because I don't know what to do. And she also says that God told her, you have to have this baby because this baby is going to do something important. And I was like, really? I was like, oh, mama, you just say that to all your kids. She said, no. She said, I did not have that feeling about all my children. My brother and sister, very good people, successful in their own right, amazing human beings, taking nothing away from them. But she said, I felt like I had to give birth to you because I had an important job to do. And that to me was an extraordinary example of faith that I never let go of. Because what is faith? Faith every day. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat if you have heard me talk about things like financial consciousness. How many of you have heard me talk extensively about consciousness in this space? That's all. In fact, when we first started this whole class, which we've done almost a year of this, almost meeting every single day, I initially said, yeah, this is financial consciousness class. And I wasn't just trying to find cute words to describe this. I said, that's what's missing sometimes in the world is a consciousness. And what is consciousness and how does it link to faith? What does that mean? Well, consciousness is nothing but being able to see the bigger picture. Consciousness is where you're not trapped in the moment and you realize that this ain't all that there is. This too shall pass. If it's something bad, this too shall pass. If it's something good, this too shall pass. That's what consciousness is. And faith is consciousness. It's a connection to something bigger than yourself. So when Robin Watkins didn't feel strong enough to get something done, she grabbed onto this thing called God. And God said, that's all right. You ain't got to carry the load. I got you. We could. And really, again, you can have whatever opinion you want. I know people in the room, you have different types of faith and different kinds of religion, and I'm not getting into that part. I'm not even talking about religion. I'm talking about faith. Those are two different things in many cases. But I'm telling you that when you have consciousness, when you have faith, when you have the ability to rise above, connect to something bigger than yourself, you will feel more powerful than you could ever feel trying to do everything alone. At the end of the day, I'm not telling you what to believe in. I'm telling you that you have to believe in something. What do you believe in? Because that is what will carry you through the storm. That's what led this 16-year-old scared little girl to give birth to a baby, even though she had no idea how she was going to take care of the baby. She had no idea what it meant to be a mother. She had no idea what kind of hell she was going to go through when the world maligned her and attacked her the way we do to mothers in this country, which is absolutely pathetic. So I'm a child of faith. When I say I'm a child of God, I mean that. I don't even go to church and I'll say I'm a child of God, because if God had not been there for my mother and my mother had not had that connection to faith and God and the bigger purpose, oh, she would have went right down to see the Planned Parenthood people. They would have made the problem go away. So sometimes we replace our faith in God with our faith in the white man. Now I know some of y'all are white, and I'm not, this ain't anti-white at all. But I'm serious. Sometimes we put other people in the space that our God and our faith is supposed to be. And then next thing you know, you end up going down a road you did not anticipate. You end up passing up on opportunities, possibilities, and blessings because you love your oppressor more than you love yourself, and more than you love your community, more than you love God itself. Let's move on. So the F in fear, in my mother's antidote, we can call this the Robin Watkins vaccine, if you will. The F stands for faith. Faith and consciousness will guide you. Faith is what's necessary for investing. When I tell you all little things, like I say, did you know that if you had invested $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000, it would be worth $365,000 now, which effectively means that if you have a 24-year-old child who's struggling financially, you could have solved all their financial problems by literally just buying some Apple stock in the year 2000? That requires faith. You have to kind of have some faith that investing works. You have to have faith that wealth grows. If you plant seeds, then you'll have a harvest. If you plant no seeds, you'll have no harvest. A lot of people have no harvest and they don't understand why. And I'm like, all you got to do is say, well, what seeds did you plant? Did you plant any seeds? They're like, no. Well, what makes you think you can plant no seeds and have no harvest? That doesn't make any sense. So let's move on. The E in my mother's life, and the word fear for her vaccine stands for education. Um, Here's the thing about education that's really interesting. First off, if you ever wanted to pick a fight with Robin Watkins, all you got to do is bring up the tragedy of what they're doing to our children in the public school system. Like really, if you ever want to have a fight with my mother, just talk about the schools and what they're doing to the black kids, and she will talk your ear off. She would fight you all day. It's crazy, and that's because after spending many years in the educational system and understanding how important education was for us, she became very passionate about it, even into retirement and beyond. She's listening right now somewhere saying, yeah, that's right. What they're doing to these kids is wrong. And these kids need to learn skills. And da, da, da. She would talk about the days, and tell me if y'all remember this. She would talk about the days where kids could go to school and learn skills, right? It wasn't just Mexicans and Ukrainians coming in and doing all the construction work and all the work in electrical and everything else and plumbing. It was us. We had those skills. We would go to school, and if the kid didn't want to go to college, well, they'd say, okay, well, go to auto shop, go to whatever. We had skills, we had education, we were learning things, and the kids today, unfortunately, aren't getting that. And I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do in the age of AI. What the hell are they gonna do in the age of AI when you got entire McDonald's restaurants that can be run with a freaking computer now? When Amazon factories are hiring thousands of robots every day just so they can replace their factory workers. So education is critical. We know these things. And that was something that my mother valued even when she didn't have as much as she wanted herself. My grandmother is the starter of all this. She's the panther behind me. She's always with me. My grandma's always with me. And she had an associate's degree, but she always knew that more education was going to give you more success because education can be linked also to an important ingredient for success, which is knowledge. Education and knowledge are not the same thing. Lots of people go to school and don't have any knowledge, and they may not even have any wisdom. So, education, knowledge, and wisdom, three different things. And the other thing about education is that we should understand. If you don't understand it, take it from a college professor. Most of the education you receive does not occur within four walls of some building. You don't need a building to learn, just like you don't need a church in order to connect to God. God can connect with you anywhere. He has great cell phone service. So stop thinking that you got to go into a building to find God. Sometimes you go into the building, you don't find God, you find Satan sitting at the altar saying, "Oh, I'm God's replacement." And that's what you get. So at the end of the day, we know education matters. We also know that education is something that our ancestors valued. It was something that our ancestors died for. You could die during slavery for teaching a slave how to read, right? We know these things. And we also know that for whatever reason, the culture, they always talk about the culture, dog, you need to connect to the culture. No, any culture that does not value education, that puts ignorance above education is not my culture. So you can just take that, put it in your pocket, and walk away from me because we know that a lack of knowledge causes tremendous amounts of pain and suffering in our community. We know these things. And so when you consider the fact that there are dozens of schools in the city of Chicago, as well as Philadelphia and New York and other places, where they don't have one single child that can read, write, or do math at grade level, this tells us that we are in a state of emergency. We are in a state of crisis in this particular area. So what I would say is imagine if our community, again, we could talk all day about oppression and racism and the white man did this and the white man did that. Yeah, the white man, he gonna keep being white. He ain't gonna stop being white just because you're complaining about it. But imagine if we had a community where we valued education as much as we value sex. I see a whole lot of conversations on the internet about sex. Well, 50-50, and what if she sleep with me on the third date and all this other. What if we valued education as much as we value sex? What if we valued education as much as we value, I don't know, the new iPhone? What if we loved education as much as we love sports? What if we spent as much money on education as we spent sending that little boy to football camp? You send his ass to football camp, but he ain't gonna be no football player. That's not, when he's 30 years old, he won't make a nickel playing football 99.9% of the time. So why would you spend more money on football camp than you spend sending that boy to learn the things he needs to learn to survive in this society? They prey on your ignorance. They feed off of that. So why in the world would a parent that loves their child send their little girl out in the world with ignorance, in a world where ignorance leads to death, ignorance leads to suffering, ignorance leads to struggle? Education, imagine if we valued education as much as we value, all the silly stuff, by getting new Air Jordans or whatever. Imagine if education was just the thing. Imagine if education was more important than anything some goofy rapper had to say, or it was more important than any material stuff, the Gucci and the Louis and the all the other luxury items that they sell. Imagine if people wanted to go to the library as much as some people want to go to the club. There would be nothing that could stop us. Nothing that would stop us. But for whatever reason, we have values that have to be addressed. And I can tell you that, again, when I talk about my mother, one of the biggest things that she did in her life that allowed me to have the life I have and the life, my siblings have and everything else, is that she did not play when it came to education. She would take me to this group called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, and she would have me involved in spaces where even if I wasn't getting education right away, or even if I wasn't trying my best, I always knew education should be a core value for any successful person. Let's go to the A. So the F in the fear vaccine, fear, F-E-A-R, the F is faith, the E is education. The A, this A is something that's connected to, again, my mother's legacy. This is something I want to give to you, and I hope that that's okay. I hope that this is helping you, is something called accountability. Now, I know accountability for some people is a cuss word. Accountability is not something that's very popular. Because what does accountability do? Well, accountability is very painful to embrace because you're kind of letting go of all your natural easy defense mechanisms. You're letting go of your crutch. They're taking away your wheelchair, so you're gonna actually have to learn how to walk. And some of us got wobbly legs, right? No, I need the wheelchair. I need to be able to blame the white man for every problem I have. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my parents. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my last relationship. But no, the word accountability is powerful. And this was something that was very, very big in our family. This is like, no, accountability is powerful and painful at the same time because it's really hard to take responsibility for all the crap that's happening in your life. Like it's easy to take accountability for the good stuff. Like we all want to brag about the good stuff. I did that. Look at what I did. Look at how great I am. But can you also take responsibility for the bad? Can you also look in the mirror and say, man, this is messed up. I got to fix it. I did this. Right? Can you do that? And I'm going to tell you, it's very hard to do, not just because it's hard to do, not just because the culture doesn't support accountability, but also because psychologists basically say that human nature is not to accept accountability for any bad thing in your life. They call that self-attribution bias. A guy named David Hirschleifer, a wonderful little white guy that was on my dissertation committee, wrote a research paper about it and introduced me to the idea. I've been fascinated ever since. And what he said is that according to psychologists, human beings are very quick to take responsibility when something good happens, but they deny accountability when something bad happens. That's why if you watch your favorite team, and everybody does it. Everybody does. Let me give you an example, real life example. This involves me to tell you that I'm a victim to this too. When my Ohio State Buckeyes kicked Tennessee's ass this week, did anybody else see that? Anybody else a football fan in here? I shouldn't be a football fan because y'all know football is bad and it hurts brain damage and all that stuff. But I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy watching a good football game. So my Ohio State Buckeyes, Ohio State's where I got my PhD. When they whooped Tennessee's ass, I was saying we won. That was amazing. We did a great job. We threw the ball down the field. We were aggressive. I do that. I internalize it. But when they got their ass whooped by Michigan last week, did anybody see that? A lot of Buckeye fans were very unhappy about that because Michigan came in and kicked our butt in our stadium. Well, when they lost, I was literally saying exactly what I just said. I said they lost. They got their butt kicked by Michigan. Now, sometimes I might use the word we, right? But mostly it was like they. Guys, they need to fix their team. They need to stop. They need to stop trying to just run the ball. They need to throw the ball down the field. Maybe they need a better coach. It became they when they were losing, but it became we when we were winning, right? So a lot of us have this tendency, and I want you to be aware of it because part of consciousness is just awareness. And I'm going to tell you that one of the things my mother believed in very deeply, sometimes maybe you could even say to a fault, who knows? Because she got criticism for this, is she just believed in accountability, personal responsibility. That your best chance of success in almost anything that you do is when you take responsibility and say, I got this, I'm going to fix this. Instead of saying, well, they're doing this wrong and they need to stop doing that. I get it, I understand, but that doesn't really help you. Like if I'm mad about my condition as a human being or as a black man, and I say they need to stop this, white folks are doing this and the government's doing that. Yeah, they're gonna all do these things. Yeah, capitalism is the reason. I understand these things. I totally get it. But my question would be, how does that really help you? If I say, I don't have a lot of wealth because white people they didn't give us reparations. I agree with you. I talk about that all the time. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a whole book about it called Black Labor, White Wealth, which everyone should read. But how does that help you to sit and just consistently put all your problems in the back of the white man? I'm not saying that white folks have been good to us. I'm not saying that I'm not a racism denier. But what I am saying is, is your solution to say that we're just going to sit and wait politely until white people decide to be nice to us? Is that your solution? Because that's a very stressful solution. And it's very depressing. In fact, studies show that depressed people are people that tend to not feel like their lives are in their control. Did you know that they did the study with rats? I've told you all about this. That rats that were put in a painful situation who were convinced that they had no ability to fix it became very depressed. Their serotonin levels would change. They could measure that. Do you understand? So if you ever want to be depressed, or if you ever want to understand why the Black community leads the world in depression and anxiety, a lot of it is shaped around this idea that from birth, we are taught that our whole condition is predicated on what white folks choose to allow and not allow. That's what we're taught. And that you cannot be successful as a Black person until you get the approval of whites. That's why you got entertainers out here buffooning and cooning. You got people out here bowing and scraping and selling out like crazy. You got people just sitting here and thinking, gosh, I would be successful if white folks would help me, or they would, or why I would remember when I first started doing Black wealth related stuff and I started speaking on this publicly, I literally would have people tell me that you're not going to succeed by doing wealth related stuff in the Black community alone. And I said, well, I really like talking to Black people the most. I don't hate I never see, people think that because you love Black people that you have to hate white folks at the same time. This ain't about you, man. You're not that important where I got only so much energy, and all the energy I want to spend is going to be spent on loving my people. It's not going to be spent on hating you. Hate takes energy. So stop that, right? That's silly. So I remember I would get people that would just tell me like, well, Black people don't care about wealth, and really, white people, you're not going to have a successful business if you don't appeal to white folks. And I'm like, why does every road to success, wealth, power, opportunity, and possibility have to go through massa? It ain't going. I don't give a damn about massa. No, I'll fight massa if I have to, as long as massa and massa don't want to fight. Just don't be blocking the door. When you block the door, oh, I'm kicking that sucker down. I'm going through you, around you, over you, under you, whatever it's gonna take. But you're not. No, you ain't stopping this train, sucker. That ain't happening. So my point is to say that while I understand that we have to acknowledge all these things that have happened to us, all these things that people have tried to do to us, and everything else, and I think it's very important to understand. Number one, the greatest power that you have to change your conditioning starts with you. And then, secondly, um, if you spend so much energy thinking about the obstacles that are against you, you can't spend time putting together solutions to get around those obstacles. And I really will tell you, I believe that unfortunately, a lot of the culture, they call this civil rights culture, but I don't think it's really civil rights. I think it's something else. Um, the Negro management culture, that's what we might call it. There are so many people that build entire careers and entire industries on the idea of convincing you that whatever energy you were going to spend building for yourself is better spent with you wiring into some pre-existing infrastructure that other people have created. That means that if you are a talented and intelligent young Black man or young Black woman, you're better off looking for a job than you are looking to build an institution. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Do you get it? Like, you're better off just look, hey, we already got it built. It's already here. The house is built. Don't worry about building your own house. That's hard. That's above your pay grade. You people aren't that smart. That takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of patience. Instead, just come live with us. Because we're your allies. That's what we get. Like, just come into our economic house. You'll be cool. And then you come in and you say, okay, all right, well, this is the easy route. And what you don't understand is that God does not give you the easy route to real success. He doesn't. Just like wealth. When I told you about time and how important time is in wealth, if you ever want to either have no wealth or have fake wealth, just go through life thinking that you can get a whole lot of money real fast. And look at our kids. Look at how many of our kids have embraced the fast money culture, thinking everything's supposed to be fast and easy. And then you get it fast and easy, and you think that it's real, but really you find out it's an illusion. You find out that there's a puppet master that's controlling all this. You find out that the Wizard of Oz has created a false sense of security for you. And then when they take it all away, you're like, wait, what happened? It was racism, y'all. Well, that's because you didn't build your building on a solid foundation, damn it. Nobody taught you that you have to have that accountability, you have to have that patience, you have to have that consistency, you have to have that courage. You have to understand that there's no shortcuts to real meaningful success, power, possibility, and wealth. There's really not many shortcuts to that. What I explained to you, that investing $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000 means you'd have $365,000 today. That whole methodology consists of one essential ingredient. The essential ingredient is that thing we talked about earlier called time. If you think you can do that without 24 years being involved in the process, then you might as well go buy a damn lottery ticket. And most lottery tickets do not grow your wealth at all. You got to be real with yourself. You got to learn how to keep it real. So we all do. We all have to embrace this as our culture. So let's go back to the accountability piece. Last thing I'm gonna say on that is this. I remember when I was 19 years old, and this tells you how hardcore my mother was when it came to accountability. See, I had no money like a lot of college students. I was broke. And I did get a lot of money sent to me in school and stuff like that. I was kind of jealous of the kids whose parents would send them, checks every week and stuff. My parents did not do that. And I remember I called my mother when I was 19 and I said, hey, mama, I need some money. And she said, and she said, okay. And I said, because I don't have any money to eat. Like, what am I going to do? And I went into like little kid mode because you're talking to your mama, like, mama, I don't have no money to eat. And you know what she said? She said, so what are you going to do about that? And that was really like, whoa, wait a minute, that's cold. That's what, and maybe we can debate that, right? I'm not saying everybody should approach it that way. My mother was very young at the time. I was in college. My mother was still in her mid 30s. That's how young she was. So she's learning, right? Maybe there's a different way to approach it, but in her world, it was like, you're a man. You're a man. You can go out and work and get money. You can go out and make things happen in your own life. You can be a playmaker in your situation. You don't have to be a baby anymore. And I want you to sit here and I want you to look at the world right now. And I want you to look at how many man boys we have in our community. I want you to look at how many men never learned how to be men. They never went through harsh experiences that challenged them to grow. They expect something to be just given to them. They don't know what it means to lead and protect and provide and all these things, right? They didn't go through manhood training. Manhood doesn't just happen naturally. Doesn't just happen just because you got a little hair on your chest and your voice deepens. No, there's a process. You got to learn how to, just like becoming a chef or becoming a mechanic or becoming a surgeon. You got to learn like you have to go through so really. Here's what happened. If you want to know how that ended, and I'm gonna tell you, my feelings were hurt. I was like, damn, I'm like, that's cold, It's like, right. And maybe she could have sent me a little something, something. And I'm not gonna disagree with you if you think that was extraordinarily harsh. But here's what that did for me, and I want you to write this down as you're dealing with your own kids. Check this out. I told you how I was jealous of the kids whose parents would send them money every week. They get like maybe $50, $100 a week. And I would be like, man, I wish my parents would do that for me. Well, when my mother put down the gauntlet and forced me to go out and make money on my own, well, what did I do? I went out and I got a job. And then because I was already a straight A student, I started getting scholarships. And I studied harder than the other kids because I knew that I could get more money that way. I knew that I'd get a better job when I graduated. I also knew that I was going to get more scholarship money. So I got all the scholarship money. I would get thousands of dollars in my refund check every semester. And then because I had a study system down where I learned to manage that other powerful thing I talked about called time. Like at 19, I figured out there's 168 hours in a week. That means that if I sleep 8 hours a day, that's 56 hours. That's 112 hours left. If I go to class 15 hours a week, that's 97 hours. So I could probably study 50 hours a week and still have 47 hours left to work a full-time job or do whatever I want to do. So when I did it that way, I said, okay, I got it now. I figured it out. So I'm making money from the scholarships. I'm getting money from the first job, and then I had time to get a second job. So check this out. Not only did I have as much money as the kids whose parents were sending them those little $100 checks, oh, I had more money than everybody. I was making thousands of dollars a month. And it wasn't a burden on my parents. They didn't have to worry about sending me money anymore because I had it. I could get the money myself. And also I got to do the things I wanted and live the way I wanted because I learned, wait, I can actually go out here and make something happen in my life. And and again, as harsh as it might have been for my mother to do it that way, right? I'm not going to say it wasn't kind of cold. It was. My mother actually apologized for that later on in life. I'll just say that. Um, I thank God that she did that for me. I'm so happy. I'm like, thank you, Mama, for not solving my problem and giving me a chance to solve it myself. I don't know if you did it because you were mean. I don't know if you did it because you were being lazy. I don't know if you did it because you just had this extraordinary wisdom. Maybe it was a combination of all three, but either way, it worked. I became much more mature than most of my friends. I had so many friends in college that flunked out and disappeared and got pregnant and went off and got on drugs and wasted time, low GPAs, blew their opportunity. Oh, I didn't do that. Why? Well, it was because that word. Let me circle it. I'm circling about 5 times. Accountability. Robin Watkins believed deeply in accountability. And let me tell, when I tell you that that's not common in a lot of families, and that's one of the reasons why this little 16-year-old girl with no money and no understanding of the world was able to raise 3 kids that became successful. Accountability is right at the core of this. My parents are aliens. They are not normal people. When we were being raised, my mother had to deal with a lot of criticism from people who said, "Oh, you're being too hard on him. You're doing this, you're doing that. Oh, you should. It's okay. It's all right if he does this." And my mother just had a different standard. She had a different standard. See, you don't understand. Most of the boys that I grew up with did not turn out so good. Let's just say that. I'm not their family, and I got family that might be listening. So I'm not gonna try to. The family knows. Family knows. You know my cousins, right? But for everybody else, I'm just gonna say it was less than ideal in terms of the outcomes. Some of the stuff involved drugs. Some of it involved just being in the struggle, unemployed, not taking care of the kids, just whatever, right? Whatever. Again, not disrespecting anyone though. I want to be very careful about that and not trying to put anybody on a pedestal. But my mother, this little girl, this little lady, and when I was born, when people jokingly and they say, "Oh, you've been rich your whole life, so you don't know what it's like to struggle," I'm like, "No, I was born in the projects. We live. That's where we live. My mother paid $50 a month in rent, and it's called LaSalle Place. You can actually find it in Louisville, Kentucky to this day. They're still there. That same unit is still there. And so this little girl who had her baby and she was living in the projects, was able to raise a son that was a college professor, a daughter that's a medical doctor, and a son that went to Cornell University that's now, doing business with billionaires. So that doesn't happen by accident. That doesn't just happen because, oh, you got lucky and you got blessed and somebody did you a favor or the white man hooked you up. No, it happens because you have a plan and you execute the plan. And you also have to have the courage to be a little bit different. It's okay. She was different and she got ridiculed for that. And so that led to the last piece. Now remember the word fear. We're building the Robin Watkins vaccine right now. This is what, again, if you have any appreciation for what we do in the space or we're connected on some level, I hope you'll think about this a little bit. And this is the blueprint. This is the blueprint. That leads to the last part of the word fear. So the fear vaccine is where you take the word fear, and the F stands for faith, the E stands for education, the A stands for accountability, and the R stands for resilience. Resilience. Resilience is a simple idea, but it's not readily implemented very often. And it's not implemented as much in the Black community sometimes because we have a heavily traumatized community, and studies show that people that are heavily traumatized have a hard time sticking to things. They give up easy because you are thinking about failure. You're looking at your current situation as nothing more than confirmation of what you already knew, which is that you're not worthy, you're not capable, you're never going to succeed. And I think that this is a problem for our community because we are fed so much depression about our condition. We're constantly being told that we can't accomplish certain things because certain people won't let us, or that we have all these problems because we're just incapable and inferior. And the resilience thing matters. And in fact, it's going to be hard for me to really collapse all this into a short statement, but I'm going to try to do that. Resilience matters because resilience, sometimes that's really literally all that matters. Resilience matters because there are so many situations where that's all that matters. It's not that it's on the table. Resilience is the damn table. It is. It is. Has anybody heard this? Where they talk about how millionaires are basically regular people who just didn't give up. That there are so many people who were gonna be millionaires, but they gave up on the 10th try, and if they'd gone to the 15th try, they would have actually gotten there. Resilience is everything. And so to sort of remember this with my mother, one thing I can say in terms of resilience, in terms of the way it manifests itself, is that to this day, my sister is the only person I know who actually went to medical school, flunked out, and then went back to medical school again and finished. She did that. And that was because of resilience. That was because my mother just said, keep trying, never give up, keep trying, never give up. My grandmother at my graduation read a poem called Don't You Quit. You know, you might get tired, but don't you quit. Blah, blah, blah. You don't, but don't you quit. So that resilience piece was absolutely essential. Um, she was married to my father for 50 years. A lot of people joke. It's fun. It's really actually quite poetic in the sense that she had her 50th wedding anniversary a month before she passed. So they made it to the 50-year mark. And what's interesting about that is that there are so many people out there who say that they want the same thing. There's so many people who admire that. They say, "Oh my gosh, that's so romantic. That's so beautiful. I wish." And we just kind of giggle when we hear it, you know. I'm like, oh, so you think it's romantic, huh? You think it's all just peaches and cream, don't you? You think y'all just gonna be cute and in love every day for the next 50? Is that what you think it is? You think it's a Disney movie, don't you? And it's not a Disney movie. It's not cute. It's not some beautiful, smooth little process. It's a hell of a grind. It's a hell of a, it is one of these things. It reminds me of running a marathon. If you remember back in 2019, me and my wife ran a marathon together, and I was very proud to have completed a marathon because I never thought I would ever do one. And even though in the pictures I look comfortable, confident, happy, and just complete, like just glowing because I just did this amazing thing, the reality was I felt like complete shit. I did not, there was nothing fun and joyous about running a marathon. It was hard as hell. I was tired. I was mad. My body was like, what are you doing to me, you crazy man? It was not a romantic process. It was hard. It was really unnaturally difficult and very painful. And but resilience made me say, okay, let's just keep moving one foot in front of the other until we get to the finish line and until we achieve this goal. And when I crossed the line, I didn't feel the way I thought I'd feel. I didn't feel just energized and excited. I was like, man, I'm so tired. Oh my God, I can barely walk. And in a way, that's what I think about when I process the 50 years of marriage with my parents, is that um, it was amazing and just powerful. But the thing that makes it hard for most people is that in many cases, the people that benefit the most from your commitment, when you make a commitment at that level, the people that benefit the most are not you and the other person involved. It's really all the people that benefit from the fact that you sacrificed to create a stable institution in a Black community that's lost its institutions. You created a stable family in a community that's lost most of its families. Do you understand? You've given just this amazing gift. And I want to say, I want to give a shout out. If you've been married, everybody who's married, shout out how many years you sacrificed. Because I want to applaud you. I want to really applaud you and commend you because you are to some extent, you're unfortunately you're kind of becoming these unicorns that actually care more about family and community than you actually just care about your personal happiness every moment of the day. I'm not saying you can't be happy after 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's hard. And when I think about my father, I think about this man who chose to take care of me when I wasn't even his real son. He was handsome. The ladies loved my dad. My mother was a young mother. She could have just gotten rid of me and then spent her weekends twerking and drinking for the next X number of years. She could have literally, wiping me away before birth would have been a great way to get rid of her problem. She wouldn't have had to confront my grandmother, who's old school. You know how old school grandmas are. She didn't have to deal with being chastised by the community. She didn't have to deal with all the knowledge. She could have easily just said, "Let me just make this baby go away so I can get back to being a teenager and living my best life." But she didn't do that. She made a sacrifice, and she also used resilience to say, "I'm going to make sure that my kids are not going to end up like a lot of these kids out here." I remember when I was 5 years old, and we lived in Texas. My father's a military man, and we lived in Killeen, Texas, on the military base. And my mother says she told me the story. She said that that there was this young white girl who was my school teacher when I was 5, and she said, "I got to tell you about your son." And she said, "Okay." And the lady said that your son has a lot of energy. He gets up, while I'm teaching, he'll stand up, sit down, walk around, he'll be singing, he'll be talking, playing with the other kids, and just doing everything except doing what he's supposed to do. And she said, so one day I decided to play a trick on him. And the trick I played on him was I was going to let him just do his thing and ignore him. And then I was going to basically embarrass him. So she says that, so one day she's teaching and I start doing what I normally do. I'm standing up, sitting down, walking around, talking, playing, whatever. And she then says, okay, Boyce, so tell me everything that I've been teaching on the board for the last 10 minutes. And she goes, do you know that your son recited back to me every single thing that I was teaching? And I didn't even think he was listening. And she said, so here's what the lady said. She said, and this was God bless this young lady. She said, I have to warn you, because my mother was very young at the time. She was about 22 at the time, maybe 21. And she goes, black boys like him, they want to put them on medication. She says, your son does not need medication. Your son is fine. He's very smart. So do not let them do that to your son. And so my mother stuck with that. And so for many, many years, she would just fight with these school systems. They would come back and say, well, your son's test scores, your son made all F's on his report card, and his test scores show that he's got the intelligence of a mediocre monkey. And so if you look at the chart, ma'am, the other kids are here, your son's down here, right? And she didn't go for any of that. She said, okay, we're gonna get him some extra help. We're good, I don't care what they think. Like literally they wanted to put me in the special ed programs, they wanted to put me on the medication. Who knows? Maybe I needed the medication. I don't know. I told you I think I do have ADHD, but I've managed it. I think I've done okay in life. And so what my mother did also for many years was, in addition to saving and protecting me from the very system that we know destroys millions of black boys every year, she eventually became a counselor to other young mothers, many of whom went through the teenage parent program in Kentucky, like my mother did. And she would talk to them about their children, about their sons, and about their daughters, and how to get their kids through the system in the best way possible. She became kind of like an educational Harriet Tubman, if you will. She would talk to them about special programs, tell them like, no, do not do that with him. Make sure you do this. She literally could have made this into a whole institution. She was that kind of a person. She would talk really lovingly about Marva Collins. Anybody remember Marva Collins, the teacher in Chicago who used to educate kids in one room, and she would just educate them at a higher level than the Chicago public school system. She talked about Marva Collins a lot. I remember her talking about Marva Collins' speech, and she said, I like that lady because she's no nonsense. She came to the Black Achievers Banquet and she said, how dare you sit around and eat your fancy meals in your fancy clothes when our kids are going through hell right now, when our kids are not being properly educated, when they're being mistreated by this system, when their lives are being thrown away. And you're sitting here at this fancy dinner like it's no big deal. And so my mother was that kind of that's the type of energy she connected to. So that sort of resilience was really, really important in terms of our development and her life. I remember last point I'll share, last story I'll share about my mother, and I thank you all for hearing me as we went through this. Is I remember when I was 27 and I was in graduate school, and I was I was a little demoralized because because I didn't have a family where a lot of people went to school for a long time. We didn't have doctors and PhDs in the family. So a lot of people didn't understand what I was doing, right? So I would go to I would go to family reunions, and they would be sitting there trying to figure out something to talk to me about. And they would say something like, so you still in school, huh? And that was because I'd just been in school for so long, and people were like, when's this gonna be over? Is he lazy or what? And what was going on was I was trying to get a PhD, but I kept struggling. It was hard. It was really hard. And I had to go back and retool and get better at my math or whatever. And I remember, I'll never forget. I remember the exact moment I was in the car with my mother, and I was talking to her about it. I said, yeah, people make fun of you because you're in school for a long time, but I really want to get my PhD. And what she said was really interesting. First off, she said, well, you got to keep going. You keep going until you finish. You got to finish the job. Don't stop. Don't quit. If you never quit, then you'll never fail. And just little things like that stuck with me. And then also, what she said is she said, right now, what you're doing is you're laying the foundation. You're laying the foundation for the rest of your life. it's hard to build a foundation. A lot of people won't have a foundation. You're laying a foundation for the rest of your life. And little stories like that or little statements like that is what kept me going. So through many years, my mother was my greatest cheerleader. That's why the loss is so hard, right? Because, she really cheered me on and when nobody else did, when nobody else understood, she did. And it was pretty powerful. And so that resilience is something that I want you to hold on to when it comes to what you do in life. Because, for example, they have studies that say that resilience is the difference between the successful entrepreneurs and the failures. All the successful people really have, 9 times out of 10, is this sort of relentless desire to keep going no matter what. And so I'm going to encourage you as you're trying to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, just know if you can gain that resilience, you can do anything. And by connecting to the other pieces of that model, the fear vaccine, if you go back to faith, the belief in something bigger than yourself, the belief that this too shall pass, the belief that I'm connected to something bigger than me, the belief that there is a bigger picture, that will give you resilience because resilient people can see the bigger picture, whereas small-minded people who only see what's happening right now, what just occurred 2 seconds ago, people like that do not succeed. They do not get to the finish line because they can't see past mile 1. So resilience and faith go hand in hand. Well, education also helps. That's the E, right? So you have faith and then you have education. When you are skilled, when you have knowledge, when you have wisdom, when you have expertise, when you have experience, when you pursue knowledge, you are 100 times out of 100 times going to be better off in this world than somebody who sits and swims and gets comfortable in the middle of ignorance. We have a problem with ignorance. We have hip hop culture honoring ignorance. We have people out there that want us to be ignorant. We have school systems keeping our kids ignorant, and you see what that's getting them. So education has to be a tip-top priority for our community. Every study out there shows that communities that value education are more successful than those that do not. So ignorance should be treated like an illegal drug. Oh, you on that dope, boy. You on that dope of ignorance. No, we're going to get you in rehab, and if you keep making other people ignorant, we're going to lock you up like we do the dope dealers. We got drug dealers, we got ignorance dealers, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick. I want to declare a war on ignorance. I want to lock them up. Get your ass up out of here. This is not where you're supposed to be. We don't honor this. We're not going to celebrate somebody who wants to just dribble a basketball more than they want to pick up a book. I don't want to sit around in the darkness of not knowing who I am and what I'm trying to do. No, you go get that knowledge. Stop waiting for the damn school system to give you Black history books to read. Well, they won't give us no books in the schools to read. You got a phone in your pocket. There's more knowledge on your cell phone than there is in all the books in every library on the entire freaking earth. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You need Massa to hand you a book and read to you? Well, how dare you dishonor the ancestors by acting like you can't learn nothing without the oppressor? No, you can learn. You have to just value knowledge, and your values and your culture shapes what you pursue. That decides what you're going to do with your time today. And since this is Christmas, I'm going to keep this short. The A, remember the A. The A stands for accountability. Accountability is also connected to fear and resilience, and education is connected to all those things. A person who is accountable, who's responsible for their own success or failure, who understands that the buck stops with me, that I'm going to get this done, that this is up to me, I'm the one who's going to make this happen. People like that tend to be more resilient. But the thing is that resilience and accountability, to some extent, also links to self-esteem. Right? If I don't have self-esteem, see, this is the basic stuff, man. This is the foundational stuff is what does it all. So if I have self-esteem and I love myself and I believe in myself, which might come from faith, then I have the capacity to be more resilient, because if I'm a resilient person with high self-esteem, then any failure I have, that's temporary. Oh, no, failure is not for me. That's for other people. So that you must be making a mistake. Like, you ever think about that? You imagine you going to a store and you know you're rich and you know you paid down your credit card and they run the credit card through and they say, I'm sorry, your card got declined. Well, what do? You say, well, no, that must be a mistake. No, run it again. You gotta run it again, right? Because that's not me. Other people can, but no. When it comes to success, and I'm swiping the credit card of success, oh, I know God gave me an infinite bank account. I know that oh, God blessed me with a massive credit limit. So clearly, you must be making a mistake because that's not who I am. That's for you, but that's not for me. So my point is to say that self-esteem piece is critical. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, like you need to know who the hell you are. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, they tend to be more resilient because they know the success is meant for them. And they also tend to be okay with accountability. Because yeah, of course, the buck stops with me. I am powerful. I am great. Here's the thing. This is interesting. My mother was not a arrogant person, but she was a powerful person. She is a powerful person. She's so powerful that she's never going to die. She's so powerful that she's right here in this room. She's so powerful that everything I'm sharing with you came directly from her. So, so she was a powerful person. She wasn't arrogant, but she was powerful. Well, why was she powerful? Partly because of the F in the fear model. She had faith. She's connected. She's wired into God. Nothing's more powerful than that. So I don't always have to be powerful. I just have to be down with the power source, right? So when the power source is something bigger than yourself, this circles back to consciousness. Consciousness means that ability to see the big picture, connect to something bigger than me, right? I'm connecting to God because I have God consciousness, right? That consciousness is critical in terms of the fact that it will give you things like the faith, which feed into the self-esteem and the accountability and the resilience. Like I'm not afraid of taking accountability because I know I got this. I'm not a loser who's going to spend my life blaming other people when I lose. I'm not a person who's destined to be broke and struggling because the white man won't let me do it. No. I know who I am, right? I don't, I just, we all should. Think about this, right? This is what's powerful about being Black. You are special. You're the only people who can say, Black Americans, and I love everybody around the world, but I'm going to talk about that for a minute. We're the only group of people who can say that we survived the slave dungeons, which were absolutely horrible. You got to go to Ghana to see it. We're the only people on earth who can say we survived the Middle Passage, even though half of the people died. We're the only people who can say that we survived 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man. We're the only group of people who can say we survived 100 years of horrific Jim Crow and the nightmare of everything they did to us after that. We're the only ones who can say we survived the war on drugs, where they dropped crack cocaine into our communities just to dismantle our families. We're the only ones who can say we survived the mass incarceration epidemic of the 1990s and still came out shining. Like, we're the only ones who can say this. Nobody else can say this. So to some extent, you need to understand the superhero that lives inside of you. You need to realize that your ancestors were not just survivors, they were a pack of badasses that could do anything that they wanted to do if they put their mind to it. You have to understand that the weak part of our bloodline didn't survive. Only the strong survived. Like when they go in the hospital and they say that the bacteria, you don't want to get the bacteria in the hospital. Now, y'all know what that is, right? When we were in the hospital with my mother in her last days, there was an infection kind of around, and I had to really protect from that infection. Because why? Well, why do we know this? Why do we know? Well, because hospital bacteria are the most gangster bacteria that there are. These are the bacteria that survived all the sanitation and all the disinfecting that they did. So the bacteria that survived is the strongest bacteria. So to some extent, that is who we are. We are the survivors. We are the ones whose ancestors made it through all of this. And so ultimately what that means is that if anybody has a right to be a little cocky, it would be you. If anybody has a right to have high self-esteem, it will be you. If anybody should know that they are the chosen people, it's you, it's me, it's us, it's this. So to summarize it, and let's bring it all together, the nation, we live in a country and a community where sometimes fear becomes the default state of existence for a lot of people. Fear is used to control you. Fear is fed to you on a regular basis from the time that you're born. Fear was used heavily during the pandemic to control people. My mother talked about when she was young and how fear kept her in that state of depression and made her less than the person she wanted to be. So to honor Robin Watkins today, for those of you that didn't get to see the whole conversation, we have created the fear vaccine. F-E-A-R. And we've taken those words and we flipped them into words that fit her legacy. The F stands for faith. If you have faith and a belief in something bigger than yourself, the fear goes away. I'm not scared no more because I ain't got this, but God does. Nothing's more powerful than God, or something bigger than yourself, whatever you're connected to. Connect to something bigger than yourself, and I guarantee you nothing can stop you. The E stands for education. Educated people have less reason to be afraid of the world than uneducated people. We are entering into the age of AI. Those who understand AI are like this, rubbing their hands like Birdman. They're excited. Oh, look at the future. It's going to be great. People who don't understand it are in fear. Oh my God, the AI is going to take my job. Oh my God, the AI is going to ruin society. Oh my God, the AI is going to kill, right? So education, people that know their way around this world, and you're in that category, by the way. Again, most people can't say I sit and I listen to a finance PhD every morning. So just if you've attended more than 10 of these classes, you're already in the top 20% of all Americans. If you've gone to more than 100, then you're probably in the top 5%. I guarantee you, there's no other place you can go where people are talking about educating your 5-year-old on the stock market or explaining to you how Burton Malkiel showed you in 1971 that even monkeys could invest and make money. Most people don't know this stuff. No, so you are educated. I don't care if you went to college or not. I don't care if you didn't finish the classes for your GED. You are in an elite class, an elite space, just by the fact that we're here. So the E, you educate yourself, you have less reason to be afraid. The A, accountability. A lot of us fear accountability because accountability is a scary thing. But once you accept it, you have less fear because you know that this car that you're in, called life, that you're the driver of that damn car. Don't you dare go through life thinking that other people are going to decide whether you're going to win or you're going to lose. Don't go through life hoping that other people decide that they're going to come around for you. No. You come around for you. If you can't change the people around you, then you got to change the people around you. If white folks ain't acting right and they're not giving you what you want, go find some black folks who will. You cannot go through life without being accountable. And even if it's not true, even you're always better off taking accountability, even if you can't control everything. So what does that mean? That means that, okay, look, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't make everything happen the way I want it to, but I can control what I do every day. And that's the most I'm going to do. We talk about this even with investing. I tell you, I say, look, the market's not going to be consistent. The market's going to be a drama queen. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. So the variable of consistency has to be you. Accountability must stop with you. The buck stops with you. Accountability will go a long way toward being successful. And it was those lessons of personal responsibility that really made the difference that my mother taught me. My mother was like, no, you're responsible for that. You're the one that can get that done. Don't be blaming other people. Don't be. In fact, one time I got into a situation where I had a friend I went to the store with, and he stole a candy bar, and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be a snitch. And then this little sucker, let me tell you what he did. He went to his mama and told his mama that I stole the candy bar. And so his mama calls my mama and says, your son is a thief. My son told me, because my baby don't lie to me, even though he's a big old liar, my baby told me that your son stole a candy bar. And I remember I got so mad about that. I was like, oh, I was livid. I was like, this is an injustice. This is an outrage. I was 9 years old just screaming about this. And I remember my mother just kind of said, well, you still have to take accountability. And I said, well, what? I didn't do it. He did me wrong. And she's like, yeah, well, maybe that means you got to be careful about who your friends are. He just now showed you that he's not really your friend if he's out here lying on you. So you still have some accountability in this. Maybe you could have said something about it first. Maybe you could have disconnected yourself from the situation, whatever it was, right? And it's still not fair. It still sucks. It's like, man, but that ain't right. I was trying to not be a snitch, right? But no, there's always accountability in everything. And that was one of the things my mother taught me. And that's something I think is universal that we can all benefit from. And then the last piece, the R, remember, is resilience. Never give up, never give up, never give up. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, a lot of you in here are trying to build wealth. A lot of you in here are trying to break generational curses. A lot of you in here are trying to build legacy with family. A lot of you are trying to get that business off the ground or whatever it is you're trying to do. Resilience, that is not just an essential ingredient. That is also the essential ingredient. And in many cases, it might even be the only ingredient that makes the difference between success and failure. And the reason that resilience is so important for us to understand as Black people is because sometimes, because the world teaches you to forget who you are. They teach you to forget how special you are. They forget to teach you how worthy you are. And nobody teaches you that. We'll give up very easily because we have a pre-existing expectation that we're going to fail. Like in the pandemic, we talked all day about pre-existing conditions and all that. Well, one of the biggest pre-existing conditions in the Black community is low self-esteem. That's a pre-existing condition. And let me tell you why that matters. If you're talking about building this wealth thing, let's end on wealth, because this is what I promised you, and I told you I wanted to connect this to. Thank you for allowing me to share my mother with you, but also I want to make sure we walk away with our economic lesson. One thing you have to understand about risk is that risk doesn't mean the story is always going to end well for you. Risk, we talk about risk a lot. I studied risk extensively under Professor Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. He's one of the leading risk management experts in the world. So I meditated on risk. I had to understand risk from a deep mathematical, probabilistic standpoint. And the thing about risk, and you know risk too, you know it because you know when you're in a risky situation. You know when you're taking a chance, right? You've known these things, right? So the thing about risk that people forget when they're telling all these feel-good stories about, you can do it, go start your business, is they forget that there's that even though there's a lot of sunlight at the top, when you achieve the success, there's like this deep canyon, this deep dark abyss called failure. And many of us don't succeed. Many of us, when we start our business or we go out here and we try to conquer the world, we don't always make it. And the thing is that when you're assessing whether you're going to take a chance or not on yourself, you're seeing a little bit of both. And what you see is determined by what you're conscious of. Oh, there's that word consciousness. See, what you got to understand is that we've talked about this. This is why my wife, Dr. Alicia, who's a therapist, that's why we created that Black Financial Therapy Department. We're the first ones to ever do this. No one's ever created a Black Financial Therapy Department. We developed the Black Financial Therapy Department for one major reason. She helped me understand how deep our trauma goes and the effects of that trauma. And so here's what trauma does to your risk consciousness. A non-traumatized person, when they see a risk, they say, oh, look at all these great things that'll happen if I succeed. And a person who doesn't have the same consciousness or who has low self-esteem or low self-confidence, all they're going to see is the negative. All they're going to see is like, whoa, if I quit my job to start the business, I might lose my house. I might be unemployed. I'm going to be homeless, right? That's what they see. Why? Well, because the trauma is like, it's like bright lights. The bright lights take all your attention. You can't see nothing else because the trauma is screaming in it's loud and it's obnoxiously sort of violently in your face, right? So your consciousness is affected by your fear. Your consciousness is affected by your low self-esteem. So you have this fear that makes you, what does it make you do? It makes you not take the risk at all. And so when you look at studies that show that African-American people are the least likely to start businesses, well, trauma is a big part of that. Fear is a big part of that. And it's not just you. It's not just a virus that affects you. It might be a virus that affects all your damn relatives. That's why when you say, hey, y'all, I'm quitting my business. I'm quitting my job to start a business. All your relatives, first thing they do is they're like, are you sure you want to do that? The jobs at the post office is paying good. Why would you give up a good job at the post office to go start a business? But that little business, girl, you crazy. What are you talking about? You don't get a lot of encouragement. You have people that are infecting you with their virus of fear. So that leads to an inaccurate perception of risk. So even though your probability of success might have only been 10%, it actually drops to 2% because one of the things about success is that even though you have a probability of failure, that probability of failure is only minimized if you do your best. And you're only going to do your best if you have self-belief. You're only going to have self-belief if you have reasons to be confident. And there's nothing there to be confident about because you're already broke. You already aren't sure what's going to happen next. You already have all this confirmation that you don't know what the hell you're doing. And then you got your damn relatives, the people that are supposed to love you, who are pushing you further down into the abyss of fear and failure. So it doesn't tend to work. Either you don't do it or you do it and you half-ass do it. You don't have resilience Because the first 8 times you fail in the process, you're gonna say, "Oh, I tried 8 times, and I guess I wasn't supposed to succeed anyway." So do you see how? Give me a yes if you. I wanted to hammer this point home so we could walk away with something. How many of you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? The connection between self-worth, self-confidence, and resilience. It all fits together. It fits together. So when you have love for yourself, and then you have faith in yourself, then you are never going to give up on yourself. Do you understand that? You have to value you. If you value you, we invest in things that are valuable. We protect things that are valuable. We cherish things that are valuable. And I'm going to tell you, every time you end up in a situation where you don't feel protected, supported, loved, or you're unhappy, well, the question you have to ask yourself is, do you value yourself enough to know that if you valued yourself, you wouldn't have put yourself in that situation? I will tell you, a young Black boy who's raised to know that one day he's supposed to be a multi-millionaire is never going to put him in a situation where he's slaving away for massa. He's going to say, no, I can't do this. This is going to be temporary because I'm supposed to be up there with the Elon Musk of the world. Do you understand? That a little Black girl who values herself is not going to be out here just messing with some man who bought her a bag of potato chips, right? She's not going to do that. She's going because she values herself. So the same thing is true in terms of resilience and confidence. When you love yourself and you value yourself and have faith in yourself, then you're going to have the resilience to keep climbing to the level that you feel you deserve. Do you follow what I'm saying to you? This is my mother talking. This is her giving a gift to you because I want you to just understand that basic lesson. I love myself, therefore I value myself, therefore I believe in myself, therefore I never give up on myself. So whatever it is you're trying to do, and I'm going to finish up right now, whatever it is you're trying to do, I do not need you to live in fear. I need you to take what I'm going to call right now the Robin Watkins fear vaccine, faith, education, accountability, and resilience, and you go climb that mountaintop and you keep going until you get what you know you deserve. Do the work internally to acknowledge and to convince yourself that you deserve the best, and then have the resilience to pursue that. That is the difference between people that have what they want out of life and those who do not. I'm finished. I want to say thank you for hearing me out and spending time with me today. I'm honored by that. Also, thank you for your condolences. I appreciate that. I have to admit to you that I don't really need condolences anymore. I need congratulations right now. I need congratulations on the fact that I was blessed with the most wonderful woman in the world is my mother. I was blessed with the opportunity to sit next to her and talk to her and reflect on the fact that we took on battles together and we conquered a lot and we won. And I sat next to her on her deathbed, just like in a movie. And I just said, Mama, we did it. We did it. And I had tears, you know me, I'm a big baby when it comes to my mama. So the tears coming out, and I said, Mama, we did it. We did it, Mama. We didn't let fear stop us. We didn't let no haters stop us. We didn't let society stop us. We did it. So you go to heaven. You just know that we left it on the court. We got it done. We made it happen. You have my back, and I'm going to say thank you so much. And so just like we came in together by ourselves, nobody else was there in the hospital. Not one other person was in the room. She had to wait on the corner with me for somebody to come pick her up after they let her out of the hospital. That's how isolated we were. I said, just like we started off together, we're going to go out together. Just like you have my back and you chose to give me life, I'm going to have your back. And I'm going to take care of you to the last minute. I'm going to take care of you beyond. And just like you were with me before I was born, you're going to also be with me. And I'm going to be with you after this is over. So do not give me condolences anymore. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. But no, thank you. No, I want congratulations. Because this lady was a gift, and I just have to thank God that I had a chance to share this life with her. So thank you all for listening. It was great talking. I'm gonna let go before I become a baby again. We are gonna create a scholarship in my mama's name, and we're gonna do some other things around things that she taught me, because I want to incorporate that into what we do in the Black Business School. If you'd like to be notified on any of those developments, or your child would like to apply or something like that for the scholarship, just text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So text mama to 87948. And also, if you want to get on the text list to join us for our Millionaire Training Camp that we do every single morning, 7 days a week. We did it all through 2024. We're going to do it all through 2025 and beyond. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to that same phone number, 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you notifications every morning when we go live, and you can join us every day. Anybody who's new, you're certainly welcome, because we're getting this thing done, and we're going to do it unlike it's ever been done before. We are better on earth. We're better at this than anybody on the planet, and we are winners. So God bless you. Thank you for sharing your Christmas with me. If you're listening live, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.